101, Chapter 98. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead of this novel, or 5 of Avatar, Cold Paths, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. By the moment I arrived at the twins, Stannis had been already captured by Ned Stark, alongside some of his close advisors, among them were Melisandre, Davos and some of his generals. There wasn't much of a fight, Your Grace, Ned Stark said as he bowed. I wasn't expecting much of a fight. While it was true I didn't expect much of a fight, it was still surprising he went all in with this stupid idea. The one they call the Red Witch wants to speak with you, Jon informed me. Very well, lead me to the prisoners, I said as I followed Jon, not before leaving Oberyn and Ned behind with one last command: accommodate our new forces. As you wish, Oberyn nodded. It shall be done, Your Grace, Ned said with a short nod. With that, we continued walking as Jon led me to the prisoners' camp. I was genuinely curious as to what the Red Witch would offer me. By this point I knew she knew I was the so-called Chosen One, fucking title. So the fact that she wants to help me is clear. The how is what actually concerns me. Just a bit more, Your Grace, Jon said as he guided me through the camp. How many soldiers did we lose? I inquired, trying to make small talk to kill the time in between. Around 50. Jon muttered, I know it's an acceptable number but I would have preferred none died. 50 soldiers sure was an acceptable number, too fucking good. It's impossible to avoid losses in war times, the best we can do is honor those who died fighting for our cause. I know, but I don't have to like it, Jon sighed as he gestured to me with his hand to some cages big enough to fit humans. We have arrived, Your Grace. Thanks, Lord Targaryen, I smiled as I purposely mentioned his new last name, trying to see how he was taking that in. Jon shifted a bit, showing he was still processing that. My pleasure. With that he bowed and left. Stannis was glaring at me, with a defeated expression on his face, anger, hate, self-loathing, many things were erupting on his face at the same time. Davos was shackled close to him with an expression that said he was done with all the shit. Those expressions were easy to take in. What really creeped me out was what Melisandre was showing, pure and unadulterated bliss, as if she had just laid her eyes on God. Caw. Does that bitch blink or what? A raven asked in befuddlement as he landed on my shoulder. And I really didn't know how to answer that. The damn woman hasn't blinked since I got here. You know, you can blink, it's not you like will miss something. How can I blink, when the light you bring is so beautiful, so magnificent? I can serve fire within you, is blinding, so perfect, it's more than I ever imagined. Melisandre said, tears running down her cheeks. Okay, another crazy chick. I seem to be attracting them lately. Now if you are done sucking my dick, metaphorically speaking, I want to know your plans. All I have ever wanted, to serve you, Melisandre said, staring at me with happy and crazy eyes. And if I wanted to kill you? I inquired, narrowing my eyes. Dying by your hand would be the greatest honor anyone could ever hope so, Melisandre said, and I could see in her face she meant every word she said. I really don't like you, burning people, childs, but unfortunately I think I need you. You are probably the only one that can answer some of my questions, and talk with the asshole that chose me, and decided to leave me alone to deal with this. I sighed. I will let you live, but if you do one little thing that I don't like, or anything in general without my approval, I will do the one thing I think you would hate. I will let the Night King kill you. This got Melisandre's attention. She tensed up. After all, I had practically told her I was going to turn her to the Satan of her religion. I will follow your every command. So he was the chosen one. Stanjays muttered with venom on his tone. How naive I was, how stupid I was. I don't really have anything against you, Stannis, but your life is a threat to my rule. I sighed. Stannis was my enemy, but I really didn't hate him at much. He was an inconvenience for my plans. Just get this over with, Stannis growled. It seemed his spirit was even more broken than his army. If I could ask for something, Your Grace. Davos, the poor Onion Knight, in the show I found him to be a very likable, very loyal, but with terrible luck. What? I inquired. Can you spare Shireen? She is but a child, is my last wish, if you could find it in your heart to. I knew where he was going, so I stopped him with a chuckle. I never wanted to kill her, but she will lost all her lands, money and social status, and seeing you care for her, it will be your duty to raise her. I chuckled. Davos might have marched against me, but with him I could spare to be merciful. He and Shireen were no threat at all to me. Your mercy will not be forgotten, Your Grace, Davos smiled. After that I released Davos and Melisandre. Davos immediately warned me about Melisandre and how she would turn me crazy like she did with Stannis, but I reassured him I knew she was crazy, and that she would not get in my mind, he, while not sure of my words, decided to believe me, and immediately left to pick up Shireen. Stanjay's execution was northern style. He who passes the sentence should swing the sword. If you are to take a man's life, you owe it to him to look into his eyes and hear his final words. And if you cannot bear to do that, then perhaps the man does not deserve to die. Ned's words, which were true, and as the northerner I was, it was the right thing to do. Any last words? I asked Stannis, my sword above his neck ready to leave a clean cut. He who lives by the sword, dies by the sword, Stannis said. Very well, I nodded, bringing my sword down on his neck, decapitating him with a single swing, leaving a clean cut on his neck that assured his death was painless. Peter Baelish POV. Ronard had survived. I was as good as dead. Tywin would kill me the moment he came back from the war. I had to run. Perhaps if I played my cards right I could win the favor of Ronard, but the point was I had to escape the capital. But I had no idea how to do it. The guards outside made it impossible for me to communicate with my allies. I couldn't get out of the room, not even to eat, and I was under surveillance all day long. Varys. The old spider, while I hated the guy, he would surely help me. Of course he would demand something in return, but at this point I didn't care as long it allowed me to escape. But how could I reach the spider and his web? How could I reach my only option for escape? If I wanted to live I would have to be more resourceful and clever than ever. I can't die here. Not after all I have made. I said with resolve. 102, Chapter 99. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead of this novel, or the Avatar one, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. While the Lannister were fighting the remaining forces Stannis had left behind attacking Casterly Rock, I decided to start marching with my army towards the Tyrells. Destroying their major ally, and only food provider. Normally even with my army this would not be easy, I had to be smart about it. One wrong move and the Lannisters and Tyrells would mobilize against, and in an unfamiliar ground they would and could overwhelm me. This is where Neltharion came into the board of this wretched game. He was still considered by many a myth or a lie on my part. I knew for a fact Tywin and Olenna didn't believe it, which meant they had no preparations for my dragon son. While he wasn't as big as he was in the show when Daenerys came to Westeros, he was certainly big enough to burn cities and trash armies down. And during this last push of war, it was time to reveal my card. Tywin was a genius when it came to war, his mind was born for it, and the best way to deal with someone like that was to attack them with an unknown factor fast and certain, not giving them the chance to retaliate. Tell Neltharion is time, I ordered one of my ravens, as I walked towards Melisandre's chambers. My king, I have been waiting for you, Melisandre said, greeting me, opening the door before I even got close to it. Knowing this witch had the creep factor up to 11, I decided to ignore her antics and go straight to the point. I have some questions for you, I informed as I entered her room, taking a seat. I will do my best to help you, my light, Melisandre said with hungry eyes. Ignoring her thirsty look, I asked my first question. Some time ago, I had a meeting with the other champion. Immediately Melisandre tensed up, all carnal lust vanishing as if it was never there. What happened next was what I want you to help me figure out. Did he do something to you? Melisandre asked with a hint of fear on her voice. No, it can't be, your light is pure and uncontaminated. Yeah, he didn't do anything, I sighed, motioning her to shut up and listen for a second so that she knows what my real question is. He came to gloat about he was going to kill everything, and after he left, I started to angrily question why the fuck your god wasn't helping me, or at least the people he said he wanted to save. I stared at my hands for a second before continuing. Anger fueled me, and my body became hot, very, very hot. The snow around me melted down, and there was steam around me. I even left some burn marks where I was standing, after I noticed that whatever it was happening went back to normal. So my question is, do you know what happened? Melisandre stares at me for a second, as she probably studied the facts of what I had just told her. Arhillar, the great and powerful Arhillar, he blesses his subjects with powers. Some can heal wounds, others are immune to fire. The blessings go from small to big. Taking me for example, the great Arhillar blessed me with magic, powerful magic for a human, and thanks to that I have lived on this world for hundreds of years. With this she took off her ruby collar, and her true form appeared. I made this with the blessing he gave me. With that demonstration out of the way, she put back on her collar, returning to her young self. If followers, mere and pathetic followers, get good blessings, I can only imagine what blessings he gave his champion. I already had some inkling to that, but how do I control it? It would really help me against the others, I asked, taking a deep breath in. Why gods couldn't just give powers with manuals in how to use them? For each, their own, Melisandre sighed. For me, I learned to harness the power the great Arhillar had given me through faith. but I can see you have no love for our healer." Melisandre chuckled, quite ironic, but not all sons love their fathers. Anyway, what I'm getting at is that you have to find your own way to control what has been given to you. So I was back to square one, not knowing what to do. Any ideas at the very least? Melisandre hummed, "Ask your dragon sons. Dragons are the oldest sons of our healer. They might be young, but perhaps they can guide you better than I can," she sighed. "Very well," I nodded, "at least that was something." "Anything else, my king?" Melisandre inquired. I nodded, "Yes, as you know, the others are weak to certain things." Getting a swift nod from her, I continued, "I need you to find a way to forge Valyrian steel, or something similar. All I know is that blood magic and dragon fire were needed." Valyrian steel. I don't think I can replicate that without the Valyrian records, but I will try to create something that works similar to that. It may not be Valyrian steel but will do the trick against the others, Melisandre said with determination. "No killing, and if you must, it goes through me first, is that clear?" I glared at her. "Your orders are absolutely my light," Melisandre nodded. Tywin Lannister POV. Destroying Stannis' forces was turning to be a child's game. No strategy meant they were vulnerable in all accords, and while losing men in our side was unavoidable, considering the numbers we were dealing with, we were doing beyond excellent. Our scouts said there still are around 20,000 soldiers left, but retreating, Jaime said as he entered my war tent, as always unscathed. "We have barely lost any men, 2,000 so far. For each man we lose they lose 10, one of my generals added with a prideful smirk. "Don't feel pride on this victory, we might as well be fighting a child," I muttered with annoyance. "Stannis went mad and forgot how to fight, it's good for us, but is frankly beneath me to feel pride in such victory." Ronard on the other hand, his defeat would surely bring glory to my house for generations. "A victory is a victory," Tyrion chuckled, "but that leaves us with the big question, what's next?" "Ronard," I answered calmly. "I know that, but..." "How?" Tyrion chuckled. "He is a brat, he will fall when the time comes," one of my generals laughed. "A child yet to be defeated, with an army strong enough to face us, and for the first time in history, with more gold than us," Tyrion said, shutting everyone up. "Or have we forgotten he owns Braavos and the Iron Bank now? Or the fact that he might or might not have 3 dragons? Maybe we are forgetting he technically has more kingdoms supporting him than we do." "You talk as if you think he will win, brother," Jaime laughed. "If we don't prepare we might as well roll our heads to him," Tyrion said. "And prepare we will," I said, getting a surprised expression from Tyrion. "As I told you before, I never underestimate an enemy. I did once, and look where he's at, fighting against our family for the throne. I won't give him a chance, not again." "Maybe we could demand a duel? And use the mountain?" one of my generals inquired. "That would prove to be futile, if the information about him is anything to go by. He rivals the mountain as brute force, but fights like Arthur Dane. All we would do is lose a great asset. The mountain stands no chance against him as all the rumors are true." I shook my head off. "To kill Ronard we would have to overwhelm him." 103, Chapter 100. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. I decided to take this opportunity while Tywin was occupied with the Baratheons to attack the Tyrell, even though I was still waiting for some of my forces I had left behind on the north, Neldharion among them, but my ravens had confirmed Neldharion was close and would join my main attack force before I even reached the Tyrells. As of now I found myself in an unfamiliar place, an endless plain. This after all was the first time I had been in the south. In the far, far distance, I could make out a large formation of mountains, with their incredibly high peaks hidden in the clouds. So far there are no signs of men beside mine. Whether they knew I was coming or not was still left in the unknown. But it mattered very little if they knew. With Neldharion making the fire rain on them, their defeat was just a matter of time. Unlike the show, they didn't have weapons able to kill a dragon. Arrows were meaningless against Neldharion. Him alone would decimate great part of their army. "We are close to the Tyrells, we are but a few days ahead, Your Grace," Oberyn informed me with a wide smile, ready to fight and avenge his sister, though at this point we were friends, so I assumed he also wanted to fight for my cause, just a bit. "Thanks," I nodded. "Is my daughter really hitting on you that hard?" Oberyn inquired with a chuckle. "Yes she was," I nodded with a soft chuckle, "reason why she is marching with her sister in another group." "I would say I'm sorry," Oberyn laughed, "but I'm really not, this is hilarious." "Not as hilarious as your face when my wife hears about it," I smirked at him with a devilish grin. "That's a low hit, I thought we were friends," Oberyn chuckled. "We are, that's basically why you still exist," I smirked. As we continued marching towards the Tyrells, I felt something coming closer, a shadow flying above me. with a loud growl spitting fire on its wake. It was Neltharion showing off. I'm ready to bring the heat. Neltharion growled, spitting a torrent of fire to the naked sky. Are you done? I chuckled. It's all about presentation, father, Neltharion greeted, rubbing his head against my chest with a low purr, as if he was a cat. I missed you. I miss you too, I smiled, passing my hand through his rough scales. We still were a few days off before we arrived at Highgarden, but now we were ready. Lovely, whatever this moment is, Oberyn chuckled. A dragon. I thought they were, nothing but legends, John muttered in disbelief, as he looked at Neltharion with awe. He smells nice, Neltharion hissed in a low tone as he sniffed John. He smells like mom, but different. Well, they are related, I smiled at this. I didn't expect Neltharion to grow curious about John so fast. That was an interesting development to say the least. He would be your cousin. He smells weak. I suppose. I'll protect him, Neltharion hissed, coming to the conclusion John was weak by the family standards he was used to. Haha, I don't think he needs protection, but be my guest, I shrugged. Is he, talking with the dragon? John muttered. Yes, he is. Oberyn nodded, by this point completely desensitized with my shenanigans. How? I don't even know why I question things anymore. Of course he speaks with dragons, Ned Stark sighed in a defeated tone. That's mostly the gist with Ronard, just stop questioning things and everything will be fine, Oberyn nodded. What is wrong with you talking with me? Neltharion asked with a low hiss, tilting his head in confusion. Is it because only you can understand us? Probably, I shrugged with a chuckle. Tywin Lannister POV. Ronard was moving toward Highgarden, which means he wants to destabilize our economy, cutting our only food supplier off the map. Smart move, but a predictable one. Taking countermeasures against this, I had set a few preemptive moves against this. I would let him march deep into Highgarden, and once his army was trapped I would flank them. We knew the Targaryen better than most, certainly better than the Northerners, and while I knew this strategy would not win the war, it would weaken him. By a lot. And that's what we needed to do, weaken the beast little by little, letting him bleed out, his army, his resources, his spirit. Eventually he would lose the will to fight, and just then, when his spirit is broken, I would end him. That's how you killed dangerous beasts, and Ronard, while it pained me to admit it was a beast, with enough experience he would certainly become unstoppable, but he would never reach that potential. That was a Lannister promise. Ronard Mormont POV 3 days later. As I continued marching, a raven flew to my shoulder, whispering with a low caw to my ear that Tywin was planning to flank me with a strong attack once I was within the Tyrell's territory. I was already suspecting something was up. Not finding any soldier for this long was already suspicious enough. Though the old lion was a great strategist, he didn't take into account many things, among them my oldest son, Neltharion. A flanking strategy was good until the flankers were burned to a crisp. I inwardly chuckled. If the old lion planned to attack or lead the attack, I would destroy the major threat I had. If not, I would at the very least capture his stupid son, aka Jaime. I'm sure having his precious boy would put Tywin on an edge, though I still didn't know who was Tywin sending. So like Christmas, all I had to do was wait, and see what I got. I wonder, could I consider Tywin head a good present or coal? I chuckled. I have no idea what you are talking about, Oberyn muttered with confusion, but for me, his head would be the best present. Haha, I suppose you are right, trash for some is gold for others, I laughed. Melisandre POV. My king had entrusted me to find a way to make normal steel effective against the others. And I would deliver, no matter the price. I would give him the results he was looking for. I had to. He was my light, and I would do anything to keep it safe. I won't disappoint you, my king, I said with resolve. No matter what, I would find a way in the fire, a way to help his radiance. Nick Fury Rave Nick's POV. The squad had perfected their aim, not missing Euron's head every time they had to evacuate their vowels, and I couldn't help but feel in this moment of my life proud of them. This is enough to make a grow raven cry. Noticing a tear rolling down my peak, from my only eye, but not this raven. Unfortunately for me, I couldn't force the tear back into my eye. Good thing nobody saw this. Stop shitting on me. Euron Greyjoy screamed. Never. I cawed back. 104, Chapter 101. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. With Neltharion on my side, things would fall in line really fast. From afar I could already see Highgarden, and thanks to my ravens I knew where the enemy's army was hiding, and that they were planning to flank me. Now it was just a matter of time. With my dragon son hidden I would have the element of surprise. With it, I would catch Tywin off guard and burn his troops to a crisp. Tywin was smart but he was still human, and when facing the unknown we humans panic, it's in our wretched nature. There is no one here. This feels like a trap, Your Grace, Ned Stark muttered. I smiled at him. After all, I didn't expect him to catch up about that, that's because it is. Ned blinked in the realization that I knew about it and stared. We must warn the men. I shook my head. No, they don't have to know. I have been moving them around with the trap in mind. For now they must remain ignorant. I had told my men to expect traps and stuff before leaving. Now it was a bit too late to let them know. It would create a mild panic that would alert the scouts following us, and would stop Tywin from attacking. I had to let Tywin think he had me where he wanted, weaponizing his own pride against him. I see, Ned Stark sighed, probably understanding the motives behind my actions. If the mountain comes, let me have at it, Oberyn asked with a dark look on his face. I want to kill him myself. I knew for a fact Oberyn could defeat the mountain, but I also knew his thirst for vengeance and his desire to hear him confess would end up killing him. I'm afraid I cannot. I shook my head, but I don't mind leaving you with Tywin, perhaps his son. Oberyn glared at me for a second. You think I can't kill him? I know for a fact you can, I chuckled, but I also know you lose too much skill when mad. Against someone like Tywin that's not a problem at all. But against someone like the mountain will only end up with your head splattered against the ground. Oberyn kept on glaring for a few seconds before he sighed. I suppose to an extent you are right. He then smiled, and killing a Tywin is better anyways. He was the one to give the order. I nodded. That's right, as we continued marching towards Highgarden. A few hours later, just as we were getting closer to the castle, one of my men shouted, "Soldiers coming!" I looked out behind, seeing a large group of men armed with spears, swords and hammers rushing toward us, but not only in that direction, in each direction I would see men rushing at us. Finally, Tywin had fallen for the bait I had laid out for him. Quickly I shouted at my men to be ready, still keeping Neltharion hidden. I needed them to be closer, so unsheathing my sword I galloped with my horse and men to the battle. I rushed into battle with a smile on my face, killing every enemy in my way, my blade cutting down enemies as I leaped from foe to foe. Spread and find the generals. Find Tywin. I could hear my ravens shout around in the battlefield, taking the initiative of finding the enemy leaders so that we could take care of him fast. As I dance around the battlefield with grace and precision, enemy after enemy falls before my blade, fear spreading among the enemy soldiers like a disease, and for a good reason. I was terror of the battlefield, but even then, they refused to run. It seemed they feared Tywin more than they feared me. Intriguing. It was time. They were all somewhat close. Neltharion. I jump off my horse rampa with a primal scream, summoning my son into the battlefield from the skies. My sword gleaming with blood of my enemies in my hands as its edge shape catches the sunlight. Seconds later, Neltharion appeared looming from above the skies, letting his presence be known with a powerful growl that shook the battlefield itself. The great beast of fire and flame was finally here, a mighty creature that would make fire rain on my enemies. Without waiting for a command, Neltharion knows what he has to do, and breathes a powerful stream of fire that consumes the enemy forces. Their cries of agony fill the air as they burn, some trying to run from the stream, only to be burned even by Neltharion's flames. Little by little my enemies are destroyed, many of them burned beyond human recognition with their bodies lying on the ground, corpses that will soon be forgotten as the battle moves on. We found Jaime. Caw. He is attacking from the south. Caw. Find Tywin and the rest of his generals. I ordered my feathery friends as I continued with my assault. Normally I would have gone for Jaime and killed him, but Oberyn was already on the south, and he called dibs on Jaime. Jaime Lannister POV. Dragons, they were real. This little brat actually had the very thing that brought the Seven Kingdoms together hundreds of years ago. Tyrion was right. Ronard was to be feared. When father sent me to lead this attack, I didn't expect to fight creatures that were thought to be extinct. This was stupid. One dragon and all our hopes of winning were off the table. Every minute the dragon was here, hundreds of my men would fall. I had to retreat. Father did not plan for me. What good are swords and arrows if you can't hit your enemy? Retreat. I shouted, but as I did, a spear landed dangerously close to my head, killing an ally behind me. I'm sorry, but you and I have a date. The viper, that tone, that venom on his voice, there was no doubt, he was Oberyn Martell. You don't want to do this, I warned him, sword ready. Oh, but I do. Oberyn smiled, killing a few soldiers that tried to attack him. As he approached me, you have no idea how much I want to. It seemed I would have to kill a viper before I escaped this hellhole. So be it, I said, taking a stance. Now, let's us dance, for Elia, Oberyn said with a dark look on his, and with a spear at hand. Tywin Lannister POV. My son would come victorious on that battlefield, I knew that much. If he followed the plan to the letter, we would win. I had planned for every possible outcome. Ronard lacked the experience I had, and I would exploit that to the limit. Soon, all this madness will come to an end, and our family will stand above the bodies in glory. My legacy would finally be cemented on stone, my family would always be remembered, as the ones that stopped the Targaryens, and all in a lifetime. After this all I would have to do would be force Jaime out of the guard so he can take his birthright. Soon, soon. 105, Chapter 102. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 16 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 118. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. UWUOO equals OU. The fire was consuming every enemy on its path with ease, and soon enough my army was winning with little to no effort, and it was no surprise. Neltharion, even though not fully grown, was a force to be reckoned with. His might was too much for the current military to handle. Don't let them escape, I said as I swung my weapon left and right, decapitating enemy soldiers coming my way. Valyrian steel plus super strength were sure the lethal combination. Come at me, fuckers. With a smile I took a deep breath in the middle of this battle as I dodged the poor attempts the Lannister and Tyrell men were giving to kill me. Before I started moving around my opponents with my one sword in each hand, I proceeded to dance around them. With every move I made, a soldier would fall dead into the ground, a lethal tempo of art and destruction. I didn't have to command anyone right now, which in turn made me the best weapon. No hesitation, no cares, I just acted. After all, I had taken Tywin's plans, turning them into my toilet paper. He had failed. With all his experience, connections, and influence, he had ultimately failed. He had, like the rest before him, committed the same mistake. He underestimated me, and he was paying the price. I continued pushing the enemies back, with the Neltharion ensuring they didn't escape. All I had to do was show the Southerners why they should fear me in battle. Is that all? I taunted, feeling quite good about myself. Today was a great day to be me. Oberyn Martell POV. I stared Jaime, a Lannister there for me to kill, and I couldn't help but smile. I was finally getting my chance to avenge Elia. Don't hold back, or I am going to break you fast, I snarled at him. Jaime shrugged his shoulders, smiled, and slowly brought one foot behind his back as he unsheathed his blade. Fine by me. With a dry chuckle, I rushed at Jaime with my spear ready, but he dipped and twirled around right as my spear was about to reach him. At that same moment he tried to slash me upwards with his sword, which I managed to dodge just in time. I took this opportunity and tried to do a spin cut, but he parried the attack, reading my intentions very well. He was undoubtedly a good swordsman, but I faced better. In response he tried to cleave my legs, but a quick jump above his cut proved to be enough to dodge the attack. Taking this momentum to my advantage, I took the blunt end of my spear, smashing Jaime on the side, who in turn lost his balance for a second, but recovered with an upward slash that managed to cut a bit of flesh. Nothing serious. Blocking his next attack, I stabbed the lion in the solar plexus, trying to kill him, but instead I ended up knocking the wind out of the swordsman, and stunning him for a brief moment. The quick blow had opened Jaime up for another attack, and I always aimed to please, so I obliged him, doing what Ronard calls a Spartan kick into Jaime's chest. Jaime, having recovered a bit, followed that up with a quick uppercut, and a swift side cut with his blade that I managed to avoid being lethal. This is way more entertaining than I anticipated, I chuckled with clear venom in my words. Jaime gave me an apologetic shrug, with a face that said, I do what I can. Taking a deep breath, Jaime lunged forward, quickly sprinting towards me and coming closer. I smiled as I ducked forward, dodging his attack while trying to pierce his head. Jaime noticed this and rolled forward under my attack in a swift motion, and sprinted at me again as soon as my attack failed, but this time I had a new approach. I had fought Ronard enough to learn a few tricks and new styles. With a smirk on my face I raised my spear, waiting for the right moment, and it came when he tried to attack me. I delivered a quick cut on his arm as I jumped back to gain some distance, and dashed forward with my spear straight out in front of me. With Ronard I had learned that small fast hits were my best shot. My plan was to destroy his sword hand, so I attempted to stab his arm, but he deflected the attack, barely in time. It was obvious now he was having troubles keeping up with my speed. Having troubles, oh mighty lion. Not at all, Jaime smiled, with that obnoxious overconfidence of his. Very well, I dashed forward, cutting his cheek with one of my attacks. We exchanged blows for a bit as blood splattered everywhere. None of us was making any lethal cuts. I was faster, and he was fast enough to react, but I was a snake. People should not fear my fangs, but my poison, and soon the lion would understand that. Parrying his next swing, I noticed during this, a bit too late may I add, that the last attack was just a distraction, because soon enough his fist smashed against my head with brute force, making me lose balance for a brief moment, but this was long enough for him to deliver cut. He had fucked my left arm for the remaining of the battle. The kitty has some claws, who would have thought? You really got me there, I said, panting. I might have lost my left arm, but this was far from over. Bad choice of words. You can do better, Jaime smirked at me. Your last words have to be something symbolic. Good, it's good that you know, that way I don't have to explain that to you. using one of Ronard's smoke bombs, I dashed behind Jamie as he struggled to see, keeping his guard up, but this little surprise gave me more than enough time to pierce his right leg, but he swirled around cutting my spear, with a flashing smile that shouted victory, but that soon vanished as he started to scream in agony. The poison had finally kicked in. Ah! Jamie shouted in deep, sweat agonizing pain. You don't fight with honor. He said with anger. This is war. There is no honor. There are those who come back to their families, like me, and those that die with their so-called honor, like you, not that I believed Jamie to have any honor, besides. I'm a snake, that's how we play. Well then snake. Kill me, Jamie spat at me, father will enjoy tearing your family apart after this. Haha, while I would love to kill you. I can't, I chuckled. Ronard had ordered me to avoid killing them if I could, and luckily for me I was able to subdue the lion, all in favor of getting Tywin. After that, Jamie would die. Is the snake afraid of the little bear? Jamie Lannister taunted with a smirk, trying to hide the immeasurable amount of pain the poison I had injected on his body was probably causing. Unbelievably so, I sighed, if there was one man I would never have as my enemy would be Ronard, a monster walking among humans, and you should fear him too. With that I smacked the lion out cold. I had won my first battle against the Lannisters. Do you see this, Elia? I did it, my sweet son, I'm avenging you. Just wait. I will put all these bastards in hell. The sun sure was shining today, perhaps Elia was smiling at me. 106, Chapter 103. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 118. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. I had won this fight, capturing Jamie in the way, which would give me quite the political tool to use against Tywin, disrupting his calm demeanor by using his golden sun. Highgarden was on the way to be mine. The Tyrells still had more than enough forces to attack stationed in their ancestral home, and while a normal siege would take me weeks to months, with Neltharion it would take a day or two. I had to take this opportunity to push the enemies to their knees, before they came up with a plan to hurt or kill Neltharion, which meant I had for now to exploit Neltharion to the fullest. Burning my way to the throne, after all, I had bigger concerns beyond the wall, and wasting time playing games with these imbeciles was not a priority. You did great, I praised my dragon son, who grinned in return. You are a great warrior. Of course the same had to apply to me, Neltharion hissed with pride. He always wanted to prove others he was my son beyond words. I chuckled at the dragon antics as I ordered him to rest, while he himself didn't want to admit it. He was tired, breathing torrents of fire for hours had taxed him quite a bit, and we had to recover our strength, for tomorrow this garden and its lands would be ours. Not only that, but I also needed to rest, because in every battle I would push my physical limits to kill as many soldiers as I could, ensuring we always had the upper hand in any battle, and while physically I would still feel energized, my mind would grow tired, though this time, this effect was worse. It seemed hours of fighting, no matter how easy they were, could slow down even a super soldier. I need to rest, I yawned. Hello there, Oberyn greeted, getting in sweet way to my tent. Little did he know, he would soon face my wrath if he didn't let me sleep. I'm super tired, so be gone for now. Not only I had been fighting for hours, but the last few weeks I had been sleeping very little. Maybe the stress of the upcoming battle was affecting me, more than I cared to admit. I just wanted to thank you, Oberyn chuckled, for letting me fight Jamie, and for trusting me to not kill him. Letting out a sigh, I smiled at the wounded warrior. You deserve that trust, you are one of the few that I feel I can trust. With that said I started to walk to my tent, not before leaving the snake with one last message. If you wake me up, your brother will have to fight for you, after all, he will have a higher battle prowess. Oberyn took a step back, with a playful smile defusing the situation. I would never. Good, I nodded, finally getting to the one thing I missed right now, almost as much as my family in Essos, my bed, final lie. And I knew it wouldn't take long for the sweet embrace of sleep to take me out on a trip, giving me the well-deserved rest I so much desired. Daenerys POV. Yunkai and the other cities my husband, Ronard had conquered were under control, but even with the myoid of our dragons, an army, small rebel cells were rising, and while this was something Ronard himself knew it would at one point happen, I couldn't really understand how could anyone be so stupid. Even if they managed to defeat me, which was a big if, they would unavoidably fall once again under the wrath of my husband. So far, the rebels were easy enough to deal with, but I knew I had to stop them before they became a real threat. No enemy is too small, no man is too weak, so with that in mind, Bravos was for now my safe haven, having no nobles alive, and the people of Bravos fearing my husband. Everyone was nothing but compliant. While I wanted nothing more than to prove Ronard I could help him, finishing what he started, I had also taken into account I was a mother now, and that was bigger than the crown and anything else, for now I had decided to first ensure the cities we had under us, to be in absolute control, before moving with our conquest. The slightest mistake could prove to be fatal to my babies, and that was something I could not allow. The twins were our greatest strength and weakness, and I would ensure their safety no matter what. I miss you, I cried weakly under the moonlight. A queen should not show weakness, but I was weak without him. How much I missed his warmth, his smile, but I knew soon we would be reunited. Renard Mormont POV. Next day. The morning sun was shining brightly, and I couldn't help but smile at what was coming ahead. The remaining forces of the Tyrells would face the might of my army, and I would claim these lands for me. Too bad, for that to happen, the Tyrells would have to die. Bad for them, that is. The more we marched, the closer the last battle on this part of the south was, looming behind the gardens. My men were fully rested, and ready to fight. But the one they had to fear was also the most eager to prove himself once more in the battlefield, Neltharion. And maybe with enough luck, the tales of my dragon son would spread among the 7 kingdoms, bringing them into their knees without a fight. Dragons, after all, were the very beasts that brought them together in the first place, and once again, they would. We are here, Ned commented, pouting at the army ahead with a very grim look, around 30,000 soldiers, ready to be slaughtered. Perhaps Tywin was nothing but false propaganda, or the Tyrells were acting against his wishes and stayed to protect their land. Either way it worked for me. We stand once again, I shouted, getting the full attention of my army on me. In the heat of battle, I smiled. Let's show these flowers why they shouldn't fight us. By this point my army was stomping the ground, shaking the very ground with battle cries. I was the first to gallop in the battlefield, cutting hundreds of arrows coming my way, as a single thought crossed my mind, cute. Giving the signal, with my left hand, Neltharion descended into the battlefield, with a growl that thundered the very air, shaking the resolves of each enemy. Lit them on fire, son. Neltharion nodded, and a stream of fire started to burn beyond recognition all the archers, one by one, their screams filling the air with pain and agony, and in their faces the sour realization, they had no hope of winning this. It seems fire is super effective, I chuckled, as I covered the gardens with the blood of the fallen flowers. Victory was mine, and so were the Tyrell lands. Now I wonder, what move will the old lion take against me? He must surely know with all that experience when he is being defeated. I suppose time will tell. 107, Chapter 104. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 16 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 120. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. It took but a few hours to dismantle Highgarden defenses, a child's game with my dragon son burning through them, and a very easy at that. Most of the soldiers surrendered, too afraid to face a dragon in battle. Those who didn't surrender, tried to fight or escape. Unfortunately, they failed completely at both attempts. No horse can outrun a dragon. But not all victories are sugar-coated. Tywin Lannister, even with all his faults, had apparently prepared for the imminent scenario of me winning this fight. That old bastard, I chuckled, coming to the realization that all the banks of gold and food in Highgarden were empty, and considering how through the old lion was, I knew for a fact I would not find a single coin or wheat within the castle walls. He had played his hand well, very well. But even then, he had made mistakes, because the fact that his son being was in my hands was undoubtedly a miscalculation on his part. Though this fact brought an important question to my mind: how did Tywin manage to do this, without me knowing? My spies were still unknown for him, that much was for sure, but even with all the ravens I had on him, he used another person. The realization came to me like a thunder: my ravens had orders to follow the main players of the game, and only them around. After all, I didn't have enough ravens to keep one on each person in the world, so while my ravens were out of his radar, he must have noticed something, and in the way found a hole in my net. Impressive. But this was nothing but a small victory for the old lion. With his methods being unveiled, it would be easy to control all his moves, and it wasn't like I needed the gold. Thanks to Bravus, I had more than enough more to deal with this war. Your Grace, Ned entered the room I was occupying, announcing his presence. The men are securing the castle. Was that all? I inquired. Normally Lord Stark would avoid talking unless it was important. He was what I call a man of few words. He only spoke when his words would have a meaning. No, I wanted to request for the men to rest here for a fortnight, Ned added with a hopeful look. The Tullys have agreed to bend the knee, and I think it's wise to wait for them. It would give the men time to recover, he stated, and he was right. For me, marching perhaps wasn't that taxing, being a super soldier and stuff, but my men were not, a fact I happened to forget from time to time. Very well, I nodded, deciding it would be most beneficial to have every man available at my disposal, because it was most likely that the next battle would open the throne for me. After all, I would go for Tywin next time, killing the lion and the threat he poses. I'm grateful, Your Grace, Ned Stark said, and soon after left the room. 2 weeks to rest and recover, were more than enough time for the Tullys to arrive, and the stories of Neltharion to spread left and right, which in turn would start my favorite part of the game, the physiological part. Let's see your next play, old man, I smiled. Olenna Tyrell POV 2 weeks later. My son had lost our ancestral home, the very thing the roses of Highgarden had protected for centuries, and how much time did it took the kid to do it? A month? Maybe 2? This was preposterous, and not only that, but somehow Tywin had managed to convince my son to move all of our assets to King's Landing, as a safety measure, which pointed out very clear, that to Tywin we were nothing more than disposable assets, pawns on his game. Though this realization was hardly something new, I always knew this was the case with the old lion, but I never expected him to corner us so badly. If I had to take a few guesses about his plan, I would say he knew that this event would end with Ronard taking Highgarden under his control, which in turn would force us to stay in King's Landing supporting them, reason why he convinced the idiot I have for a son to move our assets out of our ancestral land. Clever cat, I muttered angrily. I was definitely growing older, in my 60s I would have been able to see this plot. The old lion wanted us cornered, he wanted to leave us no choice but to help him, whether it was for honor, for our house, for blood, or because we didn't have any other choice, but much to my pleasure, the old lion was far from flawless. He had made a bunch of miscalculations. For one, the dragons ended up being real, and two, and probably the most poetic one, he had lost his second, the one human weakness he had, his precious son, and last but not least, he thought he could manipulate me. My son might be the lord of our house, but I run this garden, and it was time change our approach. Dragons, and losing our house was something I didn't sign up for, and after this awful turn of events, it was very clear to me now that Marjorie would never be queen, and I rather have my grandchildren alive, instead of having crowns under the ground, and perhaps it was not too late to make some alliances with the bear. Now, how do I break up the news to my granddaughter? Marjorie was smart, but very short-sighted, and I knew she would object, so I had to thread carefully, for now. Tywin Lannister POV. He had my son, Jaime was on his grasp. I had made a terrible mistake, but how could my plan backfire so terribly? No, that was a stupid question, that I already knew the answer for. Dragons. My plan didn't account for them. I had made a miscalculation because until today, they hadn't made an appearance on the battlefield, not here, not in Essos, and thanks to my skepticism, I had lost my son, my only son. And the worst part was, I had nothing to exchange Jaime for all I knew, he was already dead. No, Jaime was worth more alive, to control my moves, to chain me. Ronard knew that much. My son was a weapon, and the young bear would not hesitate to use him against me. Fuck it all. In anger I smashed my fist against the stone-hard wall, resulting in immediate bleeding on my part, but I didn't care about it, nor felt the pain, because all of this was my fault. I said over and over again, that I was not going to underestimate him, and like a moron. I did just that. I underestimated the bear and lost my son. But I had to keep it together, I had to find a way to save my son, and win this war. I had to find a way to save my legacy, but for the first time in decades, I didn't know where to begin with. 108, Chapter 105. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 16 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 118. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. As Lord Stark had said, the Tully arrived 2 weeks after Highgarden conquest, bringing with them food, weapons, and 10,000 men ready to fight die for me. Taking this opportunity, I had now to make my next move, and attack Casterly Rock, because I knew that would lure the old lion out in the open, which in turn would be the end of his long career. After taking that useless piece of land that it was Casterly Rock after their mines ran out of gold, I would turn my undivided attention to King's Landing, destroying my enemies once and for all, at least the ones within this side of the wall. The men are ready to march, we are waiting for your command, your grace, Ned said as he entered my newly acquired solar, alongside Cat's younger brother, Edmure Tully, a eager lord ready to prove himself, but sometimes eagerness only leads to failure. It will be an honor to fight by your side, Edmure Tully stated with the utmost admiration, which by itself took me by surprise. After all, it was no secret, his older sister hates me. I smiled at his enthusiasm, wondering if only the woman on the Tully family were crazy. We will leave to Casterly Rock soon, I informed the lords. Attacking Casterly Rock leaving them no room to prepare was the best course of action, considering they are still barely processing the fact a mighty dragon was on my side. Ned Stark nodded, I will let the men know, and with that Lord Stark took his brother-in-law out of my solar as I prepared for the upcoming battle. As I was about to leave the solar and talk with Neltharion about the upcoming battle and what was our strategy, a raven flew into the solar landing on my desk. Caw. I bring news. I turned to the raven, what news? The spider is planning to use John, the raven cawed. I see, it seemed the spider had yet to learn who was on top of the food chain, and I would gladly be his teacher for that lesson, keep an eye on the spider. And if he breaths out of line, let me know. But for now dealing with the spider would have to wait, his time was already set on stone, and besides he was at much an inconvenience, with no real power to be a real threat, he would die, but after I dealt with the more problematic players of this game. But for safety measures, I would still have to talk with John, I knew he would never betray me, or anyone if he could help it, but I still felt like it was my responsibility to talk with him about this situation. Your Grace, John's voice got my attention, it seemed I wasn't going to need to look for him, Jamie is requesting to talk with you. Lord Targaryen, I smiled offering him a seat, we need to talk. John looked at me with a worried expression, probably wondering if he had done something wrong, or if I had something for him to do. After a long second of silence, he took a deep breath, and sat, in what can I be of service your grace? John inquired. Well, it's about a spider. I started telling John in detail everything about Varys and how I thought he planned to use him. John was shocked, and reassured he didn't even want to be a lord, saying he would never go against me, after all, I was family. I would never betray you, John smiled, as he took the liberty to add a joke, Uncle. Haha, Uncle, well I suppose I am, I did marry his aunt, but it was weird when we both had the same age, then again, seeing John joke was weird enough, I never thought you would betray me, but that man can manipulate you into doing something you may not think is a betrayal, that's why, from now on, the spider is a kill-on-sight target. I understand, John nodded. So you said Jaime Lannister wanted to talk? I asked going back to the point he had previously talked about. John nodded. Very well, I nodded, wondering what Jaime wanted from me, either way this would prove to be entertaining. Varys POV. The young Griff was probably dead, after all, it had been months since I last heard of him, while this was a sad turn of events, I couldn't lose my focus, after all, I had a real Targaryen available, ready for the crown. Jon Snow had ended up being a Targaryen all along, which was something I myself could confirm, but unfortunately for me, Ronard had found out first, putting the rightful king under his claws. I had to do something to bring the realm their rightful king, and I had to do it fast, because I knew that as soon as Ronard won this war, my head would roll, not only because he knew of my deals with the young Griff, but because he had vowed to kill me for my indirect involvement in the assassination attempts on his wife and kids. But finding a way to deal with Ronard was easier said than done, he had shown to be a very capable man, with the terrifying amount of information at his hands, and besides killing him would amount to nothing, well aside the fact that we would have to deal with a very angry dragoness. To deal with Ronard, I would have to find a way to kill him and his family at the same time. But first I had to secure Jon on our side, as the last heir to the throne his role would be crucial, but unfortunately for me this had also proven to be a difficult task to accomplish. Jon had no desire for power, but it was just matter of time, before I found something to push the young dragon on the right path. Every path I take, leads to a dead end, I sighed, I had quite the work cut out for me, but deep down I knew, I shouldn't be complaining, it was my fault Ronard grew to be this threat, I gave him a queen, and he became a king, I made the monster that is destroying all my plans, I was the one to blame for all of this, but it was still not too late to redeem myself from this catastrophic error. Cersei Lannister POV. Father had lost the first battle against the bear, losing not only Highgarden, but Jaime. Terror filled my nights, wondering if he was still alive, that idiot. How could he leave me alone? He promised he would never leave me alone. Father promised me we would win, and in the end, they all lied to me, like always, but I would put an end to this, I would destroy the Ronard myself, ending his pitiful attempt at the throne. And it was all thanks to Illyrio, who before dying paid the Alchemist Guild to produce more than enough wildfire to destroy our common enemy. No matter how good the kids is at playing war, the fire would consume him, ending this charade, once and for all. It will be quite the show, I muttered darkly as I eyed at the window, where a raven was sitting, ruining my view. Begone. I swayed the raven off the window. I will caw. Take a dump on her wine next time caw. The raven cawed at me from the air before flying off. Nick Fury Rave Nick Hughes POV. I was going to meet with my squad today to see how was our favorite toilet doing. To my surprise I found my entire group poking at the man with sticks. What are you doing? I inquired. Caw. He hasn't moved in 2 days sir caw. One of my squad members said as he poked the last eye Euron had. Yeah, the motherfucker is dead. I cawed at my squad. So. Do we still take shits on him? One of my ravens asked, holding a piece of corn with jalapeno on his peak. I mean. If you want to, we are leaving anyways. I answered as I asked, why the jalapeno? I couldn't help myself, I wanted to know. Well, it kinda made my ammunition be all fiery, burning his eye and stuff. So he was eating it to make his poop spicy. I don't know if I should feel proud or concerned, or both, it's both. We leave in 10, so move the fuck up, I caught as I flew off the area. Author bonus, the last comedy bit was inspired on a meme of a dragon eating spicy food. 109, Chapter 106. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 16 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 122. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Empty, that was the only word I could use to describe Casterly Rock right now. There were no men to defend it, nothing to stop us, and I couldn't but be apprehensive of the idea that Tywin had let us take hold of his castle, without a fight. I didn't have to be a genius to see something was clearly wrong. Tywin was not man to give up, and that was an unshakable fact about him, which is why I knew, the old lion was making his play. What play? I still had no idea. After all, my ravens had yet to update me in the situation, but even without their information, I still had a general idea as to why he had abandoned Casterly Rock. Because he had nothing to protect there, not for now, no gold or food, he had taken everything, like he did with Highgarden, leaving me with lands that served at the moment no purpose, but even though logically speaking I understood why he did, I never expected him to do it in the first place. Not a single coin, or bread, even the people are starving. Ned muttered with clear anger on his voice, he left how people to die. I eyed Lord Stark, wondering what he expected from the coldest player in the game. Tywin only cared about his legacy, and if he had to lose a few times to keep it, he would not hesitate to do it. That was him, someone ready to give everything, for his goal. Tywin is a man of numbers, he had no time to move an army to protect Casterly Rock against us. He also knows that he can't defeat Neltharion, so he must be trying to delay us while we secure the lands while he finds a way to kill what he considers to be my best weapon. Little did the old lion know, I wasn't going to take his bait. I would not give him the time he needed to prepare, because whether he liked it or not, his time had come. So what are our orders? Oberyn inquired as he limped to my side, still recovering from his injuries. We move forward, I informed the lords. What about Casterly Rock? Jon Targaryen asked. We will have time to deal with this place later, for now, we need to destroy those who sit in my throne, I stated, leaving no room for questions or doubts. I had delayed this moment long enough, by mercy they Lannisters had survived, but everything must come to an end. It's not like you will lose anything, Oberyn nodded, pointing out the fact Tywin had moved everything, not that he had much to move, after all, his gold mines had been dry for over a decade. What about the people, Your Grace? Ned inquired. I sighed as I realized Lord Stark had a point. These people that the old lion had left to starve by taking their crops were my subjects, and a good king helps its people. I will leave some food, and for the moment that's all I can spare, I stated. After all, there was no room for too much kindness in the harsh reality of war. I will see to it, Ned Stark nodded, not completely satisfied with my answer, but happy nonetheless. Tywin Lannister POV. Leaving Casterly Rock, to his hands was a hard decision, a very hard one to make. I had but no choice. With the men I had close, all I would do was weaken our own cause even more. For now, I would have to let him win, for now. In the meantime, I had to find an efficient way to deal with his dragon, the only thing keeping him alive and ahead of me in the game. All the other things he had at his disposal, like the almost endless amount gold he had or his army composed of men that were fearlessly loyal, didn't matter. Everything was nothing but easy to eliminate, everything about him was easy to destroy, except that dragon. If he had brought the other two with him too that I heard he left in Essos, well, being honest, he would probably be on the throne, drinking wine out of my skull if that was the case. But unfortunately for me, dealing with a dragon was something the libraries could not help me with. All the books said the same, they were immune to poison with scales harder than steel, and fire hotter than the sun. But that dragon was far from being my only problem. Jaime, I had to save my heir, my only son. I knew he was alive, because I would know thanks to Dorne if he died. I knew the snakes, and they would not miss the chance to brag about his death. Lord Hand, Varys said as he entered my office, announcing his presence. Varys, get to the point. I sighed, I had no time for his riddles and tricks. We both have an enemy in common, and together we might stand a chance, Varys stated. By all men, tell me what is your idea. I chuckled drily, Poisong. Nair he is immune, killing him in fight. Varys smiled, sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. My eyes widen at the revelation, wildfire. Sir Barry Stan sell me POV. I had been tasked by my king to protect and serve the queen and the royal babies, making sure they were always safe, with no warriors. Our king probably has the crown by this point already, Daisy said as she approached me. Yes, I chuckled. Nothing will stop my cousin, we bears are stubborn, Daisy added, as she started to walk away from me. That much is true, I inwardly chuckled. Ronard Mormont POV. I smiled as I contemplated what awaited me in the near future, a throne to call my own, therefore melting the ugly piece of furniture, the pleasure of killing Joffrey, and the opportunity to reunite with my family. Unfortunately for me, that wasn't all the things the future had in store for me, things like the fight between champions, the light within me, and the horde of walkers that one day would come across the wall. God or no, I would win this, and I would do it not because of what Jon thinks. After all, I didn't fight for humanity and I certainly didn't face the Night King because he was evil, no. The real reason was my family, my sweet little angels. I wanted to give them a better tomorrow, and a safe world to grow in, as safe as it could get here anyways. HRNNN, things good will be, YRSSS. But darkness is moving forward I see. YRSSS, the corn must be balanced Rhoda cod with wisdom. We will be ready for that great value version of the Lich King, I nodded. After Ali, I refused to die at the hands of a creature that had taken hundreds of years to complete a single task, breaking a fucking wall. Existence is meaningless. Oh god, the depressing Nighter was back, not the Raven I needed right now. I thought you were in mandatory therapy by the Ravens. Life finds a way, so that others can hear it painful truth. 110, Chapter 107. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 17 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 124. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The very next morning, I decided to start moving south with the entire force of my army to King's Landing, the sooner the better. After all, it would take me around 2 months to get all my army to them, and being that my intention was to strike the city before they could come with a plausible strategy to fend me off, I had to move fast. My ravens had informed that Cersei and her father had acquired all the wildfire the Mad King had commissioned during his time, and most recently what Illyrio had ordered, having every single drop of that well hidden under King's Landing, ready to be used. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. Not only they had all the wildfire in the world right now, but they also pretended to use it as a safety measure to keep me out of the city, blowing everyone, enemies and allies alike, with the explosion. Which is why I wanted to strike before they succeeded in making King's Landing a walking bomb, more than it already was. That amount of wildfire was too dangerous, and while I was immune to fire-related weapons, my soldiers were not. But I had something they still haven't accounted for, thanks to the massive lack of information they had about me. I had animals on my side, from mice to dragons, but the question was how to use them to neutralize the wildfire. Small animals like rats and mice could probably delay the explosion by blowing on the candles used as a fuse for the explosion, but that would only delay them a bit. Then again, I had no idea how many rats and mice were in King's Landing, but if the stories about the city were right, I would have more rats under my control than men in this continent. That was considering what Oberyn had said about the city being a rat nest. Which, if that was the case, taking the city would be a piece of cake. One rat was harmless, kinda, but thousands, no millions of them, well, that was a biblical force to be reckoned with. Quite literally. Now that I think about it, that sounds like the best idea to eliminate the wildfire in King's Landing and on the way fix the smell situation going on there. I smiled, remembering a small fact about rats: they eat shit, and not in the metaphorical way. Rats and their family practitioners of the art of coprophagy, aka the art of eating shit, and while it was true they prefer to eat other things like nuts and berries, they would eat poop if needed, and with millions of them. I might have the solution to the sewer problem in King's Landing. If not, at the very least they would be useful to improve the sewer flow, stuff. In short, they would be my secret weapon, and personal plumbers. Maybe I will call the Mario Gang. Ka, what are our orders? One of my ravens asked. In what can I assist you, O great hunter? One of my newest birds, a falcon that apparently had climbed the ladder of ranks within the animal part of my army, said. Bring me rats from King's Landing, I informed the two feathery warriors, being very clear with the fact I wanted them alive. As you wish. The falcon nodded with enthusiasm as he darted out of the window at full speed. Ka, the new guy sure is eager to help. Even the falcons see the might of the corn you provide. Ka. Falcon Falconi or POV. It took me months, but I had finally managed to enter the Raven Circle of Knights, as its newest member, serving the greatest hunter of them all, the Cornbringer, our master. I was the first falcon to reach this high, and I would not disappoint my master and embarrass the Prideful clan by failing him. He wanted rats? He would get them all. I Falconi or FFFF for short, had promised him rats, and FFFF always delivers. Ka. FFFF, wait. I stopped flying, as I waited for a raven to catch up. Ka, you sure fly fast, Ka, anyway, make sure you report to the raven in charge in King's Landing. I nodded, I will. Ka. Good, then go. Make the Raven Knight Order proud. I didn't have to be told twice, because that was my plan all along, and perhaps just perhaps if I worked hard enough, the great and benevolent Cornbringer would make an order of falcons, something the little chicks could look up to. Tywin Lannister POV. Cersei was not the smartest of my children, but at times, she would have great ideas, like hoarding the wildfire under the city, as a last resource to take Ronard with us to hell should he win. Not that I wanted to resort to that, it was frankly in strategy that screamed we thought he was going to win, and I didn't think that, not entirely at the very least, we still had a chance, the only real threat was that overgrown lizard he had on his side. Without that creature, victory was attainable, because no matter how good of a warrior he is, with strategy and numbers he would fall under my feet. So in the end as I formulated a plan to kill those dragons, I indulged my daughter letting her turn the city into a bomb while I used half of the wildfire as my own weapon, to fight the advantage he had over us with that dragon. Fighting fire with fire like the spider said, burning his men to death and if I was lucky, burning him to death. I had already set some rudimentary defenses with it, with some of them being things like explosive arrows and such. The bear was up for a surprise. After all, we lions adapt so that we can better hunt our prey. I will save you my son. Jaime, even if it means burning the 7 kingdoms, I muttered, my son after all had a duty to complete, he had to continue the path I had built for my house, our house, and after this, he would do it whether he wanted or not. I was done with his idiotic dreams of being a knight. Olenna Tyrell POV. The young bear was moving, and it was my chance to save my house. Flowers and fire don't fight, that worked but in the literal and metaphorical sense, we bent the knee to a dragon hundreds of years ago for a reason. Grandmother, but surely we can. Marjorie was still trying to find a way to keep her current arrangement, she wanted to be queen so badly that it was weighing her down. What use does the crown has if you don't live to enjoy it? You won't even make it to the wedding. Do you want to live? Or die thinking you were almost a queen? I scolded at her. But surely father and Tywin Marjorie started to ramble once again. My son is an idiot and Tywin is outmatched, so use your brain. Even the women in my family lacked what has kept me alive so long, common sense. But... Marjorie started to cry. Bah, if you can't be a queen maybe your future kids can. I sighed. 111, Chapter 108. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 17 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 125. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Jon Targaryen POV. King Ronard stared out of his tent, engrossed at the orange-colored morning as the sun rose over the camp. Something that I had come to learn is that Ronard enjoyed starting his mornings this way, watching the sun rise, as if it was his only moment of peace. He had spent much of his time, if not all fighting, for a better country, for the future of all humanity, and while he kept everyone at bay with a smile and a sarcastic comment every now and then, I knew deep down he could not keep this much longer. The stress was taxing him heavily. Deciding it was time to say hi, I cleared my throat making my presence known to the king. Ronard in return took a deep breath without even looking at me as he said. "'Tis a beautiful morning, is it not?" It is a beautiful morning, sire," I nodded with a smile. "But we must make way to King's Landing, as to follow your plan, of striking fast and certain. Preparations have been made to depart after you break your fast. The horses are saddled and await your command." "Oh, yeah," Ronard chuckled, defeated by my own words, "haha, but you are right. I just follow your orders, don't blame me, blame the game," I smirked at him. The king turned his attention to me, looking at me with a smirk of his own. Let me guess, you've been hanging out with Oberyn." I gave the king a mischievous grin as I asked, "Was it not you, that told more like this?" Once again defeated by my own words, Ronard laughed, as he stood up. It was me who told you all those things." I nodded. "Then my king, shall we go to break your fast?" I don't see why not, let go eat some breakfast," the king nodded. Tormund POV. My entire tribe was dead, and so were almost everyone I knew, and here I was running desperately through the dead cold forest, trying to get into the safe areas those weird-looking kids created. Fear was a luxury beyond the wall, but here I was with my heart racing as I began to panic at the sounds of many creatures running behind me, and I couldn't help but feel fear to what was chasing me. The images of the dead rising and hunting my people down were burned into my mind, making it so every time I close my eyes I see them screaming in pain, begging to be saved. I was both angry at myself for not being able to defend my tribe and afraid of dying without being able to fight back. Those two emotions pushed me to run faster. The weird-looking children said soon someone with the power to face these creatures would come. Fuck. They were gaining on me, and my stamina was depleting swiftly as I struggled against the weight of the food I had gathered for those who had survived the slaughter. I could hear the screams behind me, the growls of hunger and desire to kill me, but I didn't turn to look. Fuck that, I wanted to live long enough to help the magical fucker deal with these pests. Go and gather food, I panted. It will be easy, they said. As I was about to make it to the hideout protected with the magic of those weird-looking kids, I felt a dull pain in my abdomen. I grunted in pain as I looked down where I felt the hit and saw an arrow jutting from my stomach. Taking a deep breath, I took the arrow with my right hand as I withdrew the said arrow swiftly out of my body as the blood pooled around the wound. Great, they learned how to use bow and arrows. Get the food. Let's go, Tormund. Ygritte hissed at me as she and one of the weird-looking children helped me with the food I had gathered, taking all the weight off me. I turned around to where the creature was coming, pulling my axe from my back as my free hand clutched instinctively at my abdomen. You two run, I will stop the fuckers right here. As if on cue, the disgusting creature appeared, missing his jaw and with its left arm dangling at an unnatural angle holding a bow, all this package accompanied by the rotten smell of decay that was beyond disgusting. It seemed the horde had stopped chasing me after a while, because I could see only one of them, which was a relief. With that in mind, I steeled myself. Getting ready for battle, I glared into the creature's milky white eyes, devoid of any emotion, nothing but darkness. Come and get me, you undead piece of shit. The walker in return grinned mockingly as he shook his head. Stop running from your fate. Why would you avoid something set on stone? I will kill every living creature in the world eventually. Don't fight a pointless battle. What great offer. Let me think about that. How about no? Fuck you. Like I was going to pick death. Fuck that. I might be afraid, but I wasn't an idiot. Very well, live for another day, but soon your children of the forest will fail to hold me back, and I will consume you, like I did with your tribe, and like I will do with the world. The walker smiled, which was disturbing without a jaw. All I heard is the whines of a bitch too scared to fight the one that is coming to fuck you. The weird-looking children, and the old creepy man that was somehow fused with a tree told me of someone called the Light Champion or the prince that was promised was coming, and that him and him alone would defeat this fucker. The young bear will fall in time. Death is not a matter of if, but when. The walker growled at me. Sorry, I don't speak bitch. I chuckled as I threw my axe at the monster, cutting his head off. God, that felt good. Ygritte POV. Tormund once again decided to fight the walkers. Instead of running into the safe circle, he's probably dead. I doubt it. The children of the forest shook her head. He was facing one, and one in bad state. He will probably come victorious, but I admit your human friend is reckless. He is. I nodded. He knows nothing. Ha ha ha. Tormund's signature laugh caught my attention as he ran towards us, but before he even managed to approach us, the children of the forest attacked him, throwing a firebomb at him. Hey! The fuck? Tormund jumped out of the way. What is the meaning of this? I asked the children. He was marked. The children stated, if the Night King marks someone, they become a beacon for him. Oh fuck! I will turn. Tormund started to panic, and so was I. No, but if you enter the safe area, with the mark, you would be giving him the access to enter and destroy us, the children of the forest explained. Any way to solve this? I asked. Yes, I can erase the mark. The children nodded. Then why the fuck you attacked me? Tormund growled. Because you were a few steps away from killing us all, the children stated with a calm tone, making both me and Tormund go cold in realization. 112, Chapter 109. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 118. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Marching and arriving at King's Landing would take me and my army a couple weeks, but this time would not be wasted. I had sent one of my hawks to King's Landing with a mission that would, if my plan worked, ensure my victory. Things of course were a little bit more complicated than I had originally thought. Tywin had apparently decided to weaponize part of the wildfire, and I had to reluctantly admit, his ideas were good. He wanted to dwindle my army with long-range attacks, using the wildfire in a variety of ways that showed why he was feared among his peers. But regardless of what he tried, he would die, and I would prevail. All he was doing was delaying the inevitable. 1 month away from the throne, 1 month away before I focus on the real war beyond the wall. Tormund POV. The battle is lost. A calm voice spoke aloud, full of sorrow and loss. It was one of the few survivors that had managed to escape the Night King. Humanity will fall. I don't know why we even try. Arangan, one of the warriors, had survived, said as he lifted up a chipped and damaged spear, raising it above his head for a brief moment before he plunged it downward. Fuck you all. I growled with anger. How could they even think of giving up? Even if the champion of shit doesn't come to fight this monster, we must fight. Even if we are going to lose. We must fucking fight. We are not going to let this fucker win that easy. Everyone looked at me for a second, I could see they were tired of this. After all, we had been fighting for months making no progress at all, while every battle would weaken us, the monster would only grow stronger. I knew this was impossible to win, but I rather make that fucker work for my life, because I won't willingly give it to him. We are fighting, waiting for a champion that might not even exist. Orangan shouted angry, what are our proofs? An old man that can't move? Or the bunch of freaks that follow him? Since when do the free folk needs a hero? Ygritte said with a bored tone, clearly tired of this facade. If he exists good, if he doesn't then let's do what we've been doing for hundreds of years, let's survive. Finally someone with fucking brains. I growled in approval. The champion is occupied right now, Leaf, one of the weird-looking children, said. On what? Orangan scoffed, still not believing a word. He is fighting a war on the other side of the wall, because he knows that the only hope of winning is by having a united front, Leaf answered not paying any attention to Orangan's rude attitude. If he comes ignoring his problems beyond the wall without that united front he will lose. Humanity stopped the long night once, but they stood together for it, and this time the Night King not only has bigger numbers but is stronger himself. So is our champion, a raven with 3 eyes spoke, nothing is like it should be, but we must prevail, this is beyond our personal desires or wants, this is a battle to decide if humanity survives or not. I couldn't help but still be startled at the fact the old tree guy could speak through ravens, it was unsettling. You heard the 2 creeps. We must stay strong. Fuck the champion if he doesn't come. Fuck him if he comes. But don't give up. I shouted. Leaf stared at me before leaving. Well, not the desired result. The 3-eyed raven muttered as he watched the people slowly calming down, but it will do for now. Benyon Stark POV. It has been almost 3 months since I left to scout the area, as it was one of my many missions as the first ranger of the watch, and what I found, brutally murdered my brothers, the others, I had found them before, but this time they were, different. They moved in an almost sentient pattern, they weren't the mindless creatures I remembered, not that they were geniuses now, but they were certainly different. They moved and act, in ways that one could think were strategies, to hunt and corner living creatures. I had survived their first attack by sheer luck and the sacrifices my brothers did buying me time, but in the process of running away from them I had lost any way to go back to the wall. The others had made sure of that, so while I was alive, I wasn't sure for how long I would be. Food was scarce to the point I had killed my horse just to survive, but that would only last me so much. I had to find a way to return and warn my brothers. Unlike my first encounters with the others this time I knew they were preparing to cross, and we needed to be ready for it. I really hope John and everyone else is okay in the wall, I muttered with a deep sigh. The last time I saw John my nephew he wanted to become a ranger like me, and explore beyond the wall, and I couldn't help but wonder if he was okay. Tyrion Lannister POV. Father and sister had gone mad, utilizing one of the most, if not the most volatile substance in the world to fight in the war. It was most likely we would kill our own men with it than any of Ronard's. But at the very least father wanted to weaponize the substance, unlike my dear sister that wanted to make King's Landing a fucking bomb, with the not at all argument of, if we can't have the city, no one can. Was I the only one seeing the fucking red flags? I knew my sister was crazy but this was beyond Mad King crazy. And worse of all, is that father approved of her idea. I mean he didn't say it, but everyone knew that if he didn't like something that something would never come to happen. Which means that he silently approved of her idea. Perhaps it was best for the 7 kingdoms to have someone like Ronard sitting on that rotten thing they call a throne. God knows anything is better than Joffrey. Family or logic, what an awful situation I find myself in, I sighed. Joffrey Baratheon POV. I still didn't have Ronard, his dragon bitch and his babies in front of me. This was unacceptable. I was the king, my words were the words of a god. Because I was a god. I was born to rule the world and do with it anything I please, because everyone within this stupid world was my toy. And as the God King I was. I wanted to see that pretender suffering. I wanted to see his face as his dragon bitch wife was being raped by every man in my army. I wanted to see his face as his children suffered the same fate, and just when all his family starts to drown in their own blood and waste, just then he has nothing left to lose, I would take my sweet time ending him, and yet he was still free. Avoiding my divine punishment. I am the king. I am a god. And I want my enemies suffering. I want it. I shouted. I need a raise. Ka. 113, Chapter 110. Author note, sorry for the double chapter shit incident. Web novel loves to fuck with me with the delay sometimes, and I was so tired I forgot to catch it. If you want to read up to 18 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 128. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. King's Landing was just one day ahead, and while the throne was just sitting there, waiting for me, I had to be careful. Tywin had done an amazing job weaponizing the wildfire against me, with catapults ready to throw all he had at me. If I wasn't careful I would lose many able men, a commodity I couldn't afford to lose, considering that I needed every man and woman I could possibly have to fight against the army of the undead. I had yet to hear from the hawk I sent to King's Landing. He was possibly busy with his assignment, which was weird on its own, considering what I know about the city. He should have the rat or mice I requested right now, but like they say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. With that mentality at hands, I had created a backup plan, with the same objective, of neutralizing the wildfire, and while originally I wanted to destroy it because it was a very unstable substance, I had decided to do otherwise, mostly because it would be a very useful weapon against the others. My plan was simple, capturing the ones with the authority to use the wildfire, the Grand Maester, Cersei Lannister and Tywin Lannister, and just in case, the idiot sitting on my throne, Joffrey Baratheon. They were the only ones that had the authority to use said substance. How to kidnap them was the hard part. I had to infiltrate, or corrupt someone within their ranks, maybe Olenna or Tyrion. They both had their reasons to betray the current regimen, Olenna because she was old but not blind, she probably knew by this point I was going to win, and Tyrion. He hated his family, at least everyone but his brother, though it remains a mystery if any of them will actually ally themselves with me. But it was clear that an idea was at least worth trying, but the real question was, who to send for this mission. We should rest before the battle, Oberyn said, bringing me back to reality. Taking a deep breath, I turned to look at him. Sounds about right, I don't want anyone too tired. I will start setting up the camps, Jon added from afar. Very well, I nodded, still trying to figure out a way to get within the enemy lines. Not only would the wildfire be useful for me, but neutralizing it would save a lot of my army. And then it hit me, a way to get to Tyrion, whores. All I needed was a few willing whores to chat with Tyrion. Let's see if you really love your disgusting family, Tyrion, or if you have any common sense, I chuckled. Daenerys POV. After some time, I had finally managed to stabilize the cities we had conquered, erasing every single rebel, before it became a problem. And while a part of me wanted to go out and finish what my husband had started, I decided to wait. I just couldn't risk the life of my babies, nothing is worth that. But this sounding piece was a double-edged sword for me. Now that I had nothing but menial tasks to do, to keep myself occupied, I was ruthlessly reminded my husband was on the other side of the sea, fighting for our throne, and while I knew he was probably the best warrior on the known world, I couldn't help but worry about his safety. He had Neltharion on his side, he would protect him if anything went wrong. I knew he would. If I was the mother of dragons, he was the father of dragons, and his sons loved him, I knew that. Neltharion, Crow, and Rhaegal loved him, and they would die for him if push came to shove. Mama, Gerard smiled at me, blowing me some kisses, while his sister took a nap above Crow. Yes, my sweet little bear, Mama is here, I smiled at him, kissing him on the cheek. I never thought loving something so much was possible, until I became a mother. It was as if they became my sole reason to live. I loved them so much that it hurt. Olenna Tyrell POV. It took some time to convince my granddaughter of my plan. She wanted to be queen so bad she almost considered dying, but not all fights are worth fighting for. Sometimes it is better to let things go. Now it was just a matter of convincing my son, who was a very, very stupid man, to go with us to Ronard's side, which was easier said than done. Every time I spoke with the man, he would ramble about, how could I even think of giving up the chance of Marjorie being the queen of the Seven Kingdoms? Morose thoughts, but he would go accept my plan, and I would save this house, regardless of his compliance. I would stop House Tyrell from sinking any lower. After all, his compliance has never been a factor on my plans, but a mother must always try, even if she already knows what their idiotic children will do and choose. A mother must always try. Too bad, I had to drug my own child to save him. Tyrion Lannister POV. Why was I even here? Fighting for a king that will never amount to nothing, well, maybe being even more crazy than the Mad King. Fighting for a family that doesn't and will never love me? Or was I perhaps fighting for Tywin's respect? Either way, I wasn't sure anymore. Why was I even supporting this? I knew the moment this war ended, I would meet my end in a mysterious accident, probably orchestrated by my dear sister. Or father, or nephew. Frankly, anybody but Jaime would try and kill me. I had long served my purpose. Perhaps if I helped Ronard, he would be lenient with Jaime. There isn't enough wine to deal with this shit, I muttered. Jaime Lannister POV. Was father really capable of defeating Ronard? My entire life father had been something I considered unbeatable, a mountain that can't be moved, but this kid was very good, and while I chanted to myself over and over again that we would win no matter what, a little part of me didn't believe a word I was saying. Dragons united Westeros, and Dragons the young bear was commanding, you don't get more prophetical than that around here, a bear that married a dragon, a bear that commands dragons. So perhaps my doubts were not unfounded. I miss you so much, Circe, I muttered. You will see her in hell soon. From afar I could see Ronard coming to my cell. Hell, what a nice place I suppose, better than here, I shot back. I suppose, but you are probably wrong about something. Ronard chucked, taking a seat in front of my cage. On what? I smiled, trying to show him, nothing would bring my mood down. Well, on the sins that are bringing you to hell. Ronard smirked at me, banging your sister? Nah. I mean gross, but not something I consider you should go to hell for, reproducing with your sister? I mean, maybe. Joffrey is a pretty big sin in itself. Killing the Mad King aka my father-in-law? That's probably the highlight of your life, to be honest. I actually applaud you for that. No, the real reason you are going to help is because you never killed the real monsters within the kingdom, just because they were family. How dare he? I did what I could. By what right does the bear judge the lion? By the right of the sword. Ronard calmly replied. You pretend to be a hero and yet, you are going to kill children, my chi nephews. I stopped myself from admitting anything. I will, Ronard nodded. Then if you succeed, I'll be waiting for you in hell, after the gods judge your sins. I smiled at him. What are gods, to a non-believer? Ronard chuckled as he started to walk away, nor without leaving me with some parting words. Don't think so high of the gods, little cat, they are assholes. 114, Chapter 111. Author note, .u////u, tomorrow I will be posting my next novel, so expect an author note with that. If you want to read up to 20 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 129. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Olenna Tyrell POV. Drugging my son was easy. Now it was time to contact the young bear, and avoid House Tyrell downfall. I didn't even like the Lannisters to begin with, I just reluctantly accepted this alliance because Marjorie wanted to be a queen, but no crown is worth it if you can use it for more than a week. Perhaps it was a sign from above that she wasn't destined to be a queen, 2 kings she had been betrothed, and both had been destined to die. But she could always aim for her kids to rule the kingdoms one day. After all, Ronard had 2 kids, a boy and a girl, both without betrothal. Father is feeling sick, Marjorie commented. How long will the drug take to knock him out? A day or 2, I replied. The drug I had given him was very powerful, and would put on a bed for weeks. After that, we will send a raven to the young bear. I see, Marjorie sighed, taking her leave. Remember to tell the foolish of your brother to not mess the plan up, I added. Tyrion Lannister POV. I had come to a decision. I was not going to let my family destroy this kingdom just because of their pride, because of that idiotic nature of if I don't have it, no one will. It was utterly pathetic and cruel to sentence thousands to death just because they felt they couldn't win. Maybe there was a chance for a family to win. Father was a pretty resourceful man, but it was the chance of defeat that frightened me, because my family had decided to destroy everything just so Ronard didn't rule it. I couldn't in good conscience allow this. It was inhuman to stand by and watch innocent people suffer because they couldn't fathom the possibility of defeat. Besides, there were only 3 people I wanted to save, Marcella, Tommen and Jaime. The rest of my family was despicable to say the least, and if I helped Ronard, perhaps he would allow them to live. Bronn, I have a mission for you. Well, for both of us, I said, turning my gaze into my sellsword bodyguard. And what is that mission? Bronn replied with his trademark wolfish smile. I need you to help me kidnap my youngest nephew and niece, so we can go and talk with Ronard, I answered, making Bronn spit out all of his wine. Oh yeah, and escaping King's Landing with them, that too. You must want me death. Bronn chuckled. I won't do it, pal, I like living. Time to use Bronn's one and true weakness, gold. Ronard is the richest man alive, he owns the Iron Bank, he will pay you handsomely, very handsomely if you do it. Bronn stopped for a second, pondering over that. How handsomely are we talking about? Small Lord handsomely? Or Big Lord handsomely? Big Lord handsomely, I answered, smirking internally at how easy it was to exploit his greed. Well, I suppose life is too short to not take any risks. Bronn smirked. I'll do it, but he better pays me, or I'll kill you, little guy. Don't worry, he will, I nodded, hoping that was the case. Then let's get to it already. We have some royal kids to kidnap, and I have a fortune to get. Bronn smiled. Ronard Mormont POV. I was a day ahead of the border of King's Landing, but instead of rushing to attack, I had decided to wait, letting my men rest in the meantime, while I waited for my infiltration plans to work. But by what my ravens had informed me, I might not even have to do that. Both Tyrion and Olenna were betraying Tywin, therefore betraying Joffrey and Cersei. In the end, things were playing out wonderfully for me, and I didn't even have to do anything, but wait for the card castle to fall. The bases are ready, and the men are rested in case you want to start moving, your grace, Jon informed me. Not at the moment, I replied with a smile, I still have to wait for some allies to come. Jon looked at me with befuddlement, but didn't dare to ask, as you wish, your grace. Soon the 7 kingdoms would be mine, and I would have all the peace of mind I needed to prepare for the long night. Melisandre POV. I had finally managed to accomplish what my sweet prince had requested of me, creating steel that would work against the others. It took me some time, that was filled with a lot of try and error, but I finally had it. My result was no Valyrian steel, in fact it was the same as normal steel, but blessed by the god of light to work against the others, meaning my light, my sweet and pure light. My prince had more weapons to fight the others. I had completed his task, just like I had promised, but I couldn't stop here. I needed to make sure he was more than happy, I needed to make sure he would think of me as indispensable, and that is why I decided to create more items alongside the blacksmiths, blessed armors, blessed arrows, anything that could help my master win. I will show you, master, what a loyal servant is capable of. Cersei Lannister POV. Victory? Defeat? Nothing really mattered anymore. If we didn't win, Ronard would lose. If we won, Ronard would lose. No matter what, that bastard would meet his end, one way or another. That much I was sure of, or should I say that much I would make sure of. Westeros was mine to rule, and if I couldn't rule, then it would burn. I would not step down my rightful place without taking everyone with me. I hope you are ready, young bear, I hope you are ready to hear me roar. The males in the pride lead, but the females hunt, and the bear had yet to fight a lioness protecting her territory, and he would see soon enough why lioness are feared. Knelt Harrion Mormont Rave Nicus. Father was close to get the land piece of land of this side of the sea, and yet he looked like it was only the beginning. The others, like he calls them, seemed to be the enemy, clouding his mind with worry. But I wasn't worried. My father was an unbeaten beast, whose fire burned the brightest in battle. I could feel the fire within him, growing stronger every single day. That fire would burn his enemies, I was sure of it. Father has never disappointed us, he has always come on top. No matter how hard the challenge was, he always proved to be superior, better, stronger, and this time it would not be the exception. And if the rare case of him not being enough came to happen, we his dragon sons would fight by his side to the very end. Against all odds, the 4 of us together would be more than enough to destroy anything that gets in our way. I will protect our family, father, don't worry, you don't have to carry this weight all alone. 115, Chapter 112. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 20 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 132. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Tyrion Lannister POV. We had one chance to escape with Tommen and Myrcella, out of King's Landing. Cersei was mostly with Joffrey all the time, meaning we have a big window of time to put the kids to sleep and escape the city, but we had to do it fast. If by any chance Cersei suspected of my plan, hell would rain on me, quite literally, so I had to act fast. I had 2 options, each one was more risky than the other, one escaping during the day, acting completely normal as to not raise suspicions, or during the night. During the night the security was considerably tighter, with any movement being reported the very next day, or if the situation called for the same day to a superior officer, that would inevitably lead to father knowing. During the day this was way more less restricted because merchants would come and go, but during the day they would probably see the kid, if they were through enough, or in the worst case scenario Cersei would notice, something that was less likely during the night. I say we do it during the day, Bronn yawned, just act like everything is fine, and nothing will happen. The main problem is my sweet sister, I said, almost choking on the sweet part. If she finds out before we get out of the city we are as good as death. But during the night the guards have direct orders from your daddy to stop anyone getting out, even you little man, Bronn stated, with a oddly serious look on his face. Our best chance is doing our suicide mission during the day. All we have to do is knock the brats out cold, and if luck is in our side, we will live long enough for me to be rich and for you to do whatever you want to do. I suppose, but we would have to time it right. I hummed in agreement. My dear sister usually goes to court after breaking her fast, so we will have enough time during that window. Then it's settled. Now it's a matter of who will knock the brats out. Bronn chuckled. No one will knock them out. I will give them something to sleep for a bit, that's it, I sighed, hoping my plan worked, for my own sake, and the few members of my family worth saving. Olenna Tyrell POV. I had written the letter, and the Raven was ready to contact Ronard. I can only hope the brat doesn't reject my offer. To the most excellent Lord Ronard Mormont, by the grace of the 7, the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, we can only hope to be faithful subjects of your grace, wishing to observe your reign, following it with fidelity, wishing you health. We must say we have been misinformed and misdirected by the usurpers on sitting on your throne. We were blind but now we are not. As it is plain to see that those who are present with you have suggested to your highness many falsehoods respecting us and what do with want, intending all the mischief that they can do, not only to you but also to us, and to your whole kingdom. We wish your excellency to know that we wish to preserve the safety and security of your person and that of your queen, prince, and princess with all our might, as the fidelity which we owe to you demands, proposing to overthrow the usurpers, to the utmost of our power, and all those who are not only our enemies but yours too, that includes the foes that lie within the whole of your kingdom, and if any other statement saying we are not loyal to you is said, do not believe it, for we shall always be found to be your faithful subjects. Olenna Tyrell, of House Tyrell, and Marjorie Tyrell of House Tyrell, offer ourselves to serve and obey. All we ask, if your excellency accepts, is to keep guarding Highgarden for you, as we have done before. Are you sure this will work? Marjorie inquired nervously. If that doesn't work, nothing will. I sighed as I tied the message to the raven. We are offering ourselves to him as nothing but his loyal servants, in exchange of keeping our land for him. Father is finally out, sleeping soundly. The drug worked wonderfully, Marjorie sighed, taking a seat. Good, I don't want him awake for any of this. I nodded as I set the raven into the skies to complete his one and only purpose, delivering my letter. Brynden River's three-eyed raven POV. From what I could see through the root of the sacred tree, Ronard was winning the war, and soon would face the Night King, but things on this side would not be as easy as they are on the other side. The Night King was planning something, but I just couldn't risk trying to see what, for if he managed to mark me during a vision he would get access to the shelter I had formed, destroying all life within. I had to wait for the champion to clash with the Long Night. I had to ensure humanity survived. I was the keeper of history, and history I had to keep. The Night King, he is not the same we, my people created, Leaf stated. You already told me about that, Leaf. I nodded. Yes, but I've been going over it, and I think something changed it, made him stronger and smarter, Leaf said with a grim tone. I also knew that. What is the point? I inquired with curiosity. What if his one weakness, the one thing that can kill him, is not the same? Leaf said with a worried expression. I haven't even considered that. Was the Night King still vulnerable to the same thing he was before? No, he must be. Why would the light send a champion that can't beat the Long Night? Even if the weakness is not the same, Ronard must be equipped to find his new weakness. Don't worry, Leaf. Ronard changed the song, and while I still don't know whether or not that's good, he has proven over and over that he is capable of impossible things, I calmly stated. I can only hope you are right, Leaf replied. Deep down the guilt of creating the monster that hunted all life was eating her, and there was nothing I could do for her in that. Hope is our only weapon right now, I smiled. 116, Chapter 113. Author note, new novel up. Yeah, that's right, baby. New novel up and running, so go and check it out. Avatar: The Last Airbender, Cold Paths. If you want to read up to 20 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 132. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. To the most excellent Lord Ronard Mormont, by the grace of the Seven, the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms, we can only hope to be faithful subjects of your grace, wishing to observe your reign, following it with fidelity, wishing you health. We must say we have been misinformed and misdirected by the usurpers on sitting on your throne. We were blind but now we are not. As it is plain to see that those who are present with you have suggested to your highness many falsehoods respecting us and what do with want, intending all the mischief that they can do, not only to you but also to us, and to your whole kingdom. We wish your excellency to know that we wish to preserve the safety and security of your person and that of your queen, prince, and princess with all our might, as the fidelity which we owe to you demands, proposing to overthrow the usurpers, to the utmost of our power, and all those who are not only our enemies but yours too, that includes the foes that lie within the whole of your kingdom, and if any other statement saying we are not loyal to you is said, do not believe it, for we shall always be found to be your faithful subjects. Olenna Tyrell, of House Tyrell, and Marjorie Tyrell of House Tyrell, offer ourselves to serve and obey. All we ask, if your excellency accepts, is to keep guarding Highgarden for you, as we have done before. I had received a letter from Olenna Tyrell, stating they were nothing but my loyal subjects, meaning I had 5 out of the 7 houses under my control, and while victory was almost certain, I had to play my next move with the utmost respect for my enemy, Tywin Lannister. Power wins wars, only if said power is accompanied by the guidance of intelligence, and while I didn't consider myself to be the brightest mind on the world, I knew what I had was more than enough to win. Father, when do we strike our enemies? Nelt Harrion purred happily beside me. Yet another new thing I had learned about dragons, they can purr. Soon, we are waiting for a few guests, I replied. After all, having Tyrion, Marcella and Tommen as hostages would be beneficial. Then again, Cersei's plan was to blow off King's Landing with her kids inside. In the end she really doesn't care about her children that much, that or the crown is more important for her. I want to fight by your side this time. I will fight by your side, Neltharion stated with determination. You mean side by side? I inquired, getting a eager nod from the teenage dragon. Very well, I don't see why not. I shall not disappoint you. Neltharion said, breathing fire into the sky out of happiness. Seeing his torrent of fire form, made the words the witch shared with me resonate deep within my soul. Each fire it's different, each being channels their inner fire in their own unique way. Neltharion, how do you do that? You know breathing fire. Neltharion looked at me puzzled at my question. I could see in his eyes he was trying to put words to the feeling, words to answer my question. For me is letting go, letting my emotions fly. I picture what I want to do with a burning desire and the fire just comes. It's all about the feelings I guess. Feelings and faith, the fuels I had found to ignite the fire within, and knowing myself like I do, faith was not an option for me. Besides, I had originally tapped into that power before when I had gotten angry at my situation. I just have to somehow recreate that to the point I don't need anger to do it. I see feelings it is. I can feel the fire within you, it's burning brightly, but you can't control it, Neltharion added. Maybe we can practice together. That would be great, father and son time, and besides fire will surely be a game changer when we face the others. I need to control it. I smiled. Ha! I can wait for Regal and Crow to hear how I taught our father how to breathe fire. They will be so jealous, Neltharion chuckled with an evil overtone. Haha, sibling rivalry. It seems that curse doesn't skip species, I laughed. So what does that letter say anyway? Neltharion asked. The Tyrells pledge themselves to me, and it's time to write them. I smiled as I wrote back to the Tyrells my letter. Lady Olenna Tyrell and Lady Marjorie Tyrell, I appreciate you two have reached out to me, and while I cherish the gesture, I consider actions speak louder than words. If your loyalty you wish to prove, you must help me when the time comes, only then I will know for sure you are true to your words, so if your king I am, I command you to find a way to stop the wildfire the usurpers as you call them have in my city. Looking forward to see how loyal House Tyrell is to my cause King Ronard Mormont first of his name Chainbreaker Father of Dragons. With the letter done, I sent one of my ravens to deliver this message. Now all I have to do is wait. Tyrion Lannister POV. It was court time, a time where my sister would leave Tommen and Marcella alone. Drugging them was easy enough, all I had to do was offer them a cup of tea, and they were sleeping soundly minutes later. Now the hard part came, getting them out without anyone seeing us. So far it had been easy to get out of the castle, but the real challenge was getting out of the city. We have to move fast, but not too fast as to not raise suspicions. We are fine, Bronn said. Not you're not, a very familiar voice made me curse my plan for not being well planned. The Hound had discovered us. Well, that was fast, Bronn commented, taking out his blade. Put that toothpick in your ass, the Hound growled. I want in. Elaborate? I inquired. The crazy bitch of your sister wants to blow this shitty kingdom on fire if they lose to Ronard, who also happens to have a fire-fucking breathing dragon. I'm out of this fucking war, the Hound answered with a stern look, so I want in, and then out. I'll get some gold. I thought you were a knight. Brune smirked. What about your 0ATHS? Or your king? Fuck the queen. Fuck being a knight. Fuck my oaths. Fuck the kingdom, and most of all, fuck the king. The Hound growled. That's more than enough for me, I shrugged. We don't have time to chit-chat, let's get the hell out here, before we all end burning courtesy of my sister. Agree, Bronn nodded. The Hound nodded. Very well, let's go. It seems more and more people are betraying my family. What an amusing and interesting turn of events. 117, Chapter 114. Author note. Hello my beautiful readers, I have some news. Yee. Doing a mass release today on Patreon, I wrote several chaps to each of my novels in Patreon. Chaps 115 to 140 for GOT. Chaps 2 to 10 for the Avatar novel. Chaps 1 to 10 the Dragon Ball 1. And a few for the Gamer 1. In case anyone wants to join and catch those chaps later today, don't hesitate to go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I will be releasing them during the course of the day. Enjoy. Next day, surprisingly for me, Tyrion arrived in the morning accompanied by the Hound, Bronn, Marcella, and Tommen, and if I was being completely honest I didn't expect him to actually succeed escaping King's Landing. Cersei was known for being a bit overprotective of her children, and with knowing that much about her I expected Tyrion to be captured as soon as he tried to escape. But I'm glad he wasn't. He was probably one of the few people in King's Landing I would regret killing by accident or on purpose, so here I was waiting for him to talk about his alliances. Your Grace, Tyrion greeted as he entered my war tent where Ned and Jon were sitting and watching as the little man entered accompanied by his sellsword Bronn, and his recently added companion the Hound, all of them being escorted by Oberyn himself. Tyrion Lannister, I acknowledged, it was a bold move of yours to come to your enemy's camp, with hostages, if you could elaborate why. I don't support what my family is doing, it's beyond inhuman, planning to burn an entire city just because they refuse to accept the possibility of losing. I just can't accept that. Tyrion said with conviction, I don't want to be a part of that. Fair enough, I nodded, but what do you pretend by all this? I mean you could have escaped to any other place, and believe me I wouldn't have followed you, after all, I have way more important things to do and take care of, so why me? What do you really want? Tyrion eyed me for a second, I want many things your highness, but from want to a have there is a big bridge. That's true, I chuckled. But the most important thing I want right now is your forgiveness, I want if your grace allows it, for your grace to pardon, Tommen Baratheon, Myrcella Baratheon and my brother Jaime Lannister, Tyrion said with an almost begging tone. I eyed Oberyn who said nothing, nor show any sign of anger, as I proceeded to answer, I don't have any problems with forgiving the kids, because I don't have anything to forgive, but your brother is a different matter. I understand your grace but... Tyrion tried to say but I stopped him. Your brother, while not entirely a bad person, loves your sister, and will stop at anything to avenge her. I stated, and even if he didn't want to avenge her future imminent death, he has ignored his oaths as a knight prioritizing Cersei's cunt over anything, hurting innocents just to please the monster you two share for a sister. Well it hasn't been confirmed. Tyrion tried to defend his brother from his incestuous fame. Please, don't, a blind man can see those kids are 100% Lannister, I deadpanned. They do, Ned nodded. Yeah, Oberyn nodded. Besides why would you want to save Jaime, after all he did to Tisha? It was time to break Tyrion's love for his brother. How do you know about Tisha? Tyrion asked with hesitation. All I know is that she was an orphan, that you and your brother saved her, and that you married her, I stated. She was a whore. Tyrion lamented. No, I smiled, your father was furious that a common woman dared to marry a Lannister and with the help of your brother they captured her and had her raped by every man in your household. That's... Tyrion tried to articulate some words, but he simply couldn't. Your brother could have let her escape, or let you know, but he decided to obey daddy, capturing your wife and torturing her, I stated, he didn't fuck her, but he didn't do anything to stop her suffering. He wouldn't, that has to be a lie. Tyrion said shaking. You can ask him. I offered, and see for yourself how much of a monster he is. I want to, Tyrion said with resolve. Very well, I nodded as I signaled one of my men to take him to Jaime's, go and see for yourself how much of a monster your lovely brother really is. Tyrion Lannister POV. Ronard's words echoed in my head, did Jaime really do that? It made some sense now that I think about it, but he was my brother, the one member of my family that I thought loved me, he wouldn't do that, it couldn't be, he would never do that. Here he is, the soldier that Ronard had ordered to escort me to Jaime said, pointing to a cage on the back. Jaime, I said with a cold tone, colder than I had intended to. Brother, don't tell me we already lost. Jaime inquired with his trademark confident smirk. No, not yet anyways. I answered. Then what are you doing here? Jaime inquired. I have a question, the words, what I wanted to ask was, a lot of weight for me, it was hard to even think about it. A question. Jaime tilted his head in confusion, sure. What Tisha really a whore? I asked with anger in my voice, the more I thought about it, the more it made sense, but there was still a chance Ronard got in my head and played with me, a chance for my brother to be innocent. No, Jaime answered, and my world shattered, that was the only way to explain it, suddenly all my life made sense. Jaime has always been somewhat good with me. But after Tisha he had been treating me better. I thought at one point he loved me, I was his brother, but all he felt was pity, guilt for what he did, everything made sense now. You are worse than Cersei, I said with a calm tone, at least she has the decency of being cruel up front. Tyrion, Jaime started to say, but I cut him off. You are dead to me. I don't have a brother, I don't have a sister, I don't have a father, I practically hissed at him, bye, and enjoy rotting in that cell. Ronard Mormont POV. I had probably destroyed a sibling relationship with what I had said, but I didn't feel bad at all, what Jaime did had not forgiveness, and it was time for him to be judged by his little brother. You think Jaime will admit to his crimes? Oberyn inquired. I do, he is not the type to deny stuff when confronted, I nodded. How cruel can someone be, is terrifying, Jon added. It is, I sighed. 118, Chapter 115. Author note, .u// // If you want to read up to 25 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 137. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Tyrion Lannister was devastated, not even in the eyes of the hundreds, no, thousands I had killed, I had witnessed such amount of anger and despair flowing through someone. Maybe Oberyn, but besides those two, no one. Tyrion had finally realized he was truly alone, with none that really loved him, and that the one person that loved him for who he was brutally scarred for doing so to a point beyond repair. You were right. Tyrion smiled, anger, sorrow, and a bunch of other emotions shining through his fake smile. So do you still want to save him? I inquired, curious as to what he was going to say. I mean, I knew he was going to say no, but I wanted to know how. No, why would I? Tyrion laughed, all I was for him was a pity case, he never loved me. I never had a brother, just an enemy living with me. I nodded, well, with that settled, I must give my terms. Tyrion looked at me, and sighed, all I want now, is to save my niece and nephew. I can grant you that wish, but you must know, your house will be broken. I won't let the Lannisters survive after this, you three may live. But the Lannister name will be erased, I stated, with a tone they left no room for debate. As you wish, Tyrion nodded. Sorry to interrupt, but little X-Lion here offered me a lot of gold you were supposed to provide, Bronn said, breaking his silence. I want to see this, Sandor Clegane muttered with a low chuckle. Did you? I asked Tyrion. I did, Tyrion nodded. So you see, someone owes me gold, Bronn smiled, I had to admit the crazy bastard had balls. Titanium balls. I will give you 500 gold dragons for your services, I sighed with a bored tone, and that's all you will get. I added, glaring at Bronn, leaving an unspoken threat in the air to not do anything rash. Well, not at all what I was expecting. But it will do, Bronn said, hiding his disappointment. What about you, Clegane? Did Tyrion also promise you gold? I asked, wondering if I should beat the crap out of Tyrion for offering my shit. He should be grateful his suicidal plan actually benefited me. No, but I won't complain if I get some, Sandor Clegane shrugged, all I wanted was to get out of all the fire coming, fuck that. That is probably the most relatable thing I have heard on this mess-up world, I chuckled. So if you won't give me gold, I think I'm done here. Sandor Clegane stated. I think I have an employment opportunity just for you, he was a very strong soldier, that would prove to be quite useful on the next war. What? The Hound inquired. Nothing much, just you doing what you have been doing until now, killing people, I smiled. Not with all this fire. The Hound sighed. Not all fights will be fought on fire. I chuckled. Sure, why the fuck not? The Hound shrugged. Awesome, I smiled, as I was a now step closer to winning this war. With Myrcella and Tommen in my control, I had a few new weapons to manipulate the crazy bitch. Cersei Lannister POV. Myrcella and Tommen were gone, and so was Tyrion. I didn't have to be a genius to know what had happened. Tyrion had betrayed us, I knew it. All along that little piece of shit was playing us, he had taken something too important for me, and I was not going to forgive him, his death was going to be slow and painful, for he would see me roar. I had now to find a way to retrieve my cubs, my babies from Ronard, and one way or another I would. No one had any idea what I was capable of when truly angry. I will have your head, Tyrion. Mark my words, I will. I growled. Shouting into the air will do nothing, Father said as he entered the room. Your brother will pay on time for his betrayal, but this little act of defiance of him could actually be beneficial. How dare, my children were away from me and he saw this as an opportunity. How dare you? I tried to slap him but he simply stopped my hand, holding it painfully tight. I will assume that was an ill-advised decision thanks to your anger right now, Tywin Lannister said as he slapped me with such strength that it made me fall into my knees. Learn to control your emotions, and use them for something productive. My children are with the enemy, probably being tortured. Myrcella is probably being fucked by Ronard's army. And you are doing nothing. I screamed at him as I stood up from the ground. Truly pathetic, if you actually took the time to study your enemies you would know. Ronard is a northerner like Ned Stark but with brains, he won't kill or have anyone raped, his honor won't allow it. Father sighed, don't let the bear get in your head, we will win, and it would be glorious to do so without hearing you whine. This is nothing but a mere setback, that we can use to our favor. How? I asked in anger. We let him come, we fight with all our might and when he thinks he is about to win, we blow the entire city. Father answered. That was our plan before. I hissed. But now, we have a reason to flank him, he won't take the children into the battlefield, nor he will take Jaime, he will be too busy destroying our armies, to see the bigger picture. Father smiled, he will see us roar, as he and his men burn. Unbeknownst to them, an incredibly sexy and horny raven was watching this exchange. Caw! It is I. Zeus. And as my duty commands I shall warn the corn bringer. But first, I shall bang that cute duck I saw around the gardens. This is why we don't get any missions, Zeus. Caw. Caw. Shut up, Hades. Bang the duck. I will let the corn bringer know. Cromormont Ravnicus POV. I missed my father, why did he take only Neldharion with him? I could fight with him too. I might not be as big as Neldharion, but I was ready to die for Dad as well. It's not fair, but I suppose protecting my little siblings, it's an important mission. Hey Regal, want a flight? I asked as I entered Regal's lair. It appears, brother, that you have clawed your way into my domain looking for a race. Very well then, let me tell you a tale, about a fantastic dragon, who would always tip the scales in his favor and never lose a race. Regal said with a serious tone, and I wanted to kill him. Once again he was overusing dragon puns. I will murder you. I growled. As always your responses are cla-weesome. Regal chuckled. Say one more pun. I dare you. I growled. Alright, sorry, no need to fang me, Regal said, stifling a laugh. Give me 5 minutes. I growled. For what? Oh, don't tell me, you want to fire your shot at the art of puns? Regal laughed. No, I need those 5 minutes to figure out how to tell Mother I made you the first dragon to go rotisserie. 119, Chapter 116. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 25 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 133. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The hawk I had sent to retrieve a rat, came back empty-handed, and I suppose it's not entirely his fault. I was usually the one that used to engage with the animals first, but it didn't matter, I still had some choices left to take care of the wildfire. The Tyrells were my plan B. If they wanted to prove their loyalty, and keep their house, they would have to help me from within. I had sent them with that idea another letter explaining in detail what I wanted them to do, attacking King's Landing from the inside out, destroying their only weapon against me, as I took control of it. All the Tyrells had to do was to stop the Lannister from blowing the city. As for Tywin and his weapons, I would deal with that old cat myself. After all, he has yet to see I am fireproof. We are ready, Jon informed me. Very well, for now, we have to wait and see if the flowers are really in our side, or if we have to cut them from our garden. This was the test that would mark if the Tyrell survived or not, and I was curious to see if they would really go through with it. Garden, flowers, you sure love making puns, Oberyn chuckled. I suppose, I shrugged. Do we have another plan, if the Tyrells betray us? Ned Stark asked. That is a very, very good question, Oberyn said, looking at me. Well, if the flowers betray us, or fail. I'm sad to say. King's Landing will cease to exist, I sighed. I really had nothing to fight for in that city. I already had control over the 80% of Westeros. Getting King's Landing was more of an achievement than anything else. I would actually gain nothing from it, besides some momentary glory. The people, we can't abandon them, Ned Stark said, and I could see on his eyes he was shocked by my answer. I would prefer not to, but the Lannister played their hand, forcing me into a defensive position. I sighed. You can't save everyone, that statement is especially true in times of war, Oberyn said with an emotionless tone, agreeing with me. You and I should know that more than anyone else, Lord Stark, we both lost a sister during the last war. Oberyn finished, looking directly at Lord Stark. I know. But we must keep trying. Ned Stark said, showing that like always his honorable side was both his greatest strength and weakness. I'll be honest with you, Lord Stark. If I didn't have to fight a bunch of undead creatures that share a singular purpose, that is to end life as we know it, I would try, but I don't have the luxury of playing the long game with the others coming. In other circumstances, I would just let them die out, food would eventually run out, and one by one they would die, but unfortunately for me and the people inside the city, I had the entire Walking Dead cast waiting for me. Humanity. At a whole, it's more important than a city. Jon agreed to both my and Ned's surprise, but that doesn't mean we won't try to save the city, right? Yes. I mean, I will certainly try, but if I have to pick, I will let the city burn, while I fight Umbrella. I sighed. Umbrella? Oberyn inquired. It's an inside joke, I chuckled. The pain of a few, for the safety of the many. Ned Stark sighed, knowing very well I was right. I know it's for the best, but I just can't like the idea. That's why I'm the king. I smiled. I make the hard choices for all of you, and many will hate me for it, but it's my job. Ned Stark nodded, with a faint smile perking on his face, a position I don't envy. Part of the job, I chuckled. Olenna Tyrell POV. Ronard had offered us a deal, one that had many risks, but if we played our cards right would save our house, and all we had to do was, finding and neutralizing the wildfire within King's Landing, a task that even without us allying with Ronard, helped us. Because, I was pretty sure, the Lannisters never mentioned they wanted to explode the city. I certainly didn't want to explode, so even without Ronard, it was pretty important for House Tyrell to stop that from ever happening. I gave father his drugged tea, Marjorie said as she entered the room. Good. I nodded. Any idea where to look for the wildfire? Marjorie inquired as she took a seat across me. Some. I nodded. I'm pretty sure the wildfire is under the city. If I remember correctly, the city had or still has some tunnels that the Targaryens used to use, and if I had to take a guess, the wildfire was there. A very clever spot for it. Marjorie sighed. With so many tunnels we will have a hard time finding it all. Yes, but unless we want to burn alongside this wretched city, we must find it, and buy the young bear as much time as possible. I sighed. Things were surely not going like I originally wanted them to go. That we must, Marjorie nodded. And it wasn't like we had any other option. If we tried to escape the city, Ronard would crush us. If we stayed with the Lannisters, Ronard would also crush us. And if we didn't find the wildfire on time, well, we would be crushed, but not by Ronard, but by the Lannisters' ego. Ronard Mormont POV. Today was, as they say, the calm before the storm, the peace before the war. Soon I was going to strike the Lannisters with all my might, either taking the city, or setting it on fire. But today, it was time to relax, and maybe try to understand how my fire works, and the beast teacher available right now was my son. Nelt Harrion, who I was going to see right now. Hey Nelt, what are you doing? I stopped mid-sentence, because for some reason Nelt Harrion was trying out jewelry. Oh hey Dad. I'm trying to find something new to add to my hoard, Nelt Harrion hissed proudly. Your hoard? I had to be honest. I didn't, not in a million years expect this, though in retrospective it was pretty obvious. Yes. So far I have, the first armor you threw away, the scarf you gave me a few months back, one of Mom's gold collars and some corn, but that one usually goes bad, still trying to figure out how to avoid that. Nelt Harrion said, showing me every single item. Wow, that armor sure is old, I chuckled. And now it's mine, Nelt Harrion said excited. Anyway, what can I do for you? Fire-breathing classes, I smirked. Yes. I mean, sure, Nelt Harrion was apparently overly excited to teach me. Awesome, I chuckled. 120, Chapter 117. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 25 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 140. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Fire was a tool of destruction in life. It was a double-edged sword, one that I had to learn to control if I wanted to win the real war, and the key to do so was to control my emotions perfectly, at least on a human point of view. Anger was the original fuel I had used to lit my fire for the first time, but anger was unreliable. I needed to find another focus, one as strong but more malleable, something that didn't blind me. And my son, Nelt Harrion, had helped me to find that. The one thing was triumph above everything, my overwhelming need to protect my children, something almost every parent has. Focus on that thought, feel it burning inside of you, let that burning sensation spread over your body, your lungs, and then, breath, Nelt Harrion instructed. Warmth spread through my body. I had faith not in the asshole that had decided to throw me into his godly chess game, but in my son and his teachings. I had faith that I would succeed, and with that in mind, with that sole thought in mind alongside my burning desire to protect it, I breathed out, and a spark of flames big enough to light a cigarette came. Well, that's a beginning. Nelt Harrion tilted his head. He was probably expecting more than a human-sized cigarette lighter. But I couldn't care less. I had actually breathed fire. Could the same process work with other parts of my body? Ha! I threw a punch to the air repeating what Nelt Harrion had instructed me, and once again a tiny fire erupted from my fist. Hey, using your claws, well that's new. I suppose even I can learn about fire, Nelt Harrion said, somewhat impressed. I totally thought it would take more than one class. I smiled. I was happy with my progress, but even though I had actually managed to create fire, I was far from being deadly. Unless my enemies were mosquitoes, my fire powers were useless. Well, the first fire it easy, Nelt Harrion nodded. Increasing your fire power, that's the hard part. Fair enough, nothing was ever entirely free, and I wasn't against training a bit. You also need to learn to summon your fire without so much focus, otherwise it's pretty useless. I mean, it took you 55 minutes to focus, once you are out of that focus, you won't be able to summon the fire within at all, Neltharion added. Once again, he was right, a weapon that needs 2 hours of preparation before battle just to burn someone's eyebrows off, was useless. Focus, firepower and technique. I have a lot of homework cut out for me. Don't worry Dad, I heard you learned how to use every weapon with ease, I'm sure this will be the same, Neltharion said with clear pride, on the fact that I had mastered every weapon in the known world. An accomplishment that was linked to the fact I had the left hand of God, but fire wasn't considered a weapon, which meant I had for the first time in ages the need to learn from scratch, but I wasn't worried. I had a good start and a good teacher, expectations I plan to surpass. I know you will. We are awesome, our family is awesome. Neltharion hissed happily. Caw. We Ravens are also awesome, totally unrelated to this but caw. A random raven added. Of course, the Raven clan is definitely among the best, I chuckled. Caw. If I wasn't all black I would be blushing caw. The Raven replied, making me laugh even harder. Daenerys POV. Peace can be a type of torture when you don't know what your other half is doing, was Ronard okay? Did he miss me? So many things were running through my mind, so many thoughts, but in the end they all came to the same conclusion. I missed my husband a lot. We should be there with him, fighting, Lyanna muttered close to Daisy. You know him, even if we were there he would put us on the safest battalion, or force us to stay on Bear Island. Daisy chuckled, at least here we defend his family, our family. I suppose, Lyanna nodded. Ronard is like that, always putting himself on the line, it's both annoying and vexing, I smiled, announcing my presence to both of them. My queen, the both said in one voice. For now, let's forget all the formalities, I smiled at them, I want to know more about Ronard, how was he as a baby, as a kid? I want to know everything I can. Well, he was always a little bit off. Daisy said with a thoughtful expression. How so? I inquired. Well, he never behaved like a baby, he was beyond his age. Daisy answered. I suppose that's where my little princess gets her brains, I chuckled. And how he fights, it's unreal, I have never seen him losing, it's like the moment he took the sword itself became a part of him, Daisy added, my mother used to say he was the best our generation had to offer, smart, strong, and noble, now she thinks he's an idiot, but that's mostly because he went to war without even telling her. I can see why she feels like that, I laughed, Ronard was an expert at giving stress to those who loved him. He is what I aim to be, Lyanna smiled, I know deep down I won't ever fight like him, but we are family, some of his greatness has to be in my veins, he would always say. Lyanna you can do anything. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, unless it's me. I'll probably have a good reason if I say no. That does sound like him, I smiled. Do you remember how uncomfortable he was flirting with Sansa? Lyanna chuckled, looking at her sister. Oh yeah, Daisy laughed, he tried so hard to fall for her, dates, kisses and everything, but in the end it was as clear as the day he liked her as a sister or a cousin. As a sister or a cousin, that was a red flag on my family, not anymore, did she love him? I inquired. I don't think so. Daisy shook her head, she was happy with his efforts and stuff. I mean, it's hard not to like Ronard if you are on his good side, but I don't think she loved him, maybe she did, but I can't say for sure. I never liked her, Lyanna muttered. Why? I asked. I don't know. I guess it is because she was afraid to think for herself like the majority of the time, it was annoying, Lyanna sighed. Well. Lady Stark is said to be very strict. Daisy commented. Lady Stark. Ronard talked about her, a few times, I sighed, remembering how he would describe her as crazy and unstable like her sister, maybe it runs in the family, which brings a concern to me, was the madness of my dad running in my veins. Nothing pleasant I'm sure, Daisy scoffed. No, not all, I chuckled. Well, she better behaves. Ronard is royalty now, she can't do anything to him anymore. Lyanna stated, with a hint of concern flashing through her eyes, she can't do anything to us right? If she tries, the fire will welcome her, just like it did with Viserys, I said with a dark grim tone. I doubt she's that crazy though, Daisy commented. And for the sake of House Stark. I hope she was right, for if anyone threatened my family, they would feel my wrath and die 1,000 times on the flames. 121, Chapter 118. Author note. If you want to read up to 25 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 141. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/847423b I gave the Tyrells a few days to locate all the wildfire under the city, while I trained with Neltharion, little by little increasing my fire power, quite literally. I still was a long way from being useful in battle, but I was getting there. I didn't have to meditate like I did before, meaning I could summon fire whenever I wanted, which was an amazing improvement, meaning all I had to do now was focusing on increasing the amount of fire I was able to summon and expel. But regardless of that, I was happy with the development. It was a very enjoyable activity with Neltharion to do, who also enjoyed teaching me. Though learning how to control my fire-bending powers had its downs, for one every raven was eagerly waiting for me to control them, for they wanted me to make them the delicious plate of food I talked about before, popcorn. My caw. Liege. A raven flew into my shoulder. The Tyrells seemed to have located all the wildfire within the city. They sent a letter stating they are waiting for your command. Well, that was fast. Without my help I expected them to take more time. Very well, I had now to send a letter with very detailed steps of what I wanted. If everything played out right, I would end this war, with the lowest amount of casualties possible. With the scroll the Tyrells had sent in hands, I gathered my war council to discuss how we would approach the situation. I say we use Jamie as a diversion, his dear old dad won't resist, Oberyn offered. A good idea, but not really efficient, I sighed. Using Jamie as a pawn would indeed give me results, but those results would at much be minimal. Then again, I could make a show out of his dead, for all the Lannister men to see, but while effective that idea had a problem, it would by honor standards dishonor me. We could execute him before battle, sending his head to King's Landing, that should be enough to destabilize their game, making them suffer for a bit, at least buying us enough time to enact our plan, Jon commented, leaving everyone in the room, shocked. I mean, if you want your grace. Holy crap. Jon, that was dark, and I love it. I had to admit, his idea was very efficient, and would send a message, that while untrue would shake the queen, Jaime's head would make her believe I also killed her kids. That has to be the dragon in you, there is no way a wolf can come up with that, Oberyn chuckled. What do you mean? Ned Stark asked in a dangerously low tone. No offense, but you would probably kill him, bury him. Without never exploiting his usefulness, Oberyn shrugged. We don't like these mind games in the north, nor we need them, Ned Stark stated. Well, our king is a northerner and yet he plays the game like a master, Oberyn chuckled. Ned Stark smirked at Oberyn, which was a disturbing sight to behold, considering the man showed almost as much emotion as Vin Diesel, and he hates the game. He learned how to play it so that he could destroy it, isn't that right, my king? Yes, I nodded. Anyway, now that we have our plan, the next part is simple. We focus on abusing our range, while I deal with the catapults with Neltharion. You are going to mount him? Jon inquired with a hint of excitement on his normally serious voice. Yes, he is big enough for it, and I need to guide him. I nodded as I continued to explain them with detail how my three-part would work. First I would deal with the traps and anchors, second my own archers would make death rain on the Lannisters, followed by stage 3, the most important stage, because it needed the Tyrells' cooperation because by that point, Cersei would start her plan, which we had to stop. If everything played according to the plan, I would have my wife sitting on the throne my next month. This was my last fight within the Seven Kingdoms, for my next battle was against the others. Tormund Giantsbane POV. I fucking hated scouting missions, it was like tempting death to come and fuck you, especially since that undead monstrosity had taken over the real north, his eyes were everywhere. Do not fear, he can't feel us. The weird-looking child said, holding my hand tight, I can keep this magic shield for a while, he won't see us, that is unless we make a sound. So how do we kill that monster? I asked, thinking of the Night King, for what I knew, the king of the undead was special, and that probably made his weakness special and unique. Valyrian steel, on his heart, the child answered. So only the heart? I inquired. Yes, to kill him yes, cuts in other areas will only slow him, the tree-looking child nodded. So why are scouting? As I was about to ask more about why we were here, Destiny decided to show me firsthand why we were here. From afar I could see something under a massive iceberg. Is that a dragon, a dead one? The children muttered. We have to warn the others, if he keeps breaking the ice at this speed it will take him a few months before he has that creature under his command. Undeads, dragons. I can't believe what I'm saying, but I will take a vacation if I survive this. I seriously need it. I sighed as I followed the children back to camp. Night King POV. Feeble little things, they thought I hadn't seen them, utterly pathetic, but for now, they would live. Their lives were inconsequential on the great scheme of things, they would soon die anyways. For now I had to focus on digging this undead puppet, soon I would have the power I needed to break this wall. Soon all life would cease to exist, I will consume everything this world has to offer, soon all life will be done, an era of darkness awaits, and I'm the one bringing it. Nick Fury Rave Nick Hughes POV. With the motherfucker I had been assigned to death, I had changed my sights to beyond the wall, a place full of secrets that could harm my master, and I wasn't going to allow that shit. Undead or not, that monster would not come without us giving Ronard detailed information about his enemies. Flight high boys and girls. We will be arriving north soon. Caw. I commanded with a very deep caw. Yes. My team answered in a single caw. Good. I cawed back. Varys POV. I had overplayed my hand, the current queen wanted to blow up the realm, and I had yet to talk with Jon, he needed to know he had a better claim than Ronard and Daenerys. Jon Targaryen was the rightful king, but he had no army backing him up. I knew if push came to shove Lord Stark would ally himself with Jon, but that was about it. I need to thread my web very carefully, otherwise I will lose everything, I sighed. Caw, you already did. You already did, caw. 122, Chapter 119. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 25 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 141. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. I woke up the next morning with excitement. Today was the day that I was going to attack King's Landing. The Tyrells had found the majority of the wildfire, meaning I was clear to attack the Lannisters. I was going to lead the attack charging with my dragon in the front lines. My dragon son and I would be more than enough to take care of all the enemy traps ahead, including the ones that Tywin Lannister. Today is the day, I shouted for everyone to hear. Today we take down those fake lions. And everything they love. Needless to say, my men started to shout a chant in agreement. They had been ready to fight for me long before, and now it was their time to shine and prove how loyal they were. A suicidal thought but one that helped me. Not to be a party pooper, but Oberyn approached me. Can we trust those flowers? They have jumped sides like a game of hot potato. Lovely reference, and no, we can't trust, but for now, I know they are playing on my side. I chuckled. After all, it was very hard to lie to me when I had ravens spying their every move. We should be ready to march in a few hours, Ned Stark stated, mounting his horse. Are you going to ride your dragon ahead? Or wait for us? I will wait for everyone to be ready. Once the men start marching, I will fly to the city with Neltharion, taking their defenses, I answered. Very well, Ned nodded. Leave some Tywin for me if you happen to burn him, Oberyn added with a smirk. I chuckled. I will try. It took my entire army roughly 2 hours to get ready to march, but once they were done, I mounted Neltharion, and left them. As I charged with my dragon son and some of my ravens into battle, my goals with this attack were simple. I wanted to destroy all long-range fighters, and of course, create some chaos on Tywin's formation, shaking his strategy. Are you guys ready? I asked my dragon son. I will not let you down. I will burn every enemy that stands in our way, Neltharion stated with absolute confidence. We are ready, caw. My ravens cawed in one voice. I smiled at their answers. As I laid my eyes on King's Landing, I could already see the castle from afar, and it had been only an hour since I left my men behind. Air travel does make a difference. Let's show them what we got. I shouted. Caw. The city kept getting closer and closer. Second by second the distance between us and the city was slowly disappearing, and just when we were in range I shouted, fire. At my command torrent of fire shot from Neltharion's mouth, burning every poor soul on its unforgiving path, setting a lot of unaware soldiers to blazes, melting eyes and burning their skin away, killing them a few seconds after the fire had taken them. Locate all the long-range defense posts. I ordered a few of my ravens, and in response they immediately flew to fulfill their mission. Fire. One man shouted from the ground, ordering the archers to shot, but little did they know, normal arrows can't hope to pierce the scales of a dragon, and if by some weird case I happened to be their target, with my skills and current mobility, well, let's say they had a better chance of getting an erection from Varys. Archers their Neltharion, I pointed, and immediately after they found themselves experiencing what did hell felt like. We located all the posts. Caw. One raven said flying beside me and Neltharion. Where? Neltharion inquired. Follow me, caw. The raven said flying off, with Neltharion and I following him close behind. Taking my bow, from my back I smiled. How about we make this a friendly competition, N. I'm in. Neltharion hissed happily. I chuckled. I haven't even told you what it is. I don't care, I will win either way. Neltharion stated. Very well then, I chuckled, let's see who kills more. Awesome. Don't be mad when I crush you, Neltharion was very competitive. We'll see, I smirked. Here we are, caw. The raven we had been following, guided us to the wall defenses. Without even waiting for my command, Neltharion started to burn every person in the wall, their screams of pain and agony, were at this point surely filling the city with the catastrophic melody of despair, and I was the grand maestro of this orchestra, and like so, I would give them the best concert of their lives. Let's give them a show. I shouted, shooting arrows left and right, killing enemies with ease, as my dragon son burned his way, and my ravens pushed the archers down the wall. The slaughter had begun. Tywin Lannister POV. The city was under attack, but instead the army I was expecting, it was only Ronard and his beast, and yet they were crushing my archers like they were nothing, but things were not so much out track. I still could defeat Ronard if I made him believe he won, then it would only be a matter of blowing him off with the wildfire. We are under attack, Cersei muttered, entering my office. I'm aware. I'm old, not blind or deaf, I sighed. We will win, Cersei stated, the mountain standing by her side. The walls of King's Landing have never fallen down, no man has managed to do so. The key word being man, I interrupted her, for she was once again being an idiot. The sole reason the walls had been intact were because the idiots that had tried were idiots without big armies, and of course, they didn't have dragon. What use does a wall has if you can fly over it? Don't forget he rides a creature thought to be a fairy tale till now. He will die either way. By our sword or by our fire, Cersei stated. Your blind confidence in victory is almost adorable, but you are not a kid anymore. I sighed. Anyways father. I have to go and see my son. Cersei commented, it was maybe the last time she got to see him, if things end up being bad that is. Please tell him to put on his armor, I ordered. He will not fight. Cersei growled. He is the king, he needs to fight, and beside I don't need your opinion nor your approval, I stated with cold eyes looking at her. I won't let you. A single hand sign was more than enough to shut my daughter down. If she gets in your way to get the prince, don't hesitate to use force, am I clear, Sir Gregor Clegane? I looked at my mad dog, who simply nodded in reposen, leaving with my daughter to retrieve my grandson. This was everyone's last stance. This battle would either destroy two houses, or set in stone the Lannisters on the throne. 123, Chapter 120. Author note, new novel up, Marvel Gamer Project, go check it out. I will be updating that novel twice a day, at a minimum, and the chaps are long. The first one is over 3,000 words. And if you want to read up to 21 chaps ahead of GOT, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 141. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The slaughter continued, with Neltharion burning every in our path. Soon the city would be ours. My ravens had informed me that my army was going to arrive any minute now, meaning this battle would be over soon. Now, the rest was up to the Tyrells. They had to stop Cersei's backup plan. Now that was a bit complicated. One segment of wildfire was more than enough to set a big part of the city on fire, so if they missed even one, the consequences would be catastrophic. Let's focus now on the troops outside the walls. By this point we had already burned all the archers and anyone close to the wall, so as to not waste any time. It was time to focus on the others. Got it, Neltharion said, turning to the other troops. As we continued burning the enemy's army, from afar I could already see my men approaching the battlefield fast. If I had to take a wild guess I would say they were a few minutes away at much, which meant it was time to open a path for them. Burn the gates to King's Landing, I ordered my son. His fire was strong enough to break through wood, and even shattered stone. In short, the wooden gates of King's Landing were barely an inconvenience for us, but the main reason I had avoided to attack them until now, was because I didn't want to push Cersei to her limits, at least not until my army was close, which it was the case now. I also wanted to give the Tyrells more than enough time to plan their approach at stopping Cersei and her suicidal plan, and by the information my ravens had been giving me, they had set a big part of their army to defend those delicate spots. Of the Tyrells depended if I gave my men the signal to enter the city or not. Tywin Lannister POV. Chaos, pure and absolute chaos. The walls of King's Landing were in flames, the citizens were running and crying in fear, and my army was broken, fire and agony breaking their formations. Was our defeat always this unavoidable? One man, one simple man, was leveling my army like they were nothing, and all he had right now with him was a dragon, one dragon by his side, and everything I planned was burn into nothingness. In the end it was me who was blind. I didn't have to see more to know that the moment Ronard's army breached within the wall, everything would be lost. I underestimated the power that a dragon had. By a long margin. I thought a good formation and weapons would stop the beast, but they didn't. Arrows bounced off its skin, swords couldn't reach it, and catapults were too slow to aim at the beast, and were subsequently burned like the rest of my plans. The gates are gone, the dragon blew them open, one of my soldiers said with fear, shaking. Where is the king? I shouted, turning to one of my men. He is with the queen, my lord, the soldier answered. Even in the end, the idiot of a daughter I had, was destroying our name, even in defeat a Lannister must be an example. Bring the king to me, or die trying. I commanded. This was the last time I allowed my daughter to shame the family name, or what was left of it. If we were going to die, we would die being the lions we were. No grandson of mine was going to hide under a skirt, he was the damn king, and like a good captain he had to sink with his boat. Besides, his mother's plan was to blow up King's Landing if we failed to win, and we were doing just that, failing awfully to win this fight. Cersei Lannister POV. Father had failed once again to stop Ronard, he had failed me for the last time, and he would burn with the city for it. He thought I wanted to take King's Landing with everyone in the city included, but, the reality of my plan was a bit different, something I had kept secret to everyone. The city would indeed burn, but without Joffrey, the mountain, and me, I had other plans for us, for we would escape through one of the many city tunnels, leaving Ronard and my father burning. With the mountain on my side, I would be able to survive, long enough to take what it was mine. Why do we have to escape, mother? I'm a king. The enemies will kneel when they see my radiance, Joffrey complained. They will, but for now, we need to play our cards to the best of our possibilities, I sighed. Well, if we don't have any other choice, Joffrey sighed. Behind me, the mountain commanded, and a second later I noticed why he was giving us orders. Soldiers of Highgarden were in the tunnels, guarding the first explosive of the chain that would set the city on fire. How dare you to touch a king, you are not worthy of it. Joffrey hissed with anger at the mountain, failing to notice the soldiers ahead. We have orders to not let you pass, one of the soldiers said, unsheathing their blade. I am your queen, so who ordered you such a thing? I inquired. We have orders, and that's all you need to know, the soldier replied. Stay back. I'll handle this, the mountain said, slowly walking towards the dozen soldiers with a smile plastered on his face. He wanted to break them, to make them suffer. Make every single one of them suffer, but be quick, we have at much an hour before the bear takes the city, I ordered. That's more than enough time, the mountain laughed, dashing towards the soldiers with a wicked smirk of pleasure. Ned Stark POV. The damage one dragon alone was able to deliver was truly terrifying. No wonder my ancestors kneeled to the first Targaryen. This was unbelievable. Just Ronard and his dragon were more than enough to level a big part of the defenses King's Landing had in place, and all it took him was about and a half, burning everyone and everything on his way. And he did all this with online 1 out of 3 dragons. I can only imagine what he would be capable of doing with his 3 dragons. Most likely he would have no need for us. Let's keep the fight outside, we need to wait for the king's signal to enter the city, I shouted, remembering the men we had to wait until Ronard safe enough to enter. In that Ronard had been very clear that if he didn't give the go signal to enter we were forbidden to do so, as to avoid everyone getting caught in the explosion. 124, Chapter 121. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 141. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. We were winning, but I still couldn't allow my men to enter the city. Something was off. Cersei and Joffrey were nowhere to be seen, and that was pretty alarming in the big scheme of things. That woman was a wild card, unpredictable, and if she wasn't nowhere to be seen, it meant she had a plan that might fuck me up somehow. Find Cersei, I ordered my ravens. Caw on it. My ravens cawed, flying off into the city to find the Mad Queen. I had a bad feeling about all this. With Cersei missing, it was almost unavoidable that something was going to go wrong for me, and I didn't like that prospect, so for now, I would keep my army outside the borders, waiting for Cersei to appear. After all, I couldn't afford the luxury to lose any soldiers. Is that woman so important? Neltharion asked. Somewhat, is not so much that she is important, but that she is unpredictable, and in war you can't allow wild cards to roam free, I sighed. I see, what a problematic situation then, Neltharion hissed, going back to burning the army beneath us. Indeed it is. Cersei Lannister POV. The mountain was destroying the Highgarden soldiers like they were nothing, ants. One by one they were falling to his enormous and unparalleled strength. Each swing of his massively abnormal longsword resulted in another body on the ground, adding to his uncountable count of victims, and I couldn't help but smile at this sight. After all, taming this mad dog to obey me was probably the best choice I had ever taken. Finish them quickly, you'll have time to torture later, I smiled, imagining Ronard under the mountain's foot. Boring, the mountain grumbled, picking up his pace. Caw. 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 A raven. What is a raven doing here? Well, it didn't matter. Make them. Bob the Raven POV. I had found the Mad Queen. I had to let the Cornbringer know she was on the secret tunnels of the city. She was planning to escape the mighty judgment of the Corn. And I was not going to allow it. The Corn was fair. And the corn never failed to deliver its mighty and unforgiving punishment. My king! I caught in desperation seeing the corn bringer ahead. Ronard Mormont POV. My king! A raven shouted flying at full speed towards me. I slowly turned around, to see the raven in question, with a question look. Did you find anything? I inquired. Yes. Caw. The Mad Queen and her mistake are hiding in the secret tunnels on the south part of the city. The raven replied. I smiled at this. My targets were waiting for me, and without even having to tell Neldharion what to do, he was already flying towards the location where we had to go. When we get there, let me handle them. I wanted to deal with the mad duo by myself. Sure. I mean, I completely demolished you in the competition we had earlier, old man. I think I got 3,000, and you got like 60, Neldharion stated proudly. You breathe fire, give me a break, I chuckled. So can you, but in smaller quantities, Neldharion shot back. Fair enough, I laughed. I wanted them to suffer for opposing me. You let them die too quickly. A voice thundered, coming from the tunnels we were heading. If I had to take a guess, it was Joffrey. This made me wonder, is it bad I want to kill somehow I had never seen before? I wanted to see them cry and beg for death, only to suffer more. Joffrey screamed. Well, there I have my answer, it's not wrong if the object of my hate is that little psychopath. How can a mother love that? You know what, forget that, is a very stupid question, considering his mother is Cersei. We don't have time to make our enemies cry, but soon we will, Cersei commented. I had yet to see her, because we were hovering above the tunnels, but that voice had to be hers. I think they are there, Neldharion commented. Yeah, I nodded, pointing to a cliff. Drop me off. Sure, Neldharion did as he was told. I will go and help our army with the rest. Send a raven if you need me to pick you up. Sure, I chuckled, and with that said and done, I was left alone waiting in the exit of the tunnel for my prey. Little by little their voices grew louder and louder, they were coming closer. I was waiting for them, with my sword at hand, though I had to be careful, not because I thought they represented a challenge, oh no, but because I had promised Dorne, the mountain. And if this Cersei was anything like the Cersei I knew from the show, she had recruited that monster to her side. Well, if it isn't the Queen of Nothing, I chuckled seeing the blonde package of madness coming out of the tunnel. You are. Cersei scoffed, another soldier Olenna ordered to die. I want to hear this one scream, Joffrey commented with a gleeful smile. Haha, that ain't gonna happen. I laughed, too bad Olenna couldn't stop you, then again, when I ordered her to do so. I didn't account for the mountain. Ordered. Ronard. Cersei hissed. The one and only. I bowed, you can't find this amount of confidence and style in any other king. He is Ronard. Joffrey screamed, his face slowly going red like blood in anger. I want him death. Kill him. Jesus, the lungs on that boy, I chuckled. Let's see if you keep that bravado for long, Cersei hissed. You will die waiting, I chuckled. Kill him, Cersei ordered the behemoth of a man she had on her side. With pleasure, the mountain smirked. Let's dance. I smiled, as I started to walk towards him. Kill him. Joffrey screamed. 125, Chapter 122. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 20 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 142. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The mountain and I started to walk towards each other, our battleground ready for our clash. The area was wide enough for us to fight, but not big enough for Cersei to try and escape. The mountain smirked at me gleefully, throwing off his night cloak to the ground. I will enjoy this. His face was scrunched up in a weird mix of anger and pleasure. There was no doubt he was a really unstable individual. With that troubling expression on his face, he slowly started to draw his long sword from his side. The blade made a hissing whisper that shouted danger as it was removed from the sheath, but for me, it was nothing but another Monday. Kill him. Oh yeah, I had forgotten about Joffrey. Don't hold back or I am going to break you. I smirked at the Gregor, ignoring Joffrey, tuning out everything that wasn't the mountain. Cocky little shit, the mountain snarled. I shrugged and smiled, as I slowly started to approach him. I have the material to be cocky, can you blame? PFF, the mountain scoffed, swinging his abnormally big long sword at me, but with the same smile I had a few seconds ago. I ducked under his attack, dodging it with ease and giving a wink to the mad duo behind, while admiring the mountain was certainly fast for his size. You bastard. I turned my attention back to the fight. Now, where were we? I chuckled, dodging the next few swings. He was fast, but not enough to even reach me. Is that all you can do, dodge? The mountain snarled. Oh, no, I can do so much more, but I promised Dorn I would bring your sorry ass alive to them. I smirked, so you should feel lucky. I won't go all in on you. A bug going all out, terrifying, Gregor mocked. Please, describe yourself in your free time, I'm not the poor doctor that deals with your sad mental state, I smiled. Okay. Damn. Arg. Infuriated, the mountain charged forward, quickly sprinting towards me, rage consuming what little he had of rational thought. Cersei. Joffrey, I said with my smile slowly fading, allow me to show you how terrifying I can truly be. Just when Gregor was about to clash with me, I jumped above him, dodging his mindless charge, kicking him on the forehead with enough strength to push the behemoth back, who in response tried to attack me by swinging his blade, but with single step I found myself in front the raging beast, and outside the range of his blade. Don't be too hasty, big guy, I winked, trying to infuriate him even more. I will fuck your skull. Gregor roared, throwing a punch. But moving ever so slightly to barely dodge the punch, I grabbed Gregor's wrist as his punch was passing in front of me, and proceeded to throw the bastard up high into the air, to the surprise of everyone, including him who just couldn't grasp what in the seven was going on. I pulled down on his arm, slamming the Gregor head first into the ground, with enough strength to plant his head on the ground, and by result ending the battle. I'll be honest, he didn't live up to the hype, I chuckled, looking at the terrified expressions both Cersei and Joffrey shared. He's probably dead, oh well, I don't think Oberyn will be too mad. I started to walk up to the mad duo to see Cersei pulling out a knife. Don't you dare getting any closer, filthy animal. A knife. I laughed, that's the equivalent of threatening a dragon with fire. Have some dignity, and drop that toothpick. I am the king. I command you to stop, Joffrey shouted. That doesn't work that way. I deadpanned. I am your better. You are nothing. Joffrey shouted back. If you explain to me, in one sentence, why you love that thing you call a son, I might just let you live, I sighed, looking at Cersei, who simply didn't respond. See? I don't get it either. You won, but you won't get to enjoy any of it, Cersei smirked, lighting a match. Taking a deep breath, I threw my blade at Cersei like a spear, and it stuck into her hand, pushing her several meters back to a wall where the sword was now lodged. The Mad Queen screamed out in pain as her prized son peed himself. For your information, I'm fireproof, so yet. I won't, Joffrey muttered in fear, but a bitch slap was more than enough to knock the little bastard down. Well, that was very anticlimactic, I sighed, as I walked to check if the mountain was really dead. Do we give the signal? One of the ravens present asked. Yes, I nodded. Tywin Lannister POV 2 hours later. This was a new feeling, total and absolute defeat. Like the commoners said, I backed up the wrong horse on this race. Any minute now someone would get me. I didn't even care anymore. There wasn't anything I could possibly save from my family. Legacy, honor, nothing. My children fucked everything up. So here I was drinking vodka, the drink my enemy manufactured, in the office that was given to me as the hand of the king, waiting for the enemy army to get me. They had entered the city almost 2 hours ago, and if my calculations were right, for the first time since this fucking war started, they would be with me in me moments. Lord Lannister, Ned Stark said, kicking the doors open. Lord Stark, I acknowledged, would you care for a drink? Ned Stark stared at me for a second, confused. The city, the kingdom belongs to Ronard now. Of that painful fact there is no doubt, I nodded. Is my son alive? He is. Ronard wanted to kill him, and send you his head, but other plans came up, Ned Stark answered. I see, it would have been a very clever move, I sighed. My son is probably my one emotional weakness. That's what Ronard said, Lord Stark nodded. Where is Oberyn? I inquired, from how much he hates me. I expected him to be the one to capture me. He does, but he has other orders right now, Lord Stark sighed. Very well, I nodded, putting the vodka bottle and my cup down, a very distinctive drink. Like everything our king does, Lord Stark approached me. Yes, that sounds about right, I nodded, dropping my sword. Lead the way, Lord Stark, I'm sure many want to see me hang, let's not keep them waiting. 126, Chapter 123. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 20 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 142. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Cersei screamed and trashed as I carried her, the comatose mountain and the disgusting thing she called son on my back. Would you please stop, is just a minor cut in your hand. I sighed. But no matter what I told the soon-to-be death bitch, she was having none of it. Maybe the pain of her wound was too much, Or maybe she was having a meltdown. I mean, she did lose everything she ever held dear today. Should we call Neltharion? A raven inquired. I pondered over that offer for a second. The walk to the castle was a very long way, and I had 3 people on my back, one of them making the walk less than enjoyable. All right, I sighed, giving the raven the confirmation he needed to call my dragon son. You won't get away with this. Cersei hissed with anger. I think I already did, though. Be my guest, try and stop me, I laughed, much to her annoyance. I still couldn't believe it, this war was finally over. I was now officially the king of the 7 kingdoms, not that I didn't have that title before, but now I had it without opposition. Then again, Vale had yet to kneel, but they were as threatening as Cocker Spaniel. Essos and West Eros were mine, I mean. I still had to conquer some cities in Essos, but with Bravos under my control that would hardly become a nuisance. Now, I have to focus on the wall. Well, at least my attention won't be diverted. I smiled. This victory had a sour taste, because I still had yet to win. Wake up! And kill him! Cersei shouted, kicking the mountain. I planted his head on the ground. I ain't no doctor, but he won't wake up anytime soon, I winked at her, enraging the already furious woman. Father will. That was new. Cersei was lost for words. You lost, and it doesn't matter if you deny that fact, I sighed. Have some dignity, and wait for your sentence. Cersei remained silent for a second, holding her wounded hand. Will I be judged as a noble? I knew what she wanted, a trial by combat, and by God that sounded fun. You want a trial by combat, don't you? It's my right, Cersei said with a cold tone, one that carried hope. I smiled. You can have one, but who among your allies can beat me? The king can't participate, for he is the judge. Cersei replied. I didn't know to what extent was that true, but even if it was, she had to know. I had other warriors no one could beat. I could choose a bear, Neltharion, even a lion if I want to make things ironic. Then I'll choose my dragon son. Pick your poison, you are dying either way. Ned Stark POV. The city was in a deplorable state, but we had won. Ronard was finally the one and only king in West Eros. A thought that never would have occurred to me years ago, the same kid I lent money to help him with his house. That kid was now that man I was proud to call my king. Have you heard anything about Ronard? Oberyn inquired. Nothing yet. I shook my head, but you know him, he's probably taking the scenic route here. That is absolutely true, Oberyn laughed, he probably killed the mountain. I haven't seen that bastard. In your condition, it's better to leave that to Ronard, I commented. After all, his injuries from the last fight he had with Jaime would put him in a bad situation against that monster Tywin has, or had. I suppose. Oberyn sighed. Neltharion is coming with the king, a soldier shouted, entering the throne room. Well, it seems our king decided to bless us with its presence, Oberyn commented with a smirk. I nodded. Ronard Mormont POV. It took some time to tie the bitch of Cersei up. After she had realized even without me on the trial she had requested she would still have 0 chance of winning, well, let's say her normal crazy is nice compared to the shit beneath that. To summarize my suffering, the bitch bit me as I tied her ass up to Neltharion, and if it wasn't because I wanted her to die in public for everyone to see, she would dead already. My king, Oberyn greeted me with a smile that disappeared as soon as he saw the comatose Gregor Clegane behind. Is he dead? I jumped out of Neltharion's back, landing in front of Oberyn, kind of. I think he is in a coma, but I don't know. In reality the mountain could also be brain death. I mean, is the first time I plant someone on the ground. I have no idea what to expect. Oh well. Oberyn shrugged. And to be honest, that was not the reaction I was expecting. Hey, well, cool. Your Grace, Ned Stark said, extending his arms, to give me a hug? Was this a thing now? Sure, why not, I shrugged, giving the man a short hug. The throne is waiting for you, Lord Stark smiled. Ye, the most uncomfortable chair known to man is waiting for me. I chuckled. You could always put a cushion. Essos is famous for having the best cushions in the known world, Oberyn laughed. Maybe? I was actually thinking something more along the lines of burning that thing off. I shrugged. Thud. What do we do with the other passengers? A soldier asked, pointing to Cersei, Gregor, and Joffrey, who Neltharion had thrown off his back. I feel dirty for letting them mount me. Neltharion shuddered. I will go and take a bath, see you later, father. Well, if the mountain wasn't dead already, that surely did the job, I commented. The Iron Throne, the seat of the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, a piece of metal that is often used as a device to refer to the king's authority. And the image I had of it in my head was different. I was not prepared for the atrocity I was now witnessing. What in the actual fuck is that? I asked. The throne, Ned Stark answered, with a confused expression. Okay, if I wasn't sure of burning this thing before. I am now, I commented, as I slowly walked up to the throne. The Iron Throne was not at all like the HBO version of it. No, the real throne was an asymmetric monstrosity of spikes and jagged edges and twisted metal, and here I was, about to sit in the biggest healthy hazard this world can offer. Here I go, I muttered, taking my rightful place on throne, and I felt powerful. I felt finally at peace because the game was over. I felt pain. Wait, pain? I think I stabbed my arm with one of the blades. Caw, yes, you are bleeding a bit, but nothing bad, a raven commented, landing on the throne. I stabbed my feet. Well, who said power didn't come with pain? All hail King Ronard. Ned started a chant that started small, but soon enough was shaking King's Landing itself. 127, Chapter 124. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 20 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 144. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/84743b. Staring out the window, with a feeling of inner peace I couldn't quite describe, with one single thought clouding my mind. I was the king now. I had finally won the game, with all its ups and downs I had won. But I knew this was just a moment, the calm before the storm. I suppose that applies to me right now, I chuckled, knowing very well, I had one more battle to win. But for now, that could wait. Right now I was dying to see my family, to kiss my wife, to hold my kids. But I was scared, and while I didn't let anyone but Neltharion know, thoughts of, what if they didn't remember me, what if they didn't want to be with their old man, that would hurt me more than any sword. My king, Oberyn said as he entered the room, bringing me back to the real world. Oberyn, I greeted with a smile. You must be excited to see your wife, God knows you need some love, Oberyn winked. Remind me again, why are we friends? I inquired with a chuckle. I don't know. But that's a curse you can't cast away, Oberyn laughed. One that is not so bad, John chuckled, entering the room. Maybe I need to start locking my room. I suppose, I shrugged, my wife and kids will be here in a month. I'll be honest, I'm kinda nervous. Oh, well, they do say a woman is more terrifying than any battle, Oberyn commented, but that's what makes their company even better. Not of Daenerys, I mean, my kids. I can't help but wonder. I forget it, I chuckled. If I may. Ned Stark said, entering the room, and yet. I need to lock my room. Sure, I nodded. I went to war when Robb was 1 year old, and like you I was nervous, but the boy knew I was his father the moment he saw me, so don't worry, Ned smiled, the cubs will know, is in their blood. Thanks, I smiled, that actually made me feel a bit better. So, when can we hear the Lannisters scream in pain? Oberyn asked like a kid would when asking for candy. Disturbing, but understandable. When your queen arrives, she wants to see them hang for what they did to her family, I answered, rolling my eyes at his antics. Well, I guess I can wait, Oberyn pouted. I forgot to mention, but the spider is nowhere to be found, John commented. Well, there isn't much he can do, he isn't a priority for me at all, I sighed. And while it was true the spider was my enemy, he was hardly a threat anymore. Well, he never was, but I do wonder, how did he manage to escape, and more importantly, how did he do so without alerting my ravens? Varys the spider? POV. What a waste, in the end my efforts to stop the monster I created were useless. Ronard won, once again I was at the beginning of the chain, but I would rise. And the next time I faced that monster, I would be ready. Caw. A crow, weird, they aren't common around these parts, I muttered, wondering if it was someone's pet. After all, crows were very uncommon where I was. Well, I suppose I'm also uncommon here. Caw. Another one. Caw. Another 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, no more than that, and they are all staring at me. I better get going. Life is a finite resource, from the moment you are born, you start wasting that valuable gift, some more than others, but you little spider, you fucked up, royally. A crow was talking, as murder of hundreds of crows flew around that single crow that had my attention, the talking one. We are cousins to the ravens, friends of the Cornbringer, protectors of his subjects, and executioners of his enemies, and you, little spider, are his enemy. The murder of crows circled me, flying around me wildly. So this is how he was always on top of everything, I laughed, there wasn't much I could do besides that. Yes, take solace of that, and in the fact, you never had a chance. With that, the murder of crows flew towards me, and with open arms. I welcomed death. Peter Baelish POV. I jumped from being Tywin's prisoner to being Ronard's prisoner. Well, at the very least the brat ought to be easier to manipulate. Littlefinger, that voice, the old fucking wolf was still alive. Lord Stark, what a pleasant surprise, I greeted. It must be for some, but not for you, after all, I do seem to remember you holding my neck with a dagger. Ned growled. I played the game, to the best of my skills, I sighed. You won't escape punishment, Littlefinger, Ronard is too smart for your games, but do try. I would love to see you fail, and with that Lord Stark left. He had changed quite a bit. Well, I still have Lisa, she will save me, I smiled, after all, if Ronard wanted the Vale to kneel he would need me. Daenerys POV. Ronard won, he promised me one day I would go back to Westeros as its queen, and he had once again delivered, keeping his word, but, even though that single thing had been the purpose for as long as I can remember, that wasn't the reason that made me want to go across the sea. It was him. I wanted to be by my husband's side, I wanted to kiss him, to make love to him, to hold him and never let him go. I missed him more than I wanted that stupid throne, and I was finally reuniting with him. My family would soon be whole again, I need a new dress. He won't check that. Daisy chuckled, he will probably break the dress away, I mean, the king hasn't been with his wife for a long time, she winked at me. I know. I'm expecting that and more, if not. I'll break his armor myself, I laughed, these little moments where titles didn't quite matter, made me feel at peace. Daisy and Miss Sandai were my best friends after all, a queen gets what a queen wants. Ronard's words. Hey. Daisy laughed. The prince and princess will be overjoyed of seeing their father, Miss Sandai commented with a smile, they keep asking about him. They are going to love him. I smiled. Daisy nodded. Crow Mormont Rave Nicu's POV. I was going to see father again. I had some much to do, my puns. I had to improve them, I had to make him laugh. To the pun cave. I hate you. Regal shouted. 128, Chapter 125. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 143. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. 1 month later POV. The aftermath of the war was as expected a logical nightmare. The people of King's Landing were starving, and the damage I had inflicted on the city was substantial, it would take me an enormous amount of money to fix just that, and I still had thousands of other problems, like the sewage situation that made living in this city the biggest challenge of my life. Then again, I was the king now. I could always change the capital to another place, leaving this shithole, for other purposes, but in the end, that would only be me avoiding the problem. I really need to find a way of dealing with the smell, I muttered, as of now it was taking an enormous amount of wool to not puke. Well, you can, but it will cost you quite a bit of gold, Oberyn chuckled. I own Bravus. I don't think that's a problem, time was the problem, no solution would be immediate, it would probably take years for anyone to do whatever is they have to do to fix this shit. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oberyn rolled his eyes at me. I could always force you to fix it, I smirked. Alright, I'm sorry, Oberyn chuckled. Excited for the execution? I inquired. More than you could possibly imagine, Oberyn nodded. Daenerys should be arriving any day now, I stated, she was the reason the Lannisters were still alive, she like the Martells had some internal demons to kill, and the execution would give them that. Well, I'll go bother Tywin, seeing him in a cage really puts a smile on my face, Oberyn smiled. Don't kill him. I warned. I know. I'll be nice. Oberyn chuckled walking away. That man was both annoying and friendly, and the worst part was, that the bastard was probably my best friend. Well, I guess it is time to see how the Littlefinger is doing. I have been ignoring meeting with him since Ned informed me he was in one of my cells in the dungeon. As I walked to the dungeon beneath the castle, the screams of anger that Joffrey was emitting filled the air, demanding someone to let him go, because he was the king, blah blah blah, annoying little piece of shit, maybe I can bitch slap him again, that is always a good choice. Let me go. I demand to be set free. You really make it easy to hate you, I sighed, walking by his cell, and apparently my presence was more than enough to shut him up, fear overwhelming his madness. Joffrey struggled to form a coherent sentence now that I was here. It seems you do have a brain, intriguing, I chuckled passing through his cell. I continued on walking, until I eventually reached Peter's cell, he was sitting on a corner, with a sour expression on his face, was it fear? Anger? Or something entirely different, I was both curious and indifferent. But then again, I was here, wasting time perhaps, but seeing what this little bastard wanted. Hello there, I greeted him. Immediately at the sound of my voice, Peter turned around, and bowed. You must be Ronard, a pleasure to you, sorry I can't offer you anything but as your grace can see. I'm lacking stuff. Well, you are in prison, I said. I do see that, but it's a crime to have me here, you see. I haven't done anything against you. I know Lord Stark and I have our problems, but I assure you, I would never do anything against you, Peter said, or rather lied. Little did he know I knew about his dealings to kill me. Oh, so it must have been another Peter that told old man Frey to kill me. Would you be so kind to point me to that Peter? So that I can burn him alive? I smiled. I was working with the Lannisters, it wasn't my idea, Peter lied in his defense. No, it was all you, don't think you can lie to me. I bested betters on this little game, so stop it, I said with dangerously low tone, letting him know, nothing he said would change my mind. Why you need me to get the people of Vale on your side, Peter said with small smile of triumph, without Vale, you only have 6 out of the 7 kingdoms. I looked at him for a second, before I bursted in a fit of laugh. Why you think that, haha, oh dear. Why you think that I need you to get Vale on the line? Ha 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 ha. If you kill me Lisa Oren won't bend the knee, Peter added. Not that I need her, she killed her husband, all because you told her, I chuckled, and if Vale doesn't believe that, well, I can always burn that mountain down, and start a new house. Don't cloud your thoughts with sentiments of greatness, Littlefinger, Vale, and you are nothing to me, your mere presence, the sound of you breathing, offends me, and whether you like it or not, you will die, so enjoy the rest of your life. As limited as it is. Fear, despair, and understanding of his situation shocked Peter Baelish all at once, destroying any hopes the man had for survival. He knew, nothing would save him now. He had overplayed his hand, not realizing the game had ended a long time ago, with Ronard as its winner. Olenna Tyrell POV. Ronard Mormont, the first of his name, too bad I didn't see his potential a long time ago. Marjorie would be queen if I did, but oh well. I suppose I can settle for surviving all this ordeal. Not many people can live through 2 wars and tell the tale, and I can always marry Marjorie's to the new lord of House Targaryen. She did seem to think the northern dragon wolf boy to be attractive. Mother. My son, poor idiot, waking up. Not knowing what happened, a shame he got the brains of his dad. It's all right. I fixed our situation, now sleep, I soothed the poor idiot. 129, Chapter 126. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 143. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Watching Daenerys, walking down the stairs of that damned ship, was painfully slow. All the decorum I had built up for this moment fade away, when I just couldn't hold back anymore and rushed to her like there was no tomorrow. And it seemed my sweet wife was in the same situation, for she was running towards me with open arms. I missed you so much, Daenerys said, burying her face full on tears on my chest. I think I missed you more, I chuckled. I don't think so, Daenerys chuckled on my chest. Died. Can you please tell Regal to stop using so many puns? Crow hissed, landing in front of me. Do be such a drag. Regal smiled, replacing the word brat for drag. Weak pun if you ask me. I hate you, Crow muttered. There are 2 other little dragons, or should I say chimeras waiting to meet you, Daenerys said, kissing me on the lips. For the first time in so long, if it wasn't because I had so much control over me, I would have probably, well. Gerald and Alyssa, both were already walking and I had missed that transition. That was more hurtful than anything. It almost made me cry knowing I had missed so much of their life, in so little time. Hi, Gerald, my sweet son said, walking towards me. A pleasure to meet you again, father. He then looked at Miss Sandai, wondering if he had said the words they had practiced with him. We already know each other, I smiled, hiding the pain I felt. My own son thought of me as a stranger. Can I hug you? Gerald asked, in the most shy and adorable way, erasing about 80% of the pain I had. Of course, any day any time, I hugged him. Hi, Alyssa, Daddy's little princess said, tugging my pants. It's good to see you again, father, she smiled, hugging my right leg. Unlike Gerald that looked at me like I was both a stranger and his family, Alyssa looked at me like a daughter would to a father. You remember? I smiled in astonishment. I do, Alyssa nodded, still hugging my leg. I remember everything, even the day you first held me. Photographic memory, the ability to recall any event like it just happened. It seemed my daughter had someone similar to that. She was barely 3 years old. I wonder, did my super soldier body and other gifts affect them? She remembers everything. I mean everything. It must be a pain to remember all the puns Regal uses, Crow muttered. Well, I tried to answer but someone else was already on it. I find some of them funny, Alyssa chuckled, answering Crow, much to my shock. Well, I suppose there goes my answer, they did inherit some of my power, perhaps they will kick their old man ass someday, that's a sight I would enjoy watching, what are puns? Gerald asked, and once again my kids shocked their old man, not only Alyssa but Gerald had inherited my ability to communicate with animals. I wonder if my ability to master weapons is within them. Jokes, thought the books are never clear, Alyssa commented, you should read more. I don't like books, Gerald huffed, sticking his tongue out at his sister. Wow, I chuckled. Yes, they are quite the surprise, don't you think? Daenerys chuckled beside me, they got quite a bit from you, Alyssa has my eyes, and I think her hair will have gold and white stripes, but the rest is all you, was I sleeping during the act? We both know you weren't, and I think Alyssa will look like you, and Gerald like me. I just feel it, I smirked. Maybe, Daenerys smiled. What's your favorite color? Gerald inquired with a wide smile. Black, I answered. Your favorite bird? Gerald asked as soon as I answered his previous question. The ravens, I chuckled. Caw. Heck yeah. Caw. We won, boys. What about you? I inquired. The robins, Gerald answered with a smile. I brewed you. In great chick. I caw, I need some time to process the fact we lost to ARRO Robin. While I was trying to find a way on how to defuse the situation, Alyssa commented, you probably hurt 5,000 of our uncles with that comment. Why? They are family not birds, right? Gerald tilted his head in confusion, for him the ravens weren't animals, but family. Caw. I'm so touched. I see, Alyssa nodded in understanding. And the previously offended ravens were now crying in happiness, well, all well ends well, let's go home. Knelt Harrion Mormont Rave NICU's POV. I was finally reunited with my brothers, it was time to brag all I was able to do but they didn't. Haha, best dragon wins baby. Hey Nelth, Regal waved at me. Regal, how you've been, I asked. Same as always, annoying the ever-living crap out of Crow, Regal laughed. One day, I will have my sweet retribution. Crow muttered. What about you? Regal inquired. Opening for bragging acquired. Time to brag. Oh well. I've been fighting alongside father, and winning every battle, being his strongest soldier, but I suppose babysitting is also important, so don't worry brothers. I see you are showing your claws, but let me tell the scales are in our favor, Regal laughed. Give me a week, I will best whatever you did Nelth, Crow commented. It wasn't working, time to drop the big guns. I also taught father how to breath fire, it was pretty easy with my skills. You what? Wait, hold on. He can breath fire. Bingo. Who's the best dragon now? Hey. Lisa or in POV. The Lannisters had lost, and Ronard had my sweet Peter on a cell like a dog. Peter didn't deserve to be on a cage, he was perfect, he was mine, he loved me, his place was with me, by my side, on my bed making me scream his name, not on a cage. But how could I save him? I didn't want my sweet Robin to lose his father, his real father, I had to save him, but how? If only I could lure that stupid bear to Vale, his head would be mine and I would be able to save Peter. Yeah, that's right, in Vale I was unstoppable, nothing could possibly go wrong, all I needed was to force that bear into my territory, and I would crush him, yeah that was right, nothing would possibly end bad, in a month I would be sleeping with my Peter, riding him non-stop, for now I had to wait. I can do that. I can wait, I reassured myself on the mirror, all for you Peter. Caw, that woman needs some meds. Tywin Lannister POV. Let me out. Even during my last few days of being among the living, the disgrace of a grandson I had was making what little I had a living hell. I suppose that's what happens when two idiots that happen to be siblings fuck. You lost. How could you lose? Cersei barked from the cell in front of me. I suppose the answer lies in whatever made you fuck your brother, after all, I'm your father, some of that stupidity has to be mine, I sighed. Dad Jamie tried to defend himself but I cut him off with a low chuckle. There is nothing to save, so stop hiding behind your pathetic lies. I glared at him. So pathetic you believed them, Cersei smiled triumphantly. I never believed them. I was simply in denial, to accept my 3 children were nothing but idiots. It was hard to admit, the worst part is. Tyrion is the best of you two. Little freak, too weak to control his carnal desires but in the end, he shamed the family less than you two. I laughed, realizing the irony of the situation. That little monster killed mother. Cersei hissed. Yes, and I hate him for it, but he did her a favor. I rather have your mother underground as a corpse than to have her suffering for what you two made of our family. I sighed. Drop that high horse shit, Jamie spat, we fucked up sure, but that's just the result of what you taught us, father, I mean after all, by what right does a sheep judges a lion? I never claimed to be perfect, if I was, you two wouldn't be such a pair of mistakes, I laughed, the sad part was. I knew deep down Ronard was a threat, and I wanted to marry him to your daughter, and what did you do Cersei? Made my life and plans impossible, because he was a mere commoner for your standards, well that fucking commoner is the king now, and our heads belong to him. That beast doesn't deserve to lay his hands on Marcella, Cersei spat. That beast will send us to hell. I laughed, at least we won't be with your mother, that's the only highlight of our situation, none of us will reunite with her. 130, Chapter 127. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 16 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 143. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Today was the day of the execution, and the people of King's Landing had gathered to witness the show. Many of them wanted to see the Lannisters hang, others just wanted to see people dying. Either way, thousands of citizens gathered to see the show. Oberyn had in the end decided to let Tywin die like the rest of his family, closing the chapter of his revenge once and for all. For him, it was more than enough to see them dying, with their name being eradicated, but that destiny didn't extend to the mountain, for Oberyn was eagerly waiting for the beast to wake up, to have some fun together. As for Daenerys, she was not happy with the situation of her city, like I was. The smell was awful and that was just the tip of the iceberg of shit we had to deal with in the future. But that was for another day. Today we had quite the itinerary. Cersei and Jaime had requested trial by combat, with Jaime being his own champion and that of his sister. Little did they know I was going to fight on the trial. Normally the judge can't fight. Which means I won't be judging, but my wife will. And, of course, I will be her champion, and win-win situation if you ask me. You don't have to fight, Ned commented. Don't assume to tell your king what he can or can't do. Daenerys was not exactly on friendly terms with Lord Stark, but she would get there eventually I suppose. Don't worry, I kissed Daenerys on the lips, sweeping her confronting mode like it never was there to begin with. I'm sure that Lord Stark worded that poorly, but without bad intentions. I winked at Lord Stark. Ned sighed, I mean, you have been fighting so much, let someone else fight for you, it's only fair. Daenerys looked at Ned for a second and then at me. I think he onto something. Why dirty your blade with Lannister blood? Let others prove their loyalty, let others taint their blades with that scum. I chuckled, I understand, but I don't like chances. If anyone but me fights, well, there is a chance they will survive all this ordeal, and that's something I can't allow. But Ned Stark was about to refute but I cut him off. I know you are loyal, and I know you would fight for me, but can you with certainty tell me that you can win this? I inquired. No, I can't, Ned Stark admitted. Exactly, I nodded. I suppose. Daenerys sighed. Besides, this will barely be an inconvenience, I smirked with confidence, and with the people watching, well, it will let them know their king is no pushover. Showing then your might, so that they feel protected but also fearful of betraying you, Daenerys smiled, getting part of my idea. Well, hello there, Oberyn entered the room, taking a small bow. A lion is waiting to be personally executed by you, and we can't have them waiting can we? I suppose every second we delay this is an extra second with our giving them, I laughed. Indeed, Oberyn chuckled. Then let's hear these lions roar, Daenerys smiled, walking out of the room, not before giving me my good luck kiss. The arena where I was going to fight Jaime, was the same one used on the tourney on the hand, quite big, and allowed more than enough people to come, and it would serve as the grave for the Lannisters. So, I'm fighting you, Jaime inquired, pointing his blade at me. I know there is a blonde joke I can use right now, but it's beneath me, I joked. Letting your wife be the judge? I see who has the pants on the relationship, Jaime taunted with this trademark smirk. Projecting much? At least my relationship is symbiotic, yours. I don't think there is a word for it, I chuckled raising my blade. But before I was able to do so, Daenerys stopped me. It seems the Lannisters changed their mind. We did. Jaime inquired. They have requested one trial for all of them, a trial by the seven, Daenerys said holding her anger. A trial by the seven, very rarely, after the accused aka the Lannisters have demanded a trial by combat, they may also demand a trial by seven that instead of one man versus one man, it's two teams of 7 men each that will fight. As with a normal trial by combat, the accused and accuser each have to pick 6 other champions though each also has the option to not fight in person but to name a 7th man as their personal champion. A trial by 7 ends only when all 7 men on one side have been defeated either by yielding or dying. They can do that? I inquired. Ned nodded. But we were on the middle of a trial, that's stupid, I was about to kill Jamie, and then this. Apparently they changed their mind because the mountain woke up, Oberyn hissed in anger. They can change their trial at any time if the trial by combat or by the seven hasn't started, Ned stated. Boy, the rules of this time make no sense. Alright, but do they even have 7 champions? Yes, Daenerys nodded, Jaime Lannister, Tywin Lannister, Gregor Clegane, Meryn Trant, Joffrey Baratheon, Boros Blount, and Aerys Oakhart. Wait, hold on a minute. Joffrey will fight, I asked, trying to make sure I heard what I heard. Yes, Daenerys nodded, confirming. Ha 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 ha, I laughed, the idea of that idiot holding a weapon was stupid. Now you have to select your champions, Oberyn smiled, probably about to offer himself for the task. No need, I shook my head, I will represent myself, I just need 6 people to yield as soon as we enter the arena, and then I will eliminate them, 1 against 7, and all before lunch. I don't think. Ned started but Daenerys cut him off. If you think you can do it, I believe in you, Daenerys smiled, kissing me. This will be fun, I chuckled. I forgot to mention, Cersei wanted to see you, Ned added, and I already knew what she was going to say. I walked to Cersei's cell, chuckling like a madman along the way, even in a dungeon, you are a pain in the ass. I'm glad to hear that, Cersei smiled. So what did you want to talk about? I inquired, knowing full well this dumb bitch was about to try and weaponize my pride. I'm sure by now you know I changed my family's trial from a trial by combat to a trial by the 7, right? Cersei smirked. I do, proceed, I nodded. Well, I have a challenge for you, you claim to be the best warrior in the known world, how about you prove it? Cersei smiled, and there it was, her last plan resort. What do you have in mind, oh dear crazy bitch, I chuckled. Fight my champions alone, prove that what you say it's true, this woman was so predictable it hurt. You do realize, your son is among those 7 champions right? I smirked at her. Yes, I do, Cersei shifted uncomfortably, but I know that you would leave him for last, after all, he is no warrior, what would you accomplish by killing him and dying by the rest? Alright, I'll take the bait, I laughed, I will fight alone. And leave your mistake for last, it was my plan either way. Cersei smiled, good, then. Not so fast. I will leave your pretty mistake for last, but that only means I will make him scream your name as he suffers, so have that in mind, you chose to have your son experience a slow and painful death, instead of losing his head, everything from now it's your fault, I smiled, leaving a slightly disturbed Cersei on her cell, probably pondering if her choice was the right one. 131, Chapter 128. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 145. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. A trial by the 7, a fitting way to end their entire game if you ask me, and here I was about to crash all the hope the Lannisters had left for survival. Here I stand with my 7 champions. I entered the arena with a smirk alongside my 7 disposable champions who surrendered as soon as they entered. As for me, I was looking at the 7 I had to kill, Joffrey in particular, for some reason the little shit was smiling. I will finally show these idiots how a real king fights, Joffrey boasted. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you myself and save him the nuisance of killing you, Tywin growled. Let's not be hasty, Jaime sighed. This time. I will crush you, Gregor growled at me. Wow, that hit you took a month ago left you with some severe brain damage, I smirked, infuriating the man even more. Is everyone ready? Ned Stark inquired from outside the arena. Yes, I nodded, looking at Cersei who almost had pleading eyes, begging me to keep my word of fighting alone, desperation in her eyes mixed with pride, it was an odd combination, fortunately for her. I was a man of my word, they would all die by my blade and my blade only. Especially Joffrey. Ned's voice boomed out into the audience a final time. Let the trial begin. Ned had barely finished his sentence when Meryn Trant instantly charged at me, sword ready. I just smiled at my first victim, leaping forward while vertically spinning in the air while releasing a flowing attack in a circular motion, cutting his head in a single clean cut. 1, I smiled at the remaining 6. How about we don't rush? Jaime sighed. Either way you will die, so it's your choice, one by one, or all at once, I winked at them. Jaime growls in anger as he dashed towards me, unleashing a very fast attack from below the waist with his blade, prompting me to flip backwards so as to avoid the sword, landing on my feet. I smiled, you didn't use that flashy move against Oberyn, right? I knew he didn't, otherwise Oberyn would be dead, that attack was pretty lethal, perhaps he just decided to try it. I just decided to try that, Jamie answered as he proceeded to walk up to me, while the others including the mountain circled me, and I couldn't help but wonder with excitement where this was going. So, what's the plan? Bore me to death? 'Cause I'll be honest, is working, I smiled, making Jamie tighten the grip on his blade. You'll see, Jamie smiled. Taking a step to the side, I dodged an attack coming from behind from one of the ex-king's guards, immediately cutting the throat of the poor idiot as a counter-attack, with a simple forward slash, 2 down, 5 more, I commented as Ares fell to the ground choking on his own blood. Jamie, a bit surprised that I countered an attack that by all means should have been on my blind spot, frowned, as he rushed with his blade trying to cleave my heart, but I deflected the attack while dodging another blind spot attack with a single kick and sidestep, causing Jamie to stumble back. So is your strategy trying to exploit my blind spots? If so, it won't work. I smirked at him. Jamie growled as he dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks with his blade, being assisted by his father and the mountain, all three attacking at the same time. With a smile, I dropped my blade to give the audience a show and proceeded to redirect all the blows Jamie was trying to give me by tapping the blunt parts of the blade. All this while I simply dodged the attacks from Tywin and Gregor, moving my body swiftly around the area in order to avoid them in a very laid-back, but extremely effective style. This is fun, I chuckled, much to their annoyance. This is ridiculous, Tywin commented. And we are barely starting, so don't put your socks back on, 'cause I'm about to knock them off, I smirked. Damn it! Gregor growled. Is the big dog mad? You can always play with me one-on-one, if you think you can win. I smiled as I invited the mountain to duel me one-on-one, but while big and stupid, he learned our last encounter. I was vastly superior to him, reason why he wasn't mindlessly charging at me. No matter how strong you are bound to have a weakness, Jamie stated. I do, unfortunately, my weakness is my greatest strength, that and they aren't fighting, I smiled, as I kicked my blade that was on the floor with all my strength towards Jamie, who dodged just in time. No weapon, and you missed, sad, Jamie smirked. I didn't miss, I smirked at him, making the clueless man turn around seeing one of his teammates nailed to the arena wall with my blade on its chest. Boris Blount right. You still have no weapon, Jamie said, as if that gave them any advantage. 3 down. 4 to go, I chuckled. Jamie rushed at me, trying to capitalize the fact that I had no weapon, but like before I just redirected his blows with light taps on the blunt part of his blade while dodging the attacks from others, with a very laid-back and playful attitude. After a few seconds of it, I grew bored of only defending, and decided to spice things up, delivering a spinning hook kick on Jamie, a quick jab at Tywin and a spinning kick on the mountain, knocking every single one of them to the ground. This can't be happening. Gregor growled in anger while still on the ground, to which I responded with a smile. Oh but it is, I taunted with a fake yawn. Fuck you. Gregor growled in rage, rushing at me, forgetting how hopelessly outmatched he was. Gregor no. Tywin and Jamie shouted to no avail, trying to rush and aid their mad ally, however before they can even stand up, I rushed at the mad dog, using my hand as a temporary lance piercing the mountain's mouth from point A to point B, plunging my hand into his neck, proceeding to rip his head off with the spine still attached to it. Fatality. Ronard wins, flawless victory, I commented, throwing the head towards Jamie. Holy shit! Oberyn shouted from the audience. Great! I avoided being hanged for this, best plan ever, Tywin lamented. 4 down, 3 to go, I chuckled. Kill him. Joffrey demanded, fear on his eyes, all the confidence he had a few minutes ago, gone. Jamie growled in desperation, rushing at me once more with his father, his eyes failing to show the confidence he had a few moments ago, knowing full well, there wasn't any chance he would win, now that I showed all of you, the meaning of despair. It's time to end this, I smiled, ducking under his attack and going behind his father. I then grabbed Tywin's neck and broke it, having turned his head upside down. Hey, Tywin muttered as he fell to the ground dead. 5 down, 2 to go, I smiled, turning to see Cersei, crying in anger and fear. 1-on-1, well Jamie started but I cut him off, by dashing towards him with great speed, giving him no time to react, kicking the idiot a few meters into the air. As Jamie plummets back down, leaving a trail of blood, I put myself into position, punching him in the face, bashing his skull into a bloody mess hole, sending his now limp dead body crashing into the wall. 6, now on to the 7, I smiled, turning to see the former king peeing himself in fear. If your strategy is to pee and shit yourself so that I don't touch you, let me tell you, it's working, I added in disgust. Mom! Mother please see! Joffrey screamed in terror, trying to escape the arena. Mother please see, save me! Didn't I tell you, Cersei, that this would happen? I smiled, as I slowly walked up to Joffrey. Let me go! Cersei screamed when the guards stopped her from aiding her son. Now, Open your eyes wide, and enjoy the scene, it's one of a kind. I told Cersei, before turning to give my undivided attention to Joffrey. Mother, please. Joffrey cried, shaking in pure fear as I loomed above him. Be a man for once. I growled, breaking his leg with a quick low kick. Arg! Joffrey screamed, clutching in pain. The human body has 206 bones. That's just one, let's break the other 205, I smiled, walking towards Joffrey, who was too busy clutching in pain, to fully comprehend his situation. It took me 2 hours to kill Joffrey, like I had promised Cersei, he suffered every second of it. The worst part was, that the idiot could have surrendered, if only he knew the rules gave him that privilege. His death would have been a lot less painful than the one I gave him. Needless to say, it felt good to see how Cersei and her entire persona shattered, leaving an empty shell of what she once was. She was now broken, a body without purpose, just waiting to go. Remind me to never get on your bad side, Oberyn said as he entered the changing rooms. Hee, sure, I nodded. That was terrifying, Jon added. It was what they deserved, Daenerys stated, giving me a kiss. 132, Chapter 129. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 146. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. This is nice, I smiled, while caressing my wife's hair. Moments like this were the things that I longed for so much. It was intoxicating. It is, Daenerys smiled, caressing my bare chest with a single finger. Well, now that we have the world, all we have to do is enjoy it. Well, I had first to take care of the others, but for now, I think I deserved a bit of rest. I earned this. Sounds wonderful. Daenerys whispered to my ear, as she got on top of me. We still have Vale to deal with, but that can wait. Oh yeah, Vale, I had forgotten about them. They were kinda forgettable. I can put them down in an hour. 3 dragons are more than enough to force them down. I never doubted that, Daenerys smiled, giving me a passionate kiss that lasted for a few seconds, but after that, all we will have to do is rule. I smiled at her as I sighed. Well, not exactly. What do you mean? Daenerys inquired. Well, there is a problem beyond the wall, that is basically our last problem. I chuckled drily. The others? Daenerys sighed. Yep, I nodded, surprised she connected the dots so fast. I didn't even mention them before. I think. Do you think we can win? Daenerys asked. Well, I have to. I answered, with uncertainty. You are not sure, Daenerys stated in shock. I have never seen you unsure of anything. Was I so easy to read for her? I'm not sure. An ever-growing army, that doesn't get tired and doesn't feel fear is terrifying. I admitted. Every army has a weakness, Daenerys commented. Yes, their weakness is the one that sire them, the first walker, I nodded. If he dies, they all die. Daenerys added. But I'm pretty sure the undead king will have his army by his side at all times, meaning a duel with him is beyond my possibilities. I sighed. On a duel I was sure my skills would overcome any wall, but the reality was not always on my side. Then we have to find a way to give you that opportunity, Daenerys said with determination. You won't go near those things, not in a million years, I stated, leaving no room for discussion. There was no way in hell I would allow her and the babies be near this coming war, at all. I won't let you fight alone again, Daenerys shot back in defiance. I love you, but if I have to tie you down, and send you to the other side of the world to avoid you doing something magnanimously stupid, I will do it. I didn't want her to be near all of this. If those things got her, I would lose all the will to fight. I needed my light. My lights to be alive. You have to stop putting everything on your shoulders. Is not healthy. Daenerys was angry, but not at me, at my actions. I have to. I snapped, I have to do it, because if I don't do it, no one will. Everyone depends on me, you, the 7 kingdoms, fucking humanity depends on me. I didn't ask for any of this shit, but I have to deal with it. I can't afford to lose you. I can't afford to lose the kids. I can't afford to. By that point I was crying. God, how pathetic I was. You are not alone, and you will never be, Daenerys soothed, caressing my hair. I'm sorry, I muttered. Don't be. I'm surprised you bottle so much up, Daenerys soothed. If me being so close to the danger affects you, then I'll help some other way, but promise me you will rely on others too. You once taught me what a queen has to be, and it seems I need to teach you what a king needs to be. A king is not a man that carries the kingdom on his back alone. A king is a man that pushes the kingdom with the help of others. A king protects and is also protected by others. stop hurting yourself, and let others carry some of that weight, is not only your fight, is theirs too. I hated how right she was. But what she didn't know was that the guilt of my existence was eating me. While it was true I had changed a lot of the history I once knew for the better, it was also true I changed the main antagonist, and that could very well mean I fucked the world and that nothing I did actually mattered. I hated this, feeling weak, feeling angry, feeling useless, all of this haunted me, I know. Anything I can do, without being on the front line? Daenerys inquired with a soft smile. You can help me build and mine all the materials we need, I suggested. After all, I really needed someone mining the dragon glass and keeping an eye on the Red Witch. Then consider that job done, Daenerys smiled playfully, see one thing off your back, do you feel better? If only, it's not the tasks that consume me, but the everlasting guilt that I changed the monster and I have to deal with it. Arya barely managed to kill the bastard on a streak of luck, right now. I knew no one but me had a chance, silly, I chuckled. Humanity is quite the conundrum, no matter how strong you are, at one point, you will feel weak, and today was my point. Well, someone has to keep you sane, and here I thought my family was supposed to have the crazy part, Daenerys joked, about her father. I did not expect that. Ha 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 ha, oh god I feel bad for laughing, I laughed. Don't be. Daenerys chuckled. Lisa Oren POV. Peter was scheduled to be executed a month from now. I couldn't allow this, no. I was not going to let that stupid bear to hurt my Peter. I was going to kill him if he did. Call the banners. I shouted, and a few seconds passed and nothing happened. Why aren't you calling the banners? Because it would be suicidal to do so. The commander of Vale's army growled, Ronard Mormont has more than enough power to crush us like ants if we so much as look at him the wrong way, now imagine what he would do if we declared war. He would crush us without second thought and probably have picnic, all in the same day. Are you questioning my orders? I shouted, how dare he question my orders? I didn't sleep with that decrepit old man just so this idiots don't obey me. I'm questioning your objectivity. The commander shot back. Arrest him. I spat, but no one moved. We are with him on this one, the council thinks you are no longer capable of ruling the Vale in Robert Arryn, stead, one of the council members said. What? I gasped. You are hereby taken out of the role, for sake of Vale and what we stand for. They couldn't write? And because Lord Arryn is too young to rule, the commander of Vale's army will lead the house until he is of age, the council member said, and everyone agreed. I won't allow this. I hissed. That's the point, you can't allow or disallow anything anymore. 133, Chapter 130. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 16 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 146. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. After a week of well-deserved rest, I woke up to a letter from Vale. Apparently they had a change of heart overnight because the Lord of Vale and the other high nobles of Vale were coming to bend the knee. Though this made me wonder, if I should tell them that Robert Arryn is a bastard, or just let things be, quite the political conundrum. The Lords of Vale are coming in a few days, Daenerys commented, wise decision on their part. She smiled proudly. They have no other choice, I chuckled, it was that or getting erased, there was no middle ground. At least they are wise enough to pick the only viable option, after the Lannisters. Well, I expected stupidity from everyone, Daenerys smirked, as she walked towards the bathroom swaying her hips, in an inviting manner, will you be wise and take the right choice now, my king? No one can blame me, I'm but a man, in love with his wife, I'll be right there. Three-eyed Raven POV. Ronard had won the battle, he was now the king of the Seven Kingdoms, and now his only threat, his only challenge ahead was, the long night. During my forced seclusion, I have learned that the Night King was slowly but surely increasing his army with creatures that were long dead. Looking for any corpse that may help him. Giants, children of the forest, skin changers. His army was terrifying to say the least. Because he wasn't resurrecting only the ones that he had killed, but also others that had died long before he even existed, but these feats were quite taxing on him, for it was easier to resurrect a fresh victim. But the most troublesome part of his behavior was that, he knew he was mortal, he knew that even with all his power, he could still die, and with that on his head he never moved alone, always with group of guards that was nearly invincible. Ronard was going to have a hard time approaching him. Or winning for the matter. An enemy that knows his weakness and acts on it is more dangerous than 1,000 swords. He's resurrecting my kin, he's slaving my... Leaf said shaking with tears on her eyes, he shouldn't be able to do that. I looked at her in confusion, didn't you give him the ability to control the arts of necromancy? I did, but still, the sole purpose he was created for was to protect our forest from the humans, and while he stopped following that command a long time ago, he had many seals stopping him from resurrecting my kind. Leaf explained shaking, I know he has no qualms about killing my people, but he should have about using his magic on us. Perhaps whatever changed him, also changed the limiters he once had, we know he is different. I sighed. I hate how the song changed. Leaf cried, I hate it. If only you hadn't created the monster to begin with, the song wouldn't even exist, everything will be alright, let's hope the champion is preparing himself for what is to come. Night King POV. Time was the enemy of everyone, everything and everyone was weak against the might of time, for me, it was my greatest weapon, little by little I was collecting pawns for my mission, and soon I would destroy the living completing my singular purpose for existence. The only obstacle in my way, Ronard Mormont, a man with more luck than brains, an easy prey to catch, for he would eventually come for me, and I would be more than ready to face him. But for now, I would wait, growing in power every second, for with every corpse I had under my control came knowledge, their past experiences becoming mine. Ronard is a powerful warrior, but even him can't match the experience of thousands, the power on a legion at my hands. Benyon Stark POV. We have to warn everyone. I growled. What you saw doesn't exist, Alistair scoffed, all you want is getting out of the wall, like the bastard did, that won't happen again Stark. You are endangering the life of everyone. Just because you hate my nephew. Was he so stupid, that he would put everything and everyone on the line for his own pride? The bastard has nothing to do with this, he has no power over my decision, and he will pay for what he did, once the Lannister gets him, his head will roll for breaking his oaths, Alistair laughed. I heard he is a lord now, perhaps it is you who should fear. I smirked at him. Out of my sight. Alistair barked at me. With pleasure, I smiled, taking my leave. Olenna Tyrell POV. Today was the day I finally got to talk with the king, who seemed to be avoiding my house at every turn, as if we were plagues, or a bad disease. Lady Olenna, and there he is, the king of 7 kingdoms, accompanied by his wife, the queen, we have a talk that is long overdue. We do, I smiled, taking a seat, I almost thought you were avoiding us. Let's see your reaction, young bear. That's because I have been avoiding your house. Ronard smirked. Why? I inquired. I hadn't really expected that kind of response. Well, for one, your house has been jumping from house to house, all in the efforts of making your granddaughter a queen, and only allied with us, when, well, your demise was certain, Daenerys answered. Well, that's a part of it. Ronard chuckled, but the real reason was that I wanted to rest, and process everything. They still didn't trust us, smart, I understand. I would be wary of us too, frankly half of those alliances were a waste of money and time, at least during the first one Marjorie got to feel like a queen for a brief time, but well, we all know how good that ended, not like that relationship had any future, the poor dear didn't like the does, so that was a problem, I sighed. Ha ha ha, Ronard laughed, I like you, is refreshing to speak with someone that doesn't lie, at least not that much. A rare trait in the south, Daenerys nodded. I'm too old for some games, and why even try, if I know I can't win, I shrugged, I know that you don't trust me, and I can deal with that, now my son might react unfavorably to that, but let me deal with the idiot myself. I hardly think the opinion of your son or his feelings has any weight on us, Daenerys smiled. On that we can both agree. I lamented, for there wasn't a bigger curse than to have a stupid son, well. Maybe having Joffrey as part of my family, having an idiot for a son is a curse you two will never experience. Thanks. Ronard said. Your little girl, for what little I have seen is, astounding, nourish her mind, this world need more women thinking, and less opening their legs, I chuckled, though. I did both. That is not an image I wanted to picture, Ronard muttered. Caw. I can't unsee it. Kill me. Kill me. Caw. No amount of corn will be able to heal this wound. I was both smart and beautiful, but beauty fades, I sighed. Caw not me. I'll be sexy forever. Well, not that this little chat hasn't been wonderful but, let's talk about the terms of our alliance, shall we? Daenerys said. Yes, let's. 134, Chapter 131. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 146. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Peter's execution was incredibly dull, besides him screaming and begging for mercy it was just a boring ordeal altogether. And while I did make an enemy out of this, it was one I could afford to ignore. In the end, I had decided to not tell the lords of Vale that, their lord was a bastard, the kid had no faults besides being stupid, and with that said everything was finally done, I had no opposition. I was the king of this fucked up world. Now it was time to focus on my last enemy, the Night King aka the Great Value Lich King, and I already had a few people working on that, with Daenerys supervising them. For one, I ordered Jon to oversee the mining of all the dragon glass on his newly acquired lands. And going back to that, Daenerys was quite happy that Targaryen name would not die, she even found herself liking Lord Stark for saving her nephew, but going back to the plans for war. Jon was mining all the dragon glass possible, ensuring we had more than enough for the upcoming war. Ned Stark was using some of the dragon glass to reinforce the buildings in the north and put on some traps, after all, they were the first line of defense. Melisandre was creating magically reinforced weapons that were almost as effective as Valyrian steel, with her technique all steel could be lethal to the others. Daenerys on the other hand was overseeing the Dragon Forge, making weapons with the dragon fire of Crow and Rhaegal, and of course checking in all the other projects. As for me, well, I was focusing on learning how to use my fire properly. I needed to have every power in my arsenal ready to kill. That's it. Let the emotions flow through your fire, Neltharion instructed happily. On it, teacher, I chuckled, trying once again, making a bit more of fire with each punch. I'm getting there, but not fast enough, I sighed. You are improving faster than me, don't worry, Neltharion hissed happily, besides you have an awesomely handsome and capable teacher, he joked. I suppose, I chuckled, continuing with my training, at least I was preparing for the Ice Sucker, though I had yet to come with a plan to fight him, one-on-one that is. Jon Targaryen POV. I had an aunt. It was certainly a good feeling, she was so harsh with everyone, but when it came Ronard, the royal kids and me, she was so nice. It was a weird feeling, I never had someone treating me, and I mean specifically me, like that. Was this how it felt to be part of a family and not a stranger living among others? Well, whatever it was a good thing. Lord Targaryen, one of the soldiers Ronard had put on my hands, called me. Yes. I turned to him, wondering what did he want. The dragon glass mines have some minor problems I would like to discuss before we go any deeper, the soldier stated. Anything that can threaten the lives of the workers? I asked with concern. Depends, is left unattended, it will eventually kill someone, right now? No, the soldier answered. I see, I sighed in relief, you have my permission to proceed however you see fit. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Lord Targaryen, the man nodded excitedly, I won't fail you. Well, this is something I will never get used to, people looking for my approval, and the whole lord title, all of this is so different to what I was used to, but Ronard believes in me, believes that I will rule this house with honor. That I will never betray him, and that's something I plan to keep. Lord Targaryen. One of the downsides of being a lord, everyone wants to talk to you. Yes. I turned to look at the new soldier coming up. Lord Robb is here to see you, the man announced, he arrived a few minutes ago. Robb was here? Guide him in, don't make my brother wait. They didn't, Robb answered before the man even had the chance to do so, but in their defense, I am your brother, Robb smirked. Privileges only a few can have, I smirked back. How is the lordly life treating you? Robb asked as he hugged me. It's not bad, but is full of work, so much paperwork. I groaned, I don't know how Ronard does it. I have never seen him doing any paperwork. Well, if ever find out how he avoids the paperwork, be a good brother and let me know, Robb laughed. I will, I chuckled. Arya, Bran, and Rickon miss you, even Sansa though you know her. Robb said with a smile. I miss them too, even Sansa, I smirked. Well, it seems Ronard really left a mark on you, Robb chuckled. Hard not to, that man is impressive, a true warrior, a true father, a true friend. Ronard was the right man for that throne, and after the last two kings he would be seen as a god. He is, Robb nodded, and then with a playful smile asked, any future Lady Targaryen on the sights? I almost choked, no. I heard Lady Marjorie is quite the beauty, Robb smirked. I don't think getting a wife is the right choice, right now, besides, there was no way I would marry Lady Marjorie, she was a viper waiting for an idiot to fall, besides, all I wanted was someone to be my partner, someone to love me so that I could love her. I didn't care for her status or anything. Marjorie would only use me to rise the ranks. I suppose, Robb nodded solemnly, with those things coming, it would be best if we didn't leave any widows. Yes, I nodded. Ned Stark POV. Ronard had tasked me with protecting the wall, for the north was the first line of attack should the others break the wall, with Jon sending dragon glass and the knowledge we had about these monsters. I had a somewhat decent defense should they attack. Part of the north defense was all the wildfire Ronard had acquired on King's Landing, should they cross the wall. I would blow up the forest between the wall and the north, reason why I had evacuated the towns near the war. For if the time came where I needed to blow up those monsters, I didn't want any reason to hesitate. You are leaving? Catelyn asked. Yes, I nodded. Can I come? Cat inquired. No, the king was clear, you are to never leave Winterfell, I answered. That man. Cat sighed in desperation, then I will wait for you. I know it's hard, but if you want the king to be more forgiving the next time he sees you, you need to obey his word. I kissed her, besides the wall is a very boring place. I know. Cat nodded. 135, Chapter 132. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 16 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 148. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. I woke up with the sudden sensation someone or something was watching me, but what the fuck? I muttered, struggling to keep my eyes open. I had barely fallen asleep a few hours ago, and I was a heavy sleeper. As if answering my question, a shadow moved past the window on my room, to the next one, waking the hell up of me. Is everything okay? Daenerys inquired, groggily waking up as she pulled my shorts to get my attention. No. I just need to check something, I decided against telling her, as I left the room, going over to where I had seen the shadow moving. The sounds of someone tapping the floor with their feet became louder and louder, as you would expect in a horror movie, but this was no movie, alright. I don't play games, so either come out, and die fast, or come out and die slowly. A man has no need to use such vulgar language, for a man comes in peace. Oh great. Mr. de Kalalit is here. I thought we had a deal, I barked at him. A man is but a loyal servant to the god of many faces, the god of death. A man is here on its orders, the assassin shrugged, but a man is not here to hurt you or your family. I was sent here to help you. Well, that was unexpected. Why? I inquired with genuine curiosity. What is death, Ronard? The assassin answered with a question. I sighed in annoyance at not getting the answer right away, but I suppose I can humor him. Death is the end of the road. A way to see it, but it's also peace for those who deserve it, or suffering for monsters within ourselves. But that's not the answer. Not really, the assassin smiled. Death is life, one can't exist without the other. Life without death is meaningless. Death without life is nothing. Death is balance, Ronard. And it clicked me. And what the Night King wants to do will destroy that balance, right? Yes, the assassin nodded. Destruction of all life will bring nothing but chaos, and a man can't allow that. No life means no death, no life and death mean nothing. And you just had that epiphany? I inquired, wondering why the sudden change of heart. A few months ago. The assassin answered, just know the faceless men are yours to command. For the duration of this war, death is by your side, as so is life. You mean the god of light? I chuckled, sure, let's think he is. Life is always with you, as death is always with me, two sides of the same coin. I learned to accept death as it is a long time ago, you still have yet to accept life as it is. The assassin sighed, a man needs a room, or at least a corner to sleep in. Take any room, I'll let the guards know. And don't switch your face. I won't play hide and seek with you, I ordered, ignoring his previous comment. A man will do as you command, the assassin bowed, leaving my sight. Leaving me with questions. Was this a sign this war coming up was such a wall I had to overcome, that death itself gave me a hand, one day without crazy shit? Is that too much to ask? I muttered, going back to my room. Catelyn Stark POV. Ronard had won. In the end he had obtained the crown, and had put everyone under his feet, a monster ruling the 7 kingdoms. Making the bastard a noble just to spite me. Everyone believes he did because Jon is actually a Targaryen, but that is nothing but a lie. The bastard looks exactly like Ned, much to my pain, but Ronard knew that would hurt me, that the fact a bastard had now more power than me would humiliate me beyond belief. Mother, supper is ready, Sansa announced, entering my room. Is everything all right? My daughter inquired after seeing my agitated state. No, it's not. Ronard, I started, but Sansa cut me off. Would you stop that? Is getting boring really. First was Jon, now Ronard. Just live your life, and stop this nonsense. Sansa groaned in annoyance. He made the bastard a noble. A noble? He is no Targaryen, he did that just to hurt me. I barked at her. Sansa sighed, giving me a fierce look. You give yourself too much credit. Ronard barely acknowledges you. She then shrugged. Besides, Jon deserves that. After all we made him go through. Frankly, mother, at this point is sad, not only for you but for us as a family, to hear you ramble about how much you hate Ronard. So you are okay with that bastard having more power than you, than us? I laughed bitterly. Perhaps you also want to sleep with the bastard, and betray me once more. Well, this is a new low, even for you, Sansa sighed, and who knows, he is my cousin, by law that's allowed, so don't tempt fate mother. I might marry John just to spite you. Nerve, I'm still your mother Sansa, and you will respect me. I learned with the monster you hate that respect is earned, so if you want respect, work for it, Sansa shot back, dinner is ready, come and eat, or stay here, at this point I don't care, Sansa added as she walked out of the room. You won't leave until I say so, I shouted. You are not the lord of the house. Bran is until dad comes back, by all means go tell him how bad I have been, but until then. I'll see you at the dinner table, Sansa smiled walking off into the distance. My little obedient little princess turned against me. How can I not hate Ronard, when this is the result of the time she spent with him? I just couldn't, he destroyed my family. Arya Stark POV. I looked at Sansa with a newfound admiration as I chuckled, you know she will never forget this, right? I do, Sansa shrugged. Well, as long as father is by our side she can't do anything. I smiled. Not that I care. I just find her newly acquired stupidity to be annoying, Sansa said rolling her eyes. I smirked, you used to be like her. Ugh, don't remind me. Sansa sighed, how is your training coming? Good, though. I still lose every time I fight against any of the soldiers, and I know they hold back, I complained, by my age Ronard was undefeated, kicking arses left and right. He is a special case for most things, Sansa commented, so don't use his accomplishments as a guideline, use them more as a suggestion list. I guess, but I want to be strong enough to be his knight and protect him, and I can't right now, I nodded. One day, you will, Sansa chuckled patting my head, one day you will. 136, Chapter 133. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 148. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Fire was both life and death, innovation and destruction, the means to an end, whether that end was good or bad, depended on the person. Fire was only a tool, what you could do with it, well, that was up to the person in question. For me, fire was like a way to release my pent-up anger and frustration. I didn't ask for anything of this, yet I was the one that had to deal with it, and using my fire helped me alleviate that pain. It was like taking part of that load in my back as a fuel. It was liberating. The more I learned how to use my fire, the better I felt. Of course, the feeling of relief was only temporary, for the weight on my back would always come back, but for that brief moment, I was igniting my pain away. Was it healthy? Probably not, but the medicine for my pain was one thing, and one thing only, the end of this stupid song. For me to finally feel at peace, I would have to kill the Night King, and end this, once and for all. But until I could do that, I would bottle up my pain, and burn that shit away. But this was no way to live. I had to face my inner demons if I wanted to truly be free of my restraints, if I truly wanted to be free, otherwise I would be a slave of the consequences. Come, I have, YRSSS. In need of me, I felt you were, YRSSSS, Rhoda cawed, as he flew over my shoulder, troubled mind you have, peace at yourself, you can't achieve. I looked at the raven, with curiosity, any ideas? YRSSS, meditate you must, for the answer lies within you, Rhoda cawed in answer. Meditation, well, not that I have anything to lose, I sighed, perhaps it was worth giving it a chance. Meditation was hard, or perhaps I was simply bad at it, because I sat for hours trying to find the answer within myself. Was I mad all the reincarnation deal didn't go as planned? Or perhaps I was mad at the fact a good-for-nothing God is putting everyone's future in my hands. I was mad at myself, because I felt inadequate, without all the blessings I had been given. Who was I, without them? Where would I be? Without those things? What worth did I have? Found the answer you have, Rhoda cawed. I think I did. I muttered, looking at my hands. MRRR, no. The problem found you have, the answer still within you is. YRSSSS, Rhoda cawed. I found my problem, well I suppose that's the first step, so I must meditate again. I inquired with a low chuckle. No, for the answer you already know, within you is, Rhoda shook his little head off. I was giving everything that makes me who I am, my strength, my skills, even you guys, I sighed, looking at Rhoda, I feel lost, for without the blessings of the gods I hate so much by now, I would be nothing. Forget it, is stupid. I chuckled. It is motherfucker, a raven with a little, wait. Nick Fury? Who fucking cares who gave you what? We work with what we have, and what we don't have we take it and make it ours. You are killing yourself with what-if scenarios. Stop that bullshit, before I give you an eye patch. Well, that was a first. I never expected one of my ravens to talk to me like that. What if ravens didn't have wings? Well, we would walk, motherfucker. What if sharks didn't breathe underwater? They would walk, motherfucker. Everything everyone has is given by someone else, but we make it ours. So stop sulking and make everything you got yours. Nick Fury cawed, ending his speech, and I will not lie, it did strike all the chords. Make everything mine. I laughed. Nick Fury was right. I had been thinking all this time, these powers, this destiny wasn't mine, that I had changed the story with my presence, that I was more harm than good. Fuck all of that, fuck the gods, fuck the Resident Evil ripoffs beyond the wall, everything I had. I would make it truly mine. Run, we must, Rhoda stated. I see that. Nick Fury cawed, flying out of the area. This fire, this body, these skills, this world, this song, they were all mine, and if not, I would make them mine. With that liberating feeling running through my veins, I pushed my hands forward, igniting the infernal flames within me. And with a powerful primal roar, I set the entire training area on fire, turning the vast area into an inferno, engulfing every inch of it, as I let everything that weighed me down burn alongside my doubts. Wow, I am an amazing teacher, Neltharion commented as he flew around the area. Ha 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 ha, I laughed, for it had been a while since I felt like this, free. Three-eyed Raven POV. The knight had finally done it, he had managed to resurrect one of the oldest dragons in existence, to serve him. And he now had everything he needed to destroy the barrier keeping him from reaching the world of the living behind the wall. Is he ready? Leaf inquired. He doesn't have much time left, is he ready or not? He has to be. I answered, not really sure if he was ready to face this challenge quite yet, but then, deep within the roots of the sacred tree, I felt something. Something unimaginably hot, as if the sun itself was walking on earth. A quick connection to the roots showed me what had happened a few minutes ago. Ronard was standing with his unique ravens, and then fire, lots of fire, burning everything. What happened? Leaf inquired, pulling my shirt. I think we might have a chance after all, I answered, for our champion had defeated one of his enemies already, the one hiding within himself. Daenerys POV. The long night was coming, and we had to be ready. Ronard wasn't the only one that had stakes in this fight, so he didn't have to be the only one suffering, we all had. This fight was for everyone, and everyone had to do their part, whether they like it or not. How close to Valyrian steel are the last batch? I inquired, the blacksmith. Similar, could pass as one to the untrained eye, but they are pale copies compared to the real thing, the blacksmith grunted, as he observed the blade, but we are getting close, this last batch is better than the last one, we just need something we are missing. Well, I heard the Valyrian eye was cut off by the sight of a blazing inferno, coming from where my husband was training, no one but him and Neltharion were there, the fire was so big, I almost felt the heat from where I was. Is that? Crow hissed, looking at the fire. Well, Neltharion will never let us forget this. Rhaegal hissed at his brother, with an annoyed look. Yes. Crow hissed back. They seemed to be okay, not worrying a single bit about what was happening at the training place, which probably meant, Ronard was okay, he was fireproof either way, but what type of training was he doing, that lead to that fire breaking free? 137, Chapter 134. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 148. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. It was liberating to burn away my fears, or to be more accurate, to burn away my emotional baggage. With the fire engulfing me, I felt peace within myself. I was finally free of the chains I had put on my own mind. I was finally free. That was awesome, Neltharion hissed, excitedly. It was, I chuckled, seeing the ashes that were all that remained front the training camp. Good thing I trained here only with Neltharion. Free you are, move forward you must, YRSSS. Rhoda commented, flying above me. I knew you had it, you motherfucker, Nick Fury cawed, happily. Now all I had to do was train my mind and body to face the last wall between me and peace, for I had to be ready to burn everything on my path to achieve that. With determination, I focused on bending the flames of the infernal fire within me, combining it with the natural flames that still lingered around the training camp, noticing that now it was surprisingly easier. After all, I had nothing stopping the flames within me from burning away. It seems I can now summon the flames with ease, I smirked, as I held a fireball within my hand. Once you break that wall, the fire spreads, setting your very core in flames, Neltharion hissed, you started a fire, within the forest of your soul, a fire that can't be put down, that's how our fire works. A fire within the forest of my soul? Hey, Neltharion has a knack for poetry, I don't mind, it's mine anyways, I smiled, this fire, was mine, I made it mine. Ned Stark POV. I had finally arrived at the wall, concern being my motivator, with the north being the first line of defense, things were very dire, the others could come at any second now, and we barely had a plan, not that I blame Ronard, he was fighting and planning 2 wars at the same time, if anything, I respect him even more. Because I respected him and cared for the north, I was concerned that my plans alone would prove to be useless against the others, but it's better to try and fail, than to simply accept defeat. Lord Stark, to what do we owe this pleasant visit? Alistair, the current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, said taking a small bow. I want to see the state of the wall, I have some concerns about it, I answered going straight to the point. It would be an honor to give you a tour, Alistair smiled, as he gestured to me with one hand to follow him. As I followed I noticed the deplorable state the watch was, nothing but a few warriors, and they didn't look like much, no wonder Ronard tasked me with this. As how the wall is now, there is no way they can withstand an attack. As you can see, the wall has seen better days, but I'm making sure things go back to the old days of glory, Alistair commented as she showed me around. Where is my brother? I inquired. He is cleaning the stables, Alistair answered, as he kept walking. I need to talk with him, why was the first ranger of the Night's Watch cleaning stables? That didn't make any sense, Benyon was one of the best and most trusted members of the Watch, something here was wrong. He is busy right now, Lord Stark, we can't have him lose focus now can we? Alistair smiled, but there was some venom on his voice. I want to see my brother, now, I ordered. Like I said, he is busy Lord Stark, need I remind you, only the king can order me. Alistair grinned, now do you want that tour, or do you want to leave? Either way your brother is busy. How fucking dare he? I have come here, under my king's command, Ronard Mormont, first of his name, breaker of chains, father of dragons, son of the north, king of Essos, and the ruler of the known world, you will lead me to my brother, or I will break this castle down finding him, your choice. I know no king by that name, Alistair hissed at me. I will take that as treason, I growled, unsheathing my blade, I am the king's justice in the north, and you will taste my steel. The King Joffrey will not allow this, Alistair barked, as he too unsheathed his blade. Protect Lord Stark. My soldiers shouted, readying their swords. Threatening a lord, really, did you hit your head with my old desk that much? I knew that voice, Georg Mormont, the former Lord Commander of the Watch. He might be a lord, but he doesn't hold any power here, only the king does and he seems to be believing your grandson is the king, Alistair smirked, a delirious thought, that's for sure. Insulting the king, is a crime that is paid with life itself, I would not let anyone disrespect Ronard, I owe him my life, and much more. I was a knight of his round table, that alone meant something. So my grandson managed to do it, impressive, Georg Mormont commented, stand down Alistair, you are making a fool out of yourself with all this charade. You no longer hold power over me, Georg, so stay out of this, Alistair barked at Georg, as he started to walk towards me with his blade ready, I promised to protect the wall from its enemies, and Lord Stark is an enemy of the crown. But someone stopped him, one of the watch members behind him approached him silently and using a long knife, he opened the throat of the commander making the former fall on his knees, holding his throat tight with desperation with no avail. Alistair blood ran out onto his clothes, and a few seconds later of slow agony, he died. A man talked too much. The watch member commented, looking at me, a man works with Ronard, so a man has no need to fight you. Who are you? Georg Mormont inquired, with concern. A man has no name, but a man is known as a faceless man, the man answered. Why did you kill him? I asked, not that I wasn't going to do it myself. We have no time to waste with this type of person. Time is of essence, and we must act, the man answered. He killed our commander. One of the Night Watch soldiers growled angrily. He tried to clash blades with a lord that was sent by the king himself, he was dead a long time ago, Georg Mormont sighed, now, you wanted to see your brother Lord Stark. I looked at Georg for a second before nodding, would you take me to him? Sure, though I can't walk as fast as I would like, but you can tell me about my grandson along the way, Breaker of Chains, what an interesting title he has, Georg Mormont chuckled. It would be my pleasure, I smiled. To think my grandson would clean the family name to such extent, truly the best possible thing I could ask for, Georg Mormont smiled, now follow me, your brother is a bit far away from here, for me at least. 138, Chapter 135. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 149. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/84743b. Ned Stark POV. I followed Jeor Mormont across the castle, little by little growing worried about my brother's state. Was he okay? Did they do something to him? Why would they? Was it because of John? Fear not, Lord Stark, your brother is fine. Well, he is in one piece. I made sure no one harmed him, but I couldn't stop Alistair from imprisoning him, like I couldn't stop him from being an idiot a few moments ago, Jeor Mormont commented as if he was reading my mind. Why? I asked. Well, Alistair grew wary of him after your son escaped, and Benyon challenged him every step of the way, but with a good reason. Alistair was being unfair to everyone, the little power he had went to his head, he felt like a king, truly sad, Jeor Mormont sighed as he pointed, here we are. I looked inside the cell, seeing my brother sleeping on the ground like a dog, with nothing but a bowl of water beside him, making me regret I wasn't the one killing that bastard of Alistair, Benyon. I called him. Ned. Benyon said as he woke up, startled by voice, why are you here? Apparently saving your sorry arse, I said as Jeor Mormont opened the cell. Alistair let you set me free. Odd, Benyon sighed. He is dead, not by my hands sadly, I stated. How? Who? Benyon inquired. It's a long story, I answered. After explaining Benyon what had happened, and why I was here, he visibly relaxed, saying he had seen the army of the others firsthand, and that we weren't ready to face it. Even with the weapons of dragon glass Ronard had sent to the wall, Benyon was sure, we would lose the wall if a battle broke free. The others are terrifying, Ned, the move as a singular unit, no fear, no hesitation, their sheer numbers alone are more than enough to crush any army, Benyon commented with a worried expression, is the king ready for this? Ronard, has been preparing for this for a long time, we might not be completely ready, but we have a fighting chance, that much I know, I replied, after all, we had thousands of dragon glass weapons, and other tools to face the others, including the dragons we had in our side. A fighting chance, that's better than nothing, Benyon sighed. I have also set some defensive measures in case the others cross the wall, I informed Benyon. Like what? Jeor Mormont inquired, taking a seat in front of us. Well, after the battle in King's Landing, Ronard acquired a massive quantity of wildfire, and with that I set traps around the forest, making sure to evacuate everyone from the nearby villages, I told them. You plan to set the forest on fire, that would slow them down for a bit, and if we are lucky, it would kill quite a few of those things, Benyon said in deep thought, did you bring some of that wildfire here to the wall? I nodded. We might want to set some of it inside, in case we know there is no chance to stop them, Jeor Mormont offered. That was part of my reason to come here, I informed them, I wanted to make the entire wall a bomb, making the wall our first line of defense and offense. That would certainly be helpful, Benyon nodded. As we continued to talk about strategies, the ground began to shake, with a rhythm. Then, with a loud roar that made everyone in the vicinity clutch their head in pain, I ran towards the widow, but I saw nothing. What was that? I inquired. We have to evacuate, Benyon answered. The others are moving towards the wall, Jeor Mormont commented, bring the wildfire, set the trap, and leave. I will set the wall into flames. I can't let you do that. I shook my head. Ned, I'm old. I lived long enough to see my family crumble with my son, and rise with my grandson, if I live. I will be nothing but a burden, I rather die like a warrior, being useful, than to die like an old man that couldn't do nothing, besides, it's not that bad. I'm going out on my own terms, Jeor Mormont reassured, I will go down with as many fuckers I can take. Your grandson will be proud of you, I nodded, knowing full well how stubborn the Mormonts were when they made a choice. Not more than I am of him, now. Bring the wildfire. We don't have time to waste, Jeor Mormont smiled. You heard the man. Start setting up the trap. I shouted as I ordered my men to move as fast as they could with the plans. Ronard Mormont POV. Is that all you can do? Neldharion taunted. Do you want to be the first dragon to be burned alive? I smirked at him as I dodged the stream of fire he blew at me. As if you could. Neldharion hissed. You ask for it, son, I smirked, taking a deep breath, gathering all the fire I could within myself, as I then expelled from my mouth into a literal sea of flames, that immediately covered the dragon in a wave of infernal fire, that leaves nothing to be seen behind him. I knew you had a dragon in you. Neldharion hissed happily, smoke coming out of his scales, that was the best fire breath I have seen. Well, I had a good teacher, I praised him. Well, that's true. Neldharion hissed happily, I think you are ready, now we can finally spar for real. Sparing with a dragon, well. I suppose he is the only one strong enough to push me, fine by me, I smirked. Oberyn Martell POV. My brother had arrived from Dorne, for he now had a reason to finally come to this once cursed city, that was tainted by the blood of Elia, but had now been cleansed by Ronard. Hello brother, I greeted. Hello, Doran smiled, anything new? Well, where do I begin? And so I started, explaining my brother that the real war has barely just begun, that the others were coming and that Ronard alone was not enough to face them, and that as the loyal allies we were, we had to help our king with all our might. The others, that's a bedtime story for children, Doran sighed. So were the dragons, this is real Doran. We need everything we can provide and even that we cannot, I said with a serious tone, this was not a laughing matter, this was life or death, and I wanted to live. You believe him? Doran inquired, looking at me firmly. With every fiber of my body, he is not only my king, but my friend. I answered without hesitation, I was a knight of his round table, his friend, his brother in the battlefield and I would not let him down. Very well, Doran sighed, you only get serious if the subject requires you to, if Ronard and his tales have so much weight with you, I will do everything to help you too, better safe than sorry. Yes, that's the gist of it, I laughed. 139, Chapter 136. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 149. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/84743b. 1 week later. After training for a week, and completely leveling the training grounds to a bulk of ashes and melted swords, I decided to take a quick break. With my fire working as it was right now, I didn't have much to train, besides working out ideas on how to use it properly. Well, that's it for me, I chuckled, rubbing my sore arm, that Neltharion had hit with his tail. Got it, I will go and find new collectibles for my hoard then. Neltharion nodded, do you want me to fly you back to the castle? I thought about his proposition for a second, before deciding it would be best to walk back by myself. It's all right, go do your thing, I replied with a sigh. Got it. Neltharion nodded, and a few seconds later flew away into the horizon, making me wonder if he was scaring people by flying around the country. Well, I suppose there is no harm as long as he doesn't kill anyone. As I walked towards the castle, feeling pretty worn down, I couldn't help but smile. I had progressed more this last week with my fire, than I did a few months ago. I was finally at peace with everything. Well, not everything, but that was about to change. I was confident I would find a way to defeat this monster once and for all. And with this tool, things were looking better for me, for I had learned to use fire beyond the capabilities I thought it had, for as it was capable of destroying, it was also capable of healing, being the reason why I had trained an entire week non-stop with Neltharion, learning that I could ignite a different type of flame, that healed my wounds, leaving me with a refreshed feeling, though this power had a limit. I knew that lethal wounds were an impossibility, when it came to healing them with this, but it was nice to know I could heal simply wounds and ease down the fatigue. I turned to the raven that was screaming with all its might, wondering what the hell had just happened. Is there something wrong? I inquired the raven as he flew towards me. Caw. My king, I'm from Nick Fury's squad. I was sent to the north to oversee the wall, and, caw. The others are approaching, 5 out of 6 in my squad were killed, the others are 2 weeks from the wall. The raven cawed in fear and agitation. So soon? Shit. Anything you can share about them? They have a dragon, caw, but it's different, it has almost no flesh, and it towers about your sons, caw. That thing is bigger than Neltharion, Crow, and Regal together, the raven cawed in fear. A dragon. If it didn't have no flesh, it probably meant the dragon the Night King had died a long time ago beyond the wall. How did your squad die? The raven looked at me, before answering, fear and anger flashing on his tiny eyes. We were tasked to keep an eye for those monsters. Caw, and out of nowhere as we were getting ready to pass this information, they started attacking us, undead birds everywhere. We had no choice but to follow the Corn Protocol. The protocol? I inquired, trying to understand in full the situation. If death is unavoidable, one must survive at any cost, so that the information is passed. My brothers fought the undead abominations in the air, buying me enough time to fly away. The raven had by this point its feathers all ruffled up. Caw. I only survived because I was the fastest among my squad, and they picked me to escape just for that. I will not forget their sacrifice, of that you have my word, I stated, animals or not, they were my people, my most loyal subjects, and I would avenge them. Caw. Those words. Thanks. The raven cawed, with newfound determination, I will let the Council of Animals know, and with that the raven flew away, leaving me with a ton of shit to process. I had 2 weeks to prepare. Well, let's see if I can keep my record. And stay undefeated, I muttered as I ran towards the castle. Council of Animals 1 hour after. Animals from different species sat or lay on a field close to the sea, waiting for the council and their representatives to arrive. For the ravens, there was Rhoda and Nick Fury, for the bears, Vladimir and Vodka, for the hawks, Tony Hawk and Petra Hawk, for the Krakens, Bob the Kraken, and for the horses, Asmo and Hirsch. The situation is dire, Vodka growled in worry, the day we feared has come. We all knew this shit was coming, and now we have to face it, Nick Fury called for everyone to hear. Fear is the path to defeat, Rhoda added. We must use the islands as a safety haven for the non-combatants, the others have no Krakens under their control, we still reign supreme on the water, Bob added, from the water. That's a good temporary solution to that problem, Asmo neighed agreeing with Bob. We must focus first on what to do, how can we help the apple bringer? Hirsch neighed with concern, stomping his hoof on the ground, we must act, and we must do it fast. Many of us will die, but we must stay strong, the founder of the council, the first of to be pet spoke, we must do what we have been doing these past years. We will fight for our king, and we will die. If necessary. It is our sworn duty to protect him and his family, and we will carry our sworn duty with honor. Blood. And glory. The elder cawed, and soon enough every member of the council was stomping the ground in agreement. Daenerys POV. Ronard came to the castle, agitated, sweating not out of training but, something else, he didn't even saw me as he ran past me, something was on his mind, something bad, and I feared for the worst. Ronard. I called out, stopping him. Sorry, I didn't see you there, Ronard muttered, we have to get ready, the others are already moving, we have no time to waste. The others. My fears, were right, I will start retrieving all the weapons we have made, while you call the banners. I will. Ronard ran, leaving me with a lot running wild in my mind, but there was no time to focus on any of it, I had to act fast, I had to ensure everything went as smoothly as possible for the upcoming battle. Georg Mormont POV. Time was something I had experienced, I had seen Dis Anitis being destroyed and new kings rising, I had seen my family go from nothing to scum to royalty. My life was a full one, I had experienced everything one could ask for. Well, this is a nice vacation without people, I chuckled, my last few days of this world, and I was happy. Happy that my demise would help my grandson. Even if it was just a bit, even if I only killed a couple of those things. I would be already doing more than I could possibly achieve staying alive, though I wasn't dying alone. Iman, the oldest member of the watch, had decided to stay with me as well, for the same reason, to make his last few moments memorable like mine. We are relics of an old time, Iman commented with a soft smile, I am glad that I get to go. Helping my family, our family. The world is pretty small, huh? A bear and a dragon, riding this world together, I chuckled. A truly magnificent sight. Iman smiled. 140, Chapter 137. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on chapter 149. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Moving my army in such a short notice was a hard task, but one that I would complete no matter what. Sending my ravens to each one of the houses, I ordered the great and small houses to start calling their men, for the last war was looming above us. As for me, once I was ready sending my letters and letting Daenerys know of the situation, I left with Neltharion towards the wall. I had to stop or at least see what the enemy was planning. A dragon of such magnitude would prove to be a problem, but one that had a simple solution. I had to kill the bastard that controlled him and everything would be over. Though this was one of the scenarios that was easier said than done, approaching the king of any army was the end goal of almost all wars, meaning no matter who you were or what you were, the king was always the most protected piece in the game of war, be it by his skills or his people. The Night King was one that filled both categories. He was no doubt strong and had an army that protected him at any move. But that was simply the tip of the iceberg. The thing that made him dangerous was that his army and him were one, a singular force to be reckoned with, meaning the element of surprise was an impossibility with him as my enemy. But regardless of how impossible it was to kill the bastard, I had to do it. He was the Long Night, his demise was a necessity, I had to kill him one way or another. Fire was useless against him, that I had seen on the show. And so was Dragon Glass, which only leaves one option, Valyrian Steel. Considering what I know about his original version, I'm the only one that can face him, but how can I fight him? Without his minions getting in my way, if I knew for certain that I was superior to him in every way, I would rush our duel, fighting him one-on-one, but with his new abilities being in the unknown for me I had to be careful. If I rushed my hand and he proved to be at least an equal in combat, I would die, so I had to play this last game, with the utmost care. A wise man once said, if you don't know the strengths and weaknesses of your enemy, always assume he's stronger than you, that way you can truly be prepared for anything he might throw at you. And by that principle I was going to act, assuming he was stronger, until I had the chance to actually prove that assumption. We are an hour away from the north, Neltharion hissed. If we encounter the enemy, don't fight, we don't know what to expect yet, remember he controls the dead. In the show, the Night King killed a dragon like it was a fly, and that was something I was not going to allow. My sons were going to survive this, I was going to make sure of that. Here I am, Nick Fury said, landing on my shoulder, surprisingly catching up with us. The first thing I noticed was that his claws were covered in a very rudimentary dragon glass claw glove and that he had some type of dagger hanging around his body. How did he do that? How did you get that? I pointed to his little feet. Some glue, patience, and a lot of time off. I don't care if I lose a leg, I will scratch some motherfucker death. Nick Fury cawed. How did you catch up with us anyway? I asked. Well, in reality, you two caught up with me, I was already on my way there. Nick Fury cawed. The Animal Council is moving as we speak. Ravens, bears, we are ready to die. We are using the dragon glass leftovers to equip ourselves, though. I stole this from the crazy ass kid that you broke on the arena, he added, as he showed me the dagger. Valyrian steel, I will kill as many of those fuckers before I die. Don't go into battle with that mindset, I sighed. Why was everyone so ready to die? They should be trying to survive. Our main priority has always been you, your safety, and then your wife came, and well, nature took its course and Alyssa and Gerald came into the picture. We always knew this day would come, the day where we would have to put our lives in the line, to give you a chance. And if the chance you need takes every single one of us, we will gladly burn in hell along that motherfucker, we will die for you if needed, we will disobey you if it means protecting you and your family. You are part of our flock, they are part of our flock. So be ready, and focus on killing the bastard. We will help you with our lives, Nick Fury cawed, and his words once again struck some chords within me. I don't know what I did to deserve such loyalty. But I am eternally glad of it. I smiled. These ravens had been with me every step of the way, without them, I would probably be lost. You treated us like equals, you valued our opinions, you didn't look down on us, and well, you gave us corn, Nick Fury cawed. Now you are tied to us, whether you like it or not. I don't, I smiled, wondering, just how many of my loyal friends would die in this last war. Probably too many, one was too many, but I would make sure their sacrifices don't go in vain. I would win this war, no matter what. Ned Stark POV. Jeor Mormont and Aemon Targaryen, the only two members of the Watch that volunteered to stay behind, with the intention to blow themselves along the wall up in a blazing inferno, with the intention of taking as many monsters with them as possible, an honorable sacrifice, that was unquestionable. But right now, it wasn't the time to mourn or admire them. Right now we had to use every asset in our hands to slow the horde and whatever made that roar as much as possible. The wall and the forest neck to the wall, were the main lines of defense. Wildfire was volatile, and any fire ignited with such substance could last hours, even in the harsh conditions of the north, and each second was precious. We needed to wait for Ronard. Without his help the north would fall within a fortnight of them crushing the wall down. Give every man able to fight a dragon glass weapon, I commanded my men, holding the ancestral sword of my family, ice, tight on my hands. Ronard had said Valyrian steel was their kryptonite, whatever that was, but his explanation explicitly said that Valyrian steel was a one-shot kill for them. No matter where you cut them, a single cut of ice would kill them. Prepare the next barrel of wildfire, we need more traps. If I see a white and he's not on fire, we are doing this wrong. 141, Chapter 138. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I'm currently on Chapter 148. You can also join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Why haven't you been updating? Well, I'm like 5-7 chapters in Patreon to end, and I'm taking my time with the ending. I rather do something I feel happy with, than you know. Anyway, enjoy. It took me a couple hours to arrive to where Ned Stark was, getting a closer update of the situation, and it seems the others were coming toward the wall as we speak. Ned also informed me he heard a powerful roar in the distance, a roar that could be heard miles away from the wall. I had to act fast, I had to stop them, so I had to organize the information I had. For one, they had a dragon, but for some reason the Night King had decided to march on the ground, meaning either he is confident in his victory, or the dragon is incapable of flying. If so, I had an advantage against him. I needed to see up close how strong was his army, to get a general idea of what to expect, on how to move, but the little I knew was not enough. My ravens had information about the army, but their information had a lot of blanks. I needed numbers, formations, and more. We need to scout his army, Nick Fury offered. And while tempting, the idea was absolutely out of the table. If the chance of survival was 1 out of 10, I didn't want to increase his power even more, but I still needed to know. Maybe I could wait for the Night King in the wall, that way I would get a better look. Of course, by all means I had no intention of fighting the army alone. This plan was for me to simply get a peek at the enemy forces. After that I would fly with Neltharion out of the wall, with more information about what to expect. I will go to the wall, I decided, getting worried looks for everyone around me. You can't go alone. Ned Stark protested. I won't fight alone, rather. I won't fight at all, I sighed. I just want to get a general idea of what we are actually facing. Fighting the unknown is a double-edged sword. If our strategy is ill-suited for their power, we will lose. I knew that much. I won the crown because I was an unknown, a mystery. One that no one solved in time. It's still too risky. Ned Stark protested once again. If you die, humanity will fall right behind you. Fear, hey. I didn't expect to see him like this. I won't die, not right now, I said, realizing that this was the first time since I reincarnated, that I was actually afraid of dying. Because, it was a possibility. I can't change your mind, can I? Ned Stark muttered in defeat, with his head low. No, I shook my head. Then. I wish you the best, Ned smiled, don't disappoint us now. He added. Have I ever? I chuckled. No, Ned sighed, no you haven't. With my mind set on seeing his army, I flew with Neltharion to the wall. On the way, worry clouded my mind. I didn't have much of a plan, all I had was a goal, to kill the bastard, but without a plan, that seemed unlikely. But I was not about to give up. Right now, I didn't know anything about the enemy, nothing about its power, military speaking. But once I got a general idea of what to expect, I would surely find a way to defeat the monster, ending this once and for all. We are close to the wall, Neltharion informed me. Good, I sighed, good. Three-eyed raven POV. The time of reckoning was near, the last song was waiting to be played, and we all had to play our parts. Me included. Right now I was accompanying Leaf and the wildlings in my raven, while my body stayed on the sacred tree to observe the Night King. We have to move faster, we have to get to the wall, Leaf muttered, her magic being the sole reason we still were alive. We can't keep this shield any longer. We are a few days ahead of the Night King, and he no longer has an interest on us, not since he found that old dragon, I sighed, as I ruffled my wings. We will get there. I know, but the sooner we get there the more time we will be able to buy Ronard, Leaf sighed. And what exactly do you plan to do to buy him more time? Tormund scoffed, I don't know if you saw, but that bastard has a monster for every pair of bare titties in the world. Bare titties? I plan to atone, we all do, Leaf answered, getting nods of confirmation from the few members of her species that remained. How? Ygritte asked. All magic comes from life, you can't create anything without giving anything in return, you have to give, to receive, unless the magic you have is a gift from the gods, otherwise, you have to pay a price, every time you use magic, Leaf answered, the bigger the sacrifice, the bigger the result, so, we will sacrifice all we have, our lives, to buy humanity some time. You plan on dying, how long? How long will you buy with your life? I inquired. Me? A week or two, Leaf answered, all of my people? A month, maybe a bit more. I can't really tell, the Night King is stronger, so in the end, I don't really know. I see, I nodded, my feather ruffling in concern, is there any other way? No. I must atone, for what I have done, Leaf smiled, if my death can change the tides of this war, even a bit, it will make all of this worth it. I see, we all must play our parts, we all must do our absolute best, if we want to win. I didn't want her to kill herself, but in the end, she was right, even a day was valuable right now. Is this Ronard that important? Ygritte inquired, do you two really think he can stop that thing coming? I looked at the girl, who was trying with all her might to conceal her fear. All her life she had been fighting alone, to survive. She never showed weakness before, and was trying hard not to, right now. I can't really tell, I don't see the future, only the past and the present, I answered, but I can tell you, that in all history, there has never been a man more capable of facing this. If he can't, humanity never stood a chance. Way to lighten up the mood, Tormund grumbled, well, he better fucking win, or I'll kill him myself. All we can do is trust him, and help him every way we can, I added. I see, Ygritte sighed, well. If I have to die, I rather die fighting. Me too, Tormund nodded. Then let's make haste, we can waste a second here, we must arrive at the wall as soon as possible, Leaf said, and once again everyone started marching. Let's go and meet the fucker. Tormund chuckled. Yes, let's, Ygritte nodded with a soft smile. 142, Chapter 139. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read the ending of the Unholy War, go to my Patreon. This novel is officially complete. I just have 2 more chapters to post on Patreon, and both are epilogue chapters. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I will start a poll for some ideas I had for my next novel. That I would like to discuss with you, my sexy readers. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The wall was as deserted as I expected, with no one but the 2 lone souls that had decided to end their paths in a noble sacrifice. My grandfather, and Aemon Targaryen. Well, now all I had to do was wait, and see what I was facing, and then act accordingly. But for now, I had to find the last 2 members of this dying ship. Ronard. And as if on cue, Jeor Mormont came out of a tower, with a smile to greet me, giving me a fierce hug. To think my grandson would do so much, in so little time, you fill me with pride. I smiled at the old man. A pleasure to meet you, grandfather. Not that I'm not glad, but what are you doing here? Jeor inquired. Didn't Lord Stark tell you what we plan to do? I nodded. He did, but I need to see what I'm facing, otherwise, I'm fighting a shadow, with no idea what to expect. I then looked at the old man that happened to be my grandfather and asked, are you really sure you want to do this? We can explode this wall without you 2 here. Before my grandfather could answer, Aemon interrupted from afar, with a weak smile. I think I can answer that, he said, as he struggled to walk towards us, showing that his age had taxed him a lot. I looked at him, waiting for him to be close enough to answer, wondering why were they so eager to throw their lives away? I just don't understand completely, at least. I'm old, my king, very old. Aemon sighed. When you are this old, you often spend half of night haunted with the ghosts of another lifetime, remembering times 50 years past as if they were yesterday. I have been ready to die for a long time, this just gives me an opportunity to make it meaningful. Jeor Mormont nodded. For me it's similar, my watch is coming to an end, and I'm happy to say, I don't have any regrets. You changed that. Meaningful words from a man I hadn't met till today, and somehow they made me feel better, but even more troubled to let them stay. I see, then I shall respect your decision, but nonetheless, I would respect their choices, for very few men have the privilege of choosing how to go. Is it too much to ask, if I asked you to show me one of your dragons? Aemon inquired. Let me call him, I smiled, as I whistled calling my son to come. Seconds later, Neltharion landed on the wall with the utmost care. This old guy smells like a dragon. He is in a way, I chuckled. Remarkable, you can communicate with him, and he understands you, truly remarkable, Aemon smiled, as he caressed one of Neltharion's claws. All my life I wanted to see one. You made an old man happy, now I can die knowing my family lives on, and that dragons actually exist. Truly this last week has been one of the best in my life. I'm glad, I smiled. He smells like death. Neltharion hissed. He does, I nodded. Well, make yourself at home, we don't have much, but it will do. Jeor offered, but before I was able to answer, Neltharion hissed an alert, someone was here. I smell people, they smell alive, Neltharion hissed. We have company, are we expecting anyone? I asked the veterans. No, they both answered in one voice. Then, let's see who's knocking. I smiled as I followed Neltharion close behind, leaving the 2 old men behind. Knocking. Aemon muttered. It must be a saying, or an inside joke. Lord Stark said Ronard loves those. Jeor shrugged. The sad things about being old, Aemon sighed. I flew with Neltharion to the door, where the unexpected visitors were trying to get in. From the skies, I was able to see around 500 to 1,000 people, all together in one place, survivors. I did not expect that. It was hard, a raven said, flying besides me. I suppose, wait a fucking second, there is only one raven in my army that can talk, and that is Nick Fury, the 3-eyed raven I suppose. A pleasure to finally meet you. The 3-eyed raven nodded. So, is this all that remains from the wildings? I inquired. Yes, 862 people, not a lot, but considering what we were facing, it's a remarkable number, the 3-eyed raven answered. Remarkable indeed, I nodded, as I ordered Neltharion to descend into the group. A dragon. I bet the fucking chosen one is riding it, a man grumbled as I descended with Neltharion. Good, make an enemy of the man riding a dragon, if you want to die, please do so yourself, Tormund, a young woman reprimanded. Oi, piss off, Ygritte, Tormund growled. Make me, Ygritte challenged. We finally meet, anger sparked inside of me, like a fire that was starting to spread within my soul, a raging fire. You see, normally in things like this, you don't get to see and meet the person responsible for all the shit you are going through, I mean, in most stories those fuckers die, or are simply out of reach. Yet, in front of me, was the person responsible for creating the biggest abomination this world has seen, Leaf and her people. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you. I asked with a cold tone, as Neldharion roared to accentuate my threat. I don't have any. Leaf answered without skipping a beat, I know I can never atone for what I did, but, I can buy you some time, at least that way, my death will mean something. Heck fuck off, she has helped way more than you. Tormund growled, holding his axe ready to strike me down if needed, while you fucked your wife, and enjoyed the good life, she helped us, so fuck off. I looked at him for a second, before I started to laugh, at the irony of the situation, protecting the person responsible for the death of your comrades, I find this, oddly entertaining. Is riding that dragon hurting your head or something? Tormund barked, the one that killed my people is the Night King. I smiled as I pointed at Leaf, and who do you think created the Night King? Tormund looked at me, and then to Leaf, doing the same motion for a couple of times, before he exploded in anger, I will kill you bitch. As amusing as it was to see Leaf ready to accept her fate, I couldn't let her die, if she had a way to buy me time, her existence was still worth keeping. Sorry, but, she gets to live. For now, I said as I knocked Tormund out cold with a kick to his guts. Good call, Ygritte sighed, after all, she said she had a way to buy you time, it would be a shame to kill her now. Hey, the young lady was quite smart. Yes, yes she did, I nodded as I gazed at the subject in question. 143, Chapter 140. Author note, warning, this chap is unique, so wait till the end of the chapter and read the note, love ye. If you want to read the ending of the Unholy War, go to my Patreon. This novel is officially complete. I just have 2 more chapters to post on Patreon, and both are epilogue chapters. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. I will start a poll for some ideas I had for my next novel. That I would like to discuss with you my sexy readers. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Leaf plan was quite straightforward, she and the few remaining of her people would use their lives to strengthen the wall, giving me a month or so at much plan. That would give you the time, to better prepare, Leaf said, as she ended the explanation of her plan. I see, I narrowed my eyes, so I have 1 month. Maybe a bit more, but I can't say. Leaf answered. Very well, kill yourself, I was angry, for the sheer stupidity she had to create a weapon with so many windows for failure, how in the 7 hells didn't she all the downsides of creating a fucking lich, how stupid you have to be, to not see how bad that was going to backfire. A bit harsh on her, don't you think? The three-eyed raven stated. If you think that's harsh, our definition of harsh is vastly different, I rolled my eyes at the raven. She was young, and wanted to protect her people. The three-eyed raven added. Being young does not give you a free pass to screw the world, even a blind man would have been able to see how bad that idea was. I replied. I suppose then you haven't made a mistake you regret then. The three-eyed raven shot back. Oh yeah, how could I forget? After this I have to fight the 8 Night Kings I made. I shot back with a scoff, at least my mistakes will not haunt the world to the point we are facing an extinction-level threat. So please do shut up, I sighed. Very well, the three-eyed raven nodded, I will keep an eye for the Night King. How far is he? I asked. A week. If he keeps slowing down maybe more, the three-eyed raven answered. Very well, I nodded, the more the bastard took to get here the better it was for me. Melisandre POV. The fire, last night it showed me a vision, a terrifying vision, a fight between Ronard, my light, and the monster lurking in the shadows, the Night King. The fight was, like a blur of motions, and everything was from Ronard's perspective. I saw him fighting, in some sort of duel, and for the first time, I saw him struggling to keep up the pace, avoiding multiple attacks from all directions as he didn't manage to connect a single attack, cornered, fighting the monster alone, and in the middle of the battle, Ronard was struck down. I couldn't see if he died or not, the vision stopped the moment the Night King cut him down. From what I was able to gather from that vision, Ronard wasn't able to land a single hit on the monster, it was as if the monster had no blind spots. But none of this made any sense, why would Ronard go and fight the monster alone? It was uncharacteristic of him, yes he was reckless, but because he knew no one was a match for him. But the Night King, he was an unknown. I was afraid the vision ended because he died with that cut the Night King gave him. But that also didn't make any sense, my lord would never choose a champion if said champion was destined to lose. Perhaps, this was the way the mighty lord had to warn. I had to stop Ronard from dueling the beast. I won't let you die, no matter what. I was not going to let him die, no matter what. We are 2 weeks away from the north, John Targaryen stated. I would recommend all of you to wear something warm, winter in harsh. No need, I sighed, the fire is all the warmth I need. Daenerys POV. It would take 3 months to move every single banner to the north, but we didn't have that time, so I took the decision of moving with around 70% of the army to the north, and while I knew Ronard would be mad seeing me there, I had to, even if it was just to kiss him goodbye. My queen, someone called outside my carriage, Melisandre wants to talk to you. The Red Witch, Ronard said she was useful but dangerous, that I had to be careful around her, let her in. My queen, Melisandre bowed inside the carriage. Do you need something? I asked, wondering what was so important that it couldn't wait till later. I'm sure you are aware of my rare gifts. Melisandre started, well, one of those gifts is seeing parts of the future, parts the Lord of Light allows me to see. A cold feeling started to spread through my body, shivers running down my spine, as my body went cold. What did you see? Had Ronard died? No, he couldn't. He promised, and he never breaks his word, not to me. Ronard will somehow end in a duel with the Night King, and I'm not sure if he survives or not. You must stop him, you are the only one with enough pull to do so, Melisandre stated. In my vision he was losing, and it was by a lot. Outclassed, it was terrifying. Ronard outclassed. That is impossible, he was the best at what he did, unbeatable, unstoppable. Was the Night King that strong? I inquired. I can't tell. The fire showed Ronard fighting the Night King one-on-one. The Night King had his army behind him, but they didn't intervene, and Ronard just couldn't seem to hit him. Even without looking, the Night King was able to effortlessly dodge his attacks. I don't know how. I see, I was gasping for air at this point. I didn't want to lose him, I wasn't ready to live without him. I don't think their power is too far apart, in reality I think they are somewhat evenly matched, but the Night King has something that gave him the edge on that duel, and I don't know what. Melisandre stated. How are you so sure? I asked. They both represent the two sides of a coin, this disparity is not something my lord would allow. Melisandre answered. And I hoped with all my heart, she was right. Author note with some clarification. The vision Melisandre had, depicted Ronard losing, and I will clarify because for this my dear sexy readers you will need to use your heads to solve. Ronard didn't lose the duel in the vision because he was outclassed, nor because the Night King is stronger than him. The reason why Ronard lost is connected to Night King minions. I know some will solve that soon, if not wait for the duel. Dear author, why are you clarifying? Well, because after the last non-conventional route I took and the reactions I got, I decided to give clues. Want another clue? Well, okay. Here it goes. Ronard will be in a world of pain, he will know pain, he will experience pain, so there you go, if that doesn't solve this, nothing will. And before your ass jumps to pain. Is not related to him in the way you think. 144, Chapter 141. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read the ending of the Unholy War, go to my Patreon. I will post the epilogues on Patreon soon, and after that, who knows? I might start another GOT novel. With a different setting altogether. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. The days, waiting for the Night King were, excruciating. I knew he was coming, the three-eyed raven was keeping me updated with his movements, and even then it was torture to wait for the bastard. Leaf has yet to sacrifice herself, she was apparently waiting for the Night King to arrive to do the sacrifice. And to top all the shit that was piling for the nearby future, my wife was coming to the most dangerous place on earth right now, the north. Can you beat the fucker? Tormund inquired. Hey. Well, it's not matter of if. I have to beat him, even if he proves to be stronger. I will defeat him, I answered. Well, you kicked my arse in a single punch. So I want to believe you can, Tormund laughed, if we survive this. I will find myself a big, muscular, strong monster of a woman, and I will make her mine. I looked at the wildling with amusement, if we survive. I have someone in mind for you, who knows, she might like you, I chuckled, wondering if without Jaime, Brienne would fall for him. That it's a promise. Tormund grinned. I nodded with a smile. Well. I will stretch my legs for a bit, if you need me. Chilling cold invaded my body, like never before, to the point it almost felt like fear. They are close, Tormund muttered, holding his axe tight, those suckers are near. Before I had a chance to process the feeling that had invaded me for a brief second, the three-eyed raven appeared, they are a day away. The raven stated. That, cold fucking feeling was, that bastard flexing his undead unholy power at me from afar. Good, well, he wasn't the only one that had things to flex about. I'm waiting for him. You sure have some balls, Tormund laughed, I like it. Fighting death itself with no fear. You are like a considerably stronger and younger version of me. No, just no. I rolled my eyes at him as I walked away. It's undeniable. Tormund shouted as I walked away. Great, just what I needed, someone weirder than Oberyn. Tormund is testing your patience. Ygritte asked with a smirk. Yes, but also no, he's just being annoying. I chuckled. That's Tormund for you, Ygritte shrugged, by the way. I had a question. I wanted to ask you. I looked at her for a second, wondering what was the question in her head, before I nodded, sure, go ahead. What is your plan with us, after this end? Ygritte asked. A very valid question. Her people were notorious enemies of the kingdom, some of the wildling tribes, were known for raiding villages, others for eating people, and some, well, some should be happy the Night King killed them. Because I would have tortured them, I suppose. Then depends on your people. Hey! Ygritte muttered, confused. I don't have anything against your people, heck I even admire some of you, but there are some things I just can't allow. I stated, eating people, raiding, and of course, kidnapping others, forcing them to marry members of the tribe. It's our way, Ygritte said in a defensive tone. Well, if that's your way, then the only fate that awaits your people, is extinction, I stated with a cold tone, so your only chance of survival is by obeying. My people don't kneel, we know no king, Ygritte shot back defensively. I looked at her with amusement. I think there is a problem of miscommunication between us, let me fix that. Your people will kneel, or they will die, there is no middle ground, you are either with me, or against me, that much you can decide. Ygritte looked at me, anger flashing through her face like Christmas lights. My people, the few that remain, are not a threat to you, we don't eat people, we mostly survive by hunting, and raiding every now and then, all we want is true freedom. You are in my kingdom, and you will abide by the rules I have, you don't like them? You can leave, and rot. I don't care if the ancestral way of your people is raiding, because, if you do decide to raid and fuck my authority, I will hunt every single wilding, erasing your kind from the face of the earth. You want absolute freedom, by all means, go beyond my borders, but within them, you will obey, I stated, leaving no room for more conversation. If she wanted to continue her life the way she was taught, she would meet her end sooner than later. You are harsh to those that show opposition. The three-eyed raven commented, as I walked. Maybe you are right. Maybe I should ask them, with something like, pretty please see, don't break my rules or I'll get mad. I joked, I'm not asking her to suck my dick, all I'm asking, is for her and her people to understand that they have to abide by my rules, if they want to remain under my kingdom, and that if they break the rules, I will have to kill them, and that applies to everyone. If fucking Ned Stark starts raiding and raping people, I would kill him without hesitation. They won't kneel, the three-eyed raven stated. I hope for their own good they don't break my rules. I shrugged. Besides, I have confidence that they will see how bad their situation is, and will fall into line. After all, the Dothraki bend the knee, and they were the pinnacle of shit human beings. I see, the three-eyed raven said. Oberyn Martell POV. Well, I had a good life, I fucked a lot. I drank a lot. I enjoyed every pleasure life had to offer, and more. Deep down I knew I couldn't complain, I had done everything I wanted, I had avenged Elia. Well, Ronard did, nonetheless Elia had been avenged. I had seen my daughters growing to be fear-inspiring women, and well, my life was complete. Well, almost. I made a promise, the moment I met Ronard, a kid young enough to be my son. I promised the gods that if he helped me avenge my family, I would forever serve him, protecting him. Being fair, I didn't know at the time he was capable of kicking my ass with a single hand, but nonetheless, I was a man of my word. Father, do you believe him? Obara inquired, as we rode towards the north. I do. I mean, he's fireproof. I kinda have to believe him. I shrugged. Well, I'll be highly disappointed if I die and I didn't get to ride him. Tyene pouted. Am I that annoying? I chuckled, please for the love of, me. Stop that, the queen will have my balls if you keep hitting on her husband. She just can't process there is a man, that can resist her. Nymeria rolled her eyes at her sister. He's just playing hard to get, Tyene scoffed. Yeah, sure, whatever helps you sleep sister, Obara smirked. And so my dear daughters started to argue, and I couldn't help but smile, knowing this might be the last moment I have to enjoy such, simpler things. 145, Chapter 142. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths ahead of the WN publish, or Twilight, We Are Venom. Yet to be published, go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. See you soon. The last 24 hours of waiting were excruciating, and yet the worst had yet to come. As the waves of undead soldiers got themselves into position, I couldn't help but stare in disbelief. His army eclipsed mine in sheer numbers. Giants, ice spiders, and more, with 80% of his army being nothing but walking skeletons, meaning he had resurrected even those who had died a long time ago. And yet, the Night King was nowhere to be seen. Where the fuck is he? I muttered in question as I paced around the wall. I can't see him, there are too many of them, the three-eyed raven grumbled. I can see that, I sighed. He's coming, Leaf said, taking a deep breath. I will commence the ritual. We will buy you as much time as we can possibly exchange for our lives. Very well, I nodded, not really paying much attention to her. Ronard? That was him, his voice, the dark and chilling tone that had plagued my dreams with nightmares, sending shivers of cold down my spine. We finally meet. Taking a deep breath, I turned to look beyond the wall, seeing the monster slowly approaching the wall. Can't say it's a pleasure, I spat, loud enough to deliver the message. Death is unavoidable. I am a calamity, you can't change, the Night King stated, just accept death and stop this struggle. I see, well here is my counter offer, I shouted, so that my voice could reach him. Fuck you. You truly think you stand a chance, do you? The Night King sighed, then allow me to show you the truth. With that he snapped his finger. Immediately after, a massive dragon glided above his undead army, landing beside him, making it clear that the undead dragon was at least 4 times taller than the wall, though I had noticed something. Holy fuck! Neltharion hissed, seeing the massive dragon from afar. There was no doubt in my mind that in a physical clash, Neltharion would be sorely outmatched by that thing, but in aerial combat, Neltharion reigned supreme. The dragon, while massive, had holes on his wings, making it hard for him to fly very high, limiting his movement to glides and large jumps. Are you overcompensating for something? I shouted, trying to see if he was even capable of feeling insulted. Let's make a friendly challenge. To show you why, it's best to give up willingly, the Night King said as he ignored my previous statement. Friendly challenge? What was this fucker thinking? What? A duel, you and me, no one else, no army, just the two of us. If you win, well, my army dies. Wasn't that too good to be true? What was he planning? And if I lose? I inquired. You can't be seriously considering this. Neltharion hissed. It depends, you might die, or you might survive, but that's not what I really want. I want to show the world that even their savior is powerless against me. Talk about ego. But I had to admit, his deal was sweet, too sweet, the one-on-one I had been so desperately planning for, and he was just offering it to me. The problem was, I had no idea if that abomination was going to keep his word. There was no guarantee that he would, and against an army that big, I would die in minutes, if I was lucky. Dad. Listen to me. You can't. He will cheat, and he will kill you. Don't do something rash. That bastard will just call his army as soon as you step there. Neltharion hissed, worried, and he was right, but still, if there was a chance, to avoid all the unnecessary blood, I wanted to try it. If I accept, what guarantee I have you won't just use your army to kill me? I asked. No. Neltharion roared at me, anger being the controlling emotion. I don't have a need to lie. I will win. Lies are meaningless to me. His tone of voice, his demeanor, his lack of mortality. This monster saw himself as a god, and fortunately for me, he didn't see me as a rival worthy of even considering the option of lying. Very well, I nodded. I accept. I won't let you. Neltharion growled at me. If I have to drag you out of the castle, I will. He will fight the duel alone, I reassured him. I won't let you. Neltharion hissed in pain. I'm not ready. I can't, you can't. Do you really think he will outclass me that bad? I asked. No. I know you can beat him, but I don't trust his words. Neltharion hissed softly, nuzzling my head. Well, if he tries anything, I'm counting on you, you know to. Drag me out of there, I laughed, wondering if I was making the right choice. If I die, get Daenerys, the kids, your brothers and the ravens and fly to the other side of the world, and never stop. Neltharion just stared at me, pain, emotional pain showing on his face. I will. I was afraid, my own stupidity had led me to, well, what I was doing right now, walking towards the enemy army. At least they weren't moving at all, but they were staring, quite intensively, following me with their eyes, their unblinking eyes. As I promised. None of them shall move, the Night King stated, as I appreciated how he actually looked. His face was giving a light dim blue color, like a small fog was covering his face. His eyes were glowing blue. It was very similar to Arthas, from World of Warcraft. God, I hope he doesn't have the same powers if So I am so fucked. I see, I said as I used a bit of my internal fire to keep my body warm. Being in front of him was worse than swimming naked on Winterfell during winter. The cold was unbearable in front of him. Let our duel begin. Let's, I nodded as I unsheathed my sword. Neld Harrion Mormont Ravenik used Tarj Ryan POV. I had a bad feeling about this, that abomination was hiding something that would give him an edge on this duel. But what? I don't like this. I muttered to myself. Your father is both brave and stupid. If this bet of his fail, humanity is gone. The three-eyed raven sighed. Ronard Mormont POV. I rushed at the monster, swinging my blade in a circular motion, only for him to move inches before the attack even managed to connect, delivering a counter-attack to my side that I managed to block just in time. The attack itself managed to push me back a few meters. He was strong enough to push me back. I had to change my strategy. I had to play dirty. Taking a deep breath, as I summoned my fire within, knowing full well he was immune to fire. And would most likely don't move to avoid such attack, but what he didn't know was that I didn't pretend to use fire. The fire was just the means to an end, and my end was nothing but smoke. With a smirk I coughed a smoke screen at him. I had to be fast. His field of vision was obstructed. This was my chance to deliver a killing blow, and end this. Locking my eyes on my target, I swung my blade at his neck, but much to my shock, in response to my attack he simply stepped out of the way. I kept on hacking my blade at him, each and every single attack being dodged with ease. This didn't make any sense. He wasn't that much stronger than me. His first attack said that much. We were in the same league, and even then, my attacks couldn't reach him. He shouldn't be able to dodge so many attacks, when the majority of them are aimed at his blind spot. Without even looking at me, he was dodging shit he didn't even see. And like a thunder the first cut came unannounced, making me flinch in pain. You see, you can't even reach me. I held my arm in pain as a bit of blood slowly dripped down, as I tried to find the how. Was he moving like that? His reactions weren't normal. It was as if he was seeing me from all angles, but how? Don't get cocky, you are not the first to make me bleed, I scoffed, getting ready for round 2. 146, Chapter 143. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths or Twilight, We Are Venom, go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer, see ya soon. His movements were too perfectly timed, left and right, my attacks were being either blocked or avoided, and little by little, he was cutting me. For the first time in my life, I was struggling to keep up. For the first time in my life, I felt outmatched. Give up? Give up? Never. If I didn't find a weakness in him, everything would end badly. I couldn't allow that to happen. If I had to die, I would make my death have some meaning. You don't get tired of asking me the same thing over and over and over again? I inquired, trying to maintain my bravado, yet it was clear as the day who was winning so far. Perhaps you're right. The Night King concluded. With nothing more to say, the Lich lunged forward, quickly sprinting towards me and coming closer, jabbing out his sword in an attempt to stab my eyes. Still, reflex kicked in, and I jumped backwards, avoiding the attack, but he continued his assault, trying to cut my legs to stop my movement. I noticed this at the last second and got away with a small, bleeding slice. During this exchange, I noticed something I had failed to earlier, that while attacking, we were equally matched, yet his defense was vastly superior, meaning I was able to defend but no attack. I knew deep down something was off with this. No one excels in one category over the other that much, and being undead didn't make him the exception. As I studied his moves, trying to find a weakness in his defense, he again sprinted at me. Still, this time I just waited with my sword ready, blocking his attack as our blades clanged together, creating a rumbling echo through the ice hell around us, and another little detail popped. I was physically stronger than him, not by much, but enough to push him back. Somehow my fighting chance had been exponentially increased when I stopped trying to attack, taking the lead, like I normally do, and now that I think about it, every cut he had been able to give me was after a failed attack, at least the big ones, meaning whatever advantage he had, was only active when I was on the attacking lead. Going into the defense? Intriguing, the Night King said, as the weight of my sword was pushing him back, but he soon recovered, creating an ice lance trying to catch me by surprise. Barely avoiding the unexpected attack, I jumped back and dashed forward with my sword straight out in front of me as I attempted to stab him. I knew this was a bad choice, but I had to see that ability of his in action, and once again his dodged my attack with deadly precision and cut my chest. Shit! I snarled, jumping back to recover, as I went over the information I had gathered. For one, his speed hadn't changed at all while dodging, nor his attack power. What had actually changed was his battle awareness. But how? While attacking and while dodging, his levels of awareness changed drastically. Perhaps. I had a crazy theory, but if it proved to be right, Neld Harrion would never let this die. telling me I told you so for the rest of my human life. Taking a deep breath, I filled my lungs with air as I expelled from a literal sea of flames at the Night King. I knew fire didn't hurt him, but that wasn't my intention. Using the massive tsunami of flames as a cover, running around the Night King, expelling out a combination of smoke screens and more fire, creating a dome of fire and smoke around him. Once I was sure his entire field of vision was either covered in flames or smoke, I dashed behind the monster, as I noticed he was staggering back, not knowing where I had gone. Taking this opportunity, I swung my blade at him. And this time, my attack managed to cut him. He reacted a bit slower, dodging the attack from being lethal, but still. I had finally delivered a small cut on his arm that was now cracked like a mirror. You cheating little asshole, I chuckled in both anger and happiness. So that's your power, no wonder I was getting my ass kicked. Impressive, I didn't expect you to figure it out, not after the first smokescreen failed, the Night King said, holding his arm. To think you share a field of vision with all your minions. No wonder my attacks never hit home, the fucker had literally stolen a page from the Rin Egan book. It changes nothing, you are barely able to keep up at this point, the Night King stated. Perhaps, I shrugged, I never really intended to kill you right here, not after this. If you had saved all of this for our real, in the battlefield, you would have won, I have no doubts of that. You talk as if this little discovery changed your unshakable and unavoidable defeat, the Night King said. You have no idea how much this changes things, I smirked. Perhaps. But who is to say, you will come alive out of this? The Night King smiled at me. Well, he has a point, a single command on his part, and I was dead meat. Ominous. I have also to show you all my powers, we are in many ways equal, you control fire, and I control ice. Yeah, I noticed, I interrupted. Oh, but that little spear was just the tip, the Night King stated, as he moved his hands, sending a barrage of iceberg spikes at me that started protruding from the ground in front of him, going towards me. Shit, I muttered. I leaped from iceberg spike to iceberg spike, struggling to avoid being impaled by them in the process, as my left hand suddenly started glowing, showing the runes of Gondolfer. This was the second time something like this had happened. It was unexpected, but somehow it was not easier to move around. I was stronger and faster. You can't win. The Night King screamed. As I continued to dodge his endless assault of ice-powered attacks, change the damn tune, will ya? I shouted back as I started to plan my escape. While this newfound strength was helpful, I had to get back into the wall. I had no chance of winning as I was now, my body was on its limit, and the runes helping me right now were at best a momentary boost, that was numbing all my pain. Meaning the moment they stopped working, I was going to find myself in a world of pain. Daenerys POV. I had to stop Ronard from making a terrible mistake. I had to stop him. That alone was the sole reason I was flying with Crow and Regal to the wall. We were but a few minutes away, a few minutes, of torture. I will kill Dad if he did what the Red Weird Lady said. Crow hissed. I really hope nothing happens. Regal hissed back quietly. I couldn't understand them. But I knew they were as worried as me, that much was certain. 147, Chapter 144. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths, or Twilight, We Are Venom, go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. See ya soon. I continued to dodge the endless assault aimed at me, struggling to dodge each attack. My stupidity had been my own outdoing. The Night King had the terrain advantage on this duel, his ice powers were feeding off the terrain, making his attacks exponentially stronger than they were supposed to be. Each attack was stronger than the last, leaving a trail of destruction behind. I had no idea for how long I would be able to continue dodging. I knew that I had to retreat. It was more than obvious that if I stayed fighting on his domain, I would die, and dying was no option. Having problems? The dark echoing voice of the Night King asked, as he continued his deadly assault. Not at all, I answered, as I dodged a spike of ice that was about to pierce my leg. This is nothing but a good workout, I lied. The strain I had been until now putting on my muscle was starting to show. My arms and legs were screaming in pain, agony. I had never worked them out to such extent, and the worst part was that if I was feeling pain it meant the runes were starting to go off, and the moment that boost I had gained thanks to the runes disappeared I would with certainty die. The wall was around 1.5 miles away, meaning that if I took a run for it, I would be able to reach the wall within the minute. That was, of course, taking into consideration the current physical boost the runes were giving me. Dodging 3 spikes, all aimed at my vitals, I blasted towards the wall, deciding I had all the information about the Night King I needed, and a general idea of how to defeat him. Staying any longer was not a good idea. Going back so soon? The Night King asked, speeding up his attacks. You can't leave the party yet. Creepy motherfucker. I'll invite to my own party later. For now fuck you. The closer I got to the wall, the slower my movements got, little by little the shining rune in my hand started to glow less and less, and the pain that it was holding started to spread, invading every corner of my body. This sudden decline of physical prowess allowed the Night King to start connecting attacks, that I was now barely dodging, making sure no vital areas were struck, but that didn't mean getting pierced in the legs, arms and other parts of my body was not painful. Feeling a bit down, I looked at the Night King, who was walking towards me, with an evil grin. He was enjoying my suffering, at least before he became this asshole. He was just following his purpose. He wasn't truly evil before, now, he was. Fuck you, I spat as I struggled to stand up, cursing my situation. I was but a few dozen meters from the wall, so close, yet so far away. I told you, didn't I? I cannot be defeated. Would you stop sucking your own dick? I swear. I can hear you gag every time you talk about how great you are. I sighed, as I held my sword ready to fight, though the pain, coursing through my body was making this simple task a living hell. It took a few minutes for the monster to be in front of me, minutes I dragged my almost limp body closer to the wall, while keeping an eye on him, but now he was standing in front of me, holding his blade, about to strike me down. You fought well, Ronard, but I was beyond your human chance. With that, the monster brought the sword down, covering the snow with my blood. So this was it, truly pathetic, everything I did. And it was for nothing. I died by the edge of my own arrogance. No. No. Daenerys POV 10 minutes earlier. I was so close to the wall, in a few minutes I would be there to save Ronard, alongside me my dragons and the Red Witch that Regal had decided to pick up after going back for her. I feel his fire, and the cold, close to him, Melisandre muttered, shaking in cold. The cold is overpowering his fire, freezing his flames. In the distance I could see Neltharion, on the edge of the wall, and while I couldn't understand him, I knew he was shaking for his father. Where is my husband? I shouted as I landed on the wall, with my dragons. Where? I shouted once again, turning around, to see Ronard practically dragging himself to the wall, limping his way to the wall, to me. Inches behind him, the monster that had been haunting our lives, the culprit behind our current suffering, the Night King, with his sword raised, and an evil smirk, directed at us, just before he brought his blade down on Ronard. Ronard's blood splattering everywhere. No! I cried as Regal, Crow, and Neltharion roared in pain, as they all descended to the other side of the wall, making a triangle of fire around his father. I will kill you! I shouted in hate, as I held Ronard's body close to me. I won't stop until you are dead. I have bested your champion, enjoy your last month of living. The creature said, ignoring our pain. I will end you. Neltharion roared, shattering the ice-cold floor beneath his claws. Melisandre POV. Ronard was, not alive, and not dead, he was between the two worlds. I could feel it, the fire within him was weak, but it was there. There has to be something you can do, please, Daenerys cried, I don't care the price. I better than anyone understood her pain. I have already asked the Lord to bring him back, now all we have to do is wait. For once. I begged my God, with all my heart, as I saw Ronard's broken body, all we can do is wait. Ronard Mormont POV. Darkness, what a stupid end. I died, and I didn't even make my demise worth something. No. Fuck this. I refuse to die. God of fucking nothing. Bring me back. I will. Hey, that was fast, and anticlimactic, thanks. You acted rash. You let him win, you were stupid. I was. There was no point of denying it. I was overconfident, and this was the price. But so was the Night King. For as long as an ember remains, the fire will always come back, stronger than before. 148, Chapter 145. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths or Twilight, We Are Venom, go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. See ya soon. Time was, quite the little thing, without anything but darkness around, it was impossible to know time. So here I was, feeling like I was floating in a void of emptiness, devoid of anything. Not knowing how long had it passed since I formally died for a second time. I was breaking records. I had died twice in a lifetime, not many people can boast about that. At the very least, the asshole I have for a god decided to resurrect me, probably because I still have the rip-off of the Lich King to defeat, not that I complained. I loved living. And if the excuse for me to live again was to murder that asshole, I was fucking in. But while I was happy, I was coming back. I was scared, not of the challenge the Night King represented. Still, the cost of resurrecting, in the books, every person that was brought back to life, lost something, a part of them. Catelyn Stark, lost all her memories and humanity. Thuras, was but a fragmented human, walking without purpose, and Jon felt empty, as if something he didn't know was missing. And I couldn't help but wonder, what would my price be? I knew the time of death had something to do with it. But still, I couldn't help but ponder over the thought, a price. I muttered in the void. Yes, a price, it's the natural order of things. You are rather talkative now. It was odd to see this bastard being so responsive. You are in my domain, reaching you here, is fairly simple. I suppose that made sense, but still, fuck that guy, so a price. Every time a fire starts, fuel is needed to do so, fire can't exist without a source to feed off. And my original source is gone. I inquired. Yes, but no, your case is complicated, your life force, your fire is intriguingly big, but yes, you are right now, indeed dead. So I will lose something. I can't believe that after all the shit I had been through. I made a scion move, I went into battle without a strategy. Not much, thanks to the priestess fast action mental note, thank Melisandre, but it will be something you will forever feel missing, and you may never know what. Well, who knows, perhaps this resurrection will take all embarrassing memories out of my head, wouldn't that be convenient? I laughed. You are about to wake up, don't fail next time, champion. I won't, and fuck you. He's waking up. I slowly opened my eyes, and immediately noticed something was wrong, my right eye felt off, the why? I couldn't put my finger on it. Ronard. Daenerys cried, hugging the ever-living crap out of me, and yet I felt somewhat numb. At first, I got scared this resurrection had taken my feelings, but I knew I still loved her, so I concluded I was just numb for now to say something. Is he okay? Please don't make me break those walls. Crow roared from the outside. He has to be okay. If he isn't, I kill him myself. Neltharion hissed. I will burn every single one of them. I will burn them all. Rhaegal muttered. I feel odd, I muttered, as I clumsily reciprocated Daenerys' affections. What's the damage? I asked, wondering if my body had any permanent damage to it. You lost an eye and have some permanent scars in your chest and back, Melisandre was the first one to answer, but your eye. I lost a, what? I asked, but I can see just fine. I tried closing one eye, and then the other, and yet, I was able to see, yet, I can see. Well, I was about to get there, the Lord, not only restored your life, but your eye, Melisandre explained. Can I have a mirror? I asked as I brushed the crying Daenerys that had buried her head on my chest, wanting to hear every beat of my heart. Sure, Melisandre nodded, giving me her mirror, and what I saw, was unique. I had a scar that looked like the one Kakashi from Naruto had, but a tad smaller, and my eye, well, it was awesome, it was like seeing a fucking fireplace. I mean, the white part of the eye was still white, but the part that was supposed to be colored, well, that shit looked like it was on fire. Neat. I hear him. Neltharion roared in excitement. You really have to get out, those 3 dragons have been outside for 2 days, Nick Fury cawed, and next time you try to pull that shit off, I will fight you motherfucker. He added jokingly. And lose. I chuckled. I never said I would win. Nick Fury shrugged. You are really here? Daenerys cried, sobbing in my chest, I can't. She muttered as she took a step back to better look at me, are you really here? At my nod, she gave me a slap, which woke me a bit more, don't you ever do something like that again, don't ever break your promises again. I promised her that I would never die, this was probably the most well-deserved slap ever, and I was getting off the hook quite easily. I know what you're thinking. I'm getting off the hook easily. Well, think twice. Neltharion growled with excitement, I will kick your ass, old man. And my brothers will help. I'm sorry. I never wanted to die. I said, looking straight into her beautiful eyes. How does it feel? Melisandre inquired. Being dead was odd. I felt like my body was floating in an endless sea of darkness. I answered, as I took a deep breath, being alive again, odd too. I feel numb for now, like confused with all. It's weird. Did you find it? Daenerys inquired. Melisandre told me, you fought the monster to find its weakest, so, did you? No, but I found his strengths, which is equally helpful, I sighed, on a terrain with ice, like beyond the wall, he holds a great firepower, but his real power is the connection he has to his minions, he can see what they see all the time, meaning attacking him is near impossible, if he has an army around him. Can you defeat him if you fight him, one-on-one? Melisandre asked. Most definitely, with his army and terrain, he is above me, but in solo combat. I am better, I nodded, he was only able to outmatch me so bad, because I dueled him on his own terrain, under his own rules, had I known he shared a field of vision with hundreds of thousands. I would have never accepted the duel. So to defeat that abomination, we have to cut his eyes, one by one, Melisandre concluded, with a very dark tone. That's the idea. I nodded, as a yawn escaped my lips. I need a nap. I feel exhausted. I will fetch someone to carry you to a bed big enough for the both of us, Daenerys said, tears still rolling down her beautiful face. No need, just lead the way, I said as I passionately kissed her, and it felt amazing, reconfirming the fact, I still had my emotions, perhaps I lost something insignificant after all. 149, Chapter 146. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths, or Twilight, We Are Venom, go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. See you soon. I was once again, alive. It was a confusing thought to say something, everything felt so surreal. Like I was moving through the motions, perhaps it had been the shock of dying or that the god that resurrected me this time was vastly inferior to the one that sent me here, who knows. I know I didn't, besides everything was fine, my body moved the same way, maybe a bit faster, but I didn't think it had to do anything with the Lord of Light. I was certain this boost was thanks to the runes of the left hand of God activating for the first time completely. Are you feeling okay? Neltharion hissed in concern, as I walked around the edge of the wall. I looked at him and sighed, I actually feel too good, I'm not even stressed out, if the Lord took my stress out, then it was hardly a price, I chuckled, wondering why was I currently so calm. I see, well, I'm off to hunt, take care Dad, Neltharion purred, as he nuzzled my chest with his head, something that had yet to fail warming my heart. Enjoy, I kissed his forehead, before seeing him fly away. Any ideas on how to fight the army? Daenerys inquired, making me turn around, to see she was walking towards me. We know how to fight their king, but, how are we supposed to deal with his army? A very good question, he had a massive army, and I had to plan my moves carefully. And I had but a month to plan, thanks to Leaf, though, everyone was here thanks to her, so fuck you Leaf, we exploit their weaknesses, first we have to outsmart them, which is not hard, considering they all collectively share one mind, his mind, meaning if he's distracted so are they, without his constant control I'm sure his army would become nothing but a bunch of savages, feral animals if you may. I see, Daenerys nodded in understanding. Long-range fights should also prove beneficial for us, and things along those lines. I added, and for formations, well, we had planned to fight as a united front, but we have to avoid being all together, thanks to the dragon the asshole beyond the wall resurrected, while the asshole number 2, aka the Third Eye Raven told me nothing, I sighed. Well, you can count on me, Daenerys offered with a smile, making me feel uncomfortable imagining her on a battlefield. I won't take a no for an answer, you died, and showed me how unprepared my heart was to lose you. I won't let that happen again, she added seeing my face. I sighed, as I looked at her, her face covered with one emotion, total determination. Very well, but you won't be in the heat of battle, the most I can allow is the ranged division, I smiled, besides, I think it fits you. I don't think I've seen archers manage a bow like you. Flattering. Daenerys smiled, but I suppose you are right, it's the only active role I can fill, that in mounting the dragons, but I'm sure you have others plans for our sons. I do, I nodded, while the idea of her riding one of our sons into battle was truly poetic. I wanted to have my son as trash cleaners, their flame power combined was able to kill thousands of them, in a matter of seconds, and realistically, they were the only ones capable of fighting them, and or stalling the massive undead dragon the undead king had. Very well, like always I will trust you, Daenerys sighed, seeing the enemy's army standing hundreds of meters away from the wall, so far away yet so near, I think. I have an idea. What? I asked with curiosity. Let's use catapults, to start attacking them right now, we have a month to plan, they don't. Daenerys explained, somewhat excited. Catapults, what a nice idea, perhaps they were a bit too far away, but it couldn't hurt I say, carry on, wait, what if I also plagued the ice beneath them with broken pieces of dragon glass? I think I have an idea, I smirked as I explained my idea. I think it might work, that could potentially slow them, and if we are lucky kill some, Daenerys said, the biggest problem right now, is that thing, she pointed at the enormous beast. And to be honest, I had no idea how to kill something so big, which is why I was going to have my sons to stall him, at least long enough for me to kill the Lich. Neltharion Mormont Ravenik used Targaryen the first POV. While father had yet to discuss with my siblings and I, our role in this upcoming battle, I knew what he was going to ask us, for only us could take on such a task, of trying to kill that massive monster, that once was a majestic dragon. Not to sound negative, but I don't think we stand much of a chance, Crow hissed, and he was right, by size alone, that beast was the mountain of dragons, while we were at much average-sized guys, in human terms, there was no doubt in my mind he was superior in every single aspect, but even then, we would not fail. Like father says, when brawn doesn't work, use more brawn, if that doesn't work, try once again, and if you still failed, well that's because you are not using your brain. We have to outsmart the beast, any idea? I inquired. He is big, but he can't fly, meaning, we have the speed advantage, but we lack the firepower to terminate him. Regal muttered deep in thought, if only we were fully grown, that's it. He added with an excited hiss. What? I asked. We are still teens by dragon standards, we can't match him. Regal laughed. Wow, your grasp of the obvious is outstanding, Crow muttered. Don't you see? We don't have to beat him. We only have to lead him to someone that can. Regal hissed, we are not the strongest creatures in Father's army. Crow and I shared a look, as we both muttered under the same time, the Krakens. All of them together, should be more than enough to kill the bastard, Crow hissed in excitement. Very well. Now let's discuss how we are going to move him close enough to the water. Ned Stark POV. Ronard, MYB King and apparently the Queen, somehow, were on the wall. If it was for me, they wouldn't be near there, but I knew Ronard. He always had his reasons, and I couldn't do anything but trust them. Take care of your mother, brother and sisters Bran, I smiled, hugging my son. I am a man. I should be here fighting. Bran complained. You are fighting a different battle, a different war altogether, I sighed, you have to be strong for them, if Robb and I don't come back, you'll be the lord of the house, and you will have to take care of them. I hugged him once again, do you understand? Yes, Bran nodded, trying to hide the fact that he was crying, promise me, you will come back. I will try, now go, I ordered with tears forming up in my eyes, there was no guarantee I was going to live through this, Ronard himself said. There was a big chance he himself would die, meaning this was beyond anything I was capable of preparing for. They will be safe in King's Landing, a lord commented. If we fall, no one will. 150, Chapter 147. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths, or Twilight, we are Venom. Go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. See ya soon. The morning of the day after my resurrection had dawned clear and cold, with winter chill screaming the end of an era. Daenerys and I went out at dawn to talk to Ned Stark, with Melisandre flying among us riding Crow. I was strangely calm, too calm. Perhaps what I had lost in the resurrection were my emotional attachments to my problems, who knows. Our mission was simple, we had to change our angle of attack, we had to fight this battle intelligently, one mistake would bring about the end of the world as we knew it. It took us an hour to fly to Winterfell, proving once again that my sons were the fastest method of transportation in the world today. Ned was currently commanding the northern troops for the coming battle, his breath smoking, in the cold morning air as his son and nephew helped him. Robb and Jon were doing other things, helping their father with the logistics needed for the upcoming battle. With a sigh I saw how as we landed the weak wind of our landing blew through the army, causing the Stark's banner to flutter, a grey wolf running across an ice-white field. Poetic, so much so that I wondered how many would die after this. Ned looked at us solemnly with a look full of joy and concern, his long brown hair moving in the wind. My king, Ned knelt in greeting, you got here just in time to see a deserter being executed, Ned sighed sadly. A traitor, well, in the end, it was inevitable, only an imbecile would not fear an imminent death. In the name of Ronard of the House Mormont, the first of his name, King of the Andals, King of Essos and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, I Eddard of the House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Guardian of the North, sentence you to die, Ned said, raising his great sword high above his head. And with one cut, Ned took the man's head. Blood splashed through the snow, as red as the wine of Dorne. The head rolled in the snow to my feet leaving a trail of blood behind. With a sigh I used my flames to burn the head, noticing that my fire had changed, my flames were no longer red, they were blue. Impressive, Robb mumbled. My fire was blue now, but, why? Any news? Ned asked, his eyes full of concern. I looked at the man. No, everything is still the same for the most part, I answered, our situation is the same. Ned sighed, I see. We have to change our approach, I said after a few seconds of silence, we won't win if we fight like we had originally intended, we need to bring the battle to our own arena. Robb looked at me, and said, how are we supposed to do that? Well, that is what we need to figure out, I answered, as I gestured to my council I wanted to talk about our strategy in private. Meanwhile Daenerys and Melisandre started to machinate ways to help our cause even more. Melisandre POV. His flame was different, since the moment he woke up, his light had changed, what at first was a raging inferno that consumed everything of its path was now a calmed sea, eating everything on its way, it was terrifying. His fire was hotter, his eyes were colder, what price did he pay to come back, what did my lord took from him to reignite his fire, what part of him did he lost that he was now, so terrifying? Your husband, he is not the same, I said, knowing full well Daenerys could order her dragons to kill me if I said the wrong words. I know, Daenerys acknowledged, much to my surprise, but no matter how different he is still my Ronard. Love, the brightness flame of all, one that if properly made, never runs out. I see, it was all I could say. He still sees me with love, I can still feel his passion on every touch he gives me, Daenerys said, yet, he feels colder, devoid of care to anything but me and the kids. It's different. I will try and ask my lord for guidance on this matter, but would my lord listen to me? After I had failed to keep Ronard safe, after I had failed so many times to read his word. Let's see if he actually answers this time, Daenerys scoffed. I couldn't really blame her, my god was known for avoiding even its most loyal servants, with Ronard being the one he had talked to the most, and Ronard hates him, one can only wish. Oberyn POV. I was but a month away from Winterfell, and yet the cold chilling wind of winter was already freezing me. Lands never touched by the ire of winter were now suffering under its mighty wrath, a truly terrifying sight to behold. Many would die of cold and starvation during this war, and even more would die from raidings. Times like this I was happy to not have a crown on my head, though, as Ronard's friend I feel sorry for him. The economic political terror he will have to deal with when all of this is over, will probably make him reconsider his life choices. Well, I suppose I can always make his life a bit easier, helping him rebuild the broken kingdom he has to rule. After all, that's what friends are for. My daughters will hate me for it, staying in King's Landing, but a few trips to the weapon market and the poison district will fix that. Sometimes I wonder, is it stupid to be best friends with someone young enough to be my son? Nah, I'm just awesome. Stop praising yourself, Obara chuckled. I did not, well that was creepy. I can see your face, is the same one you always use when selling yourself to others as the best warrior in the world, Obara giggled, so I can only assume you were mentally praising yourself. The pains of having people knowing every little detail about you, well, I suppose, but I'm very praisable, so let me spoil myself. Very well, Obara shrugged. Haha, I chuckled, wondering what kind of hell was waiting for me, and if I was even going to be able to help Ronard in the end. After all, a dead man can't help nobody. I suppose only time will tell. Olenna Tyrell POV. Even from here, I could feel the ominous winds of the north blowing, my old bones creaking with pain, and for the first time in my long life, I felt the embrace of death near. I think we should let the king face this threat alone, and after the battle, we can take the crown from his head, Mace offered, with a grin. We would get it all. Be silent, and listen. I glared at my son with anger. You will help the king with all your might, and you will do it till your last breath, I commanded. I am the Lord. Mace snapped, infuriated with my answer. And yet, I hold all the power. I snapped my finger and the 2 soldiers he had brought with him to my room pin him down. I don't like the king, nor he likes me, but I do admire his skill, and whether we like it or not, we need him to win whatever is beyond that wall. I am your son. Mace cried in anger. Unfortunately, I nodded with a weak smile. Know that I do this for our legacy? No, that doesn't matter anymore. I do this for the one thing that matters. No, survival. Mother. Mace knew deep down what was going to happen. I am your son. Don't you love me? I do, but I love Marjorie and Loras more, I answered as the soldiers forced him to drink the lily poison I had bought from Oberyn. We are old, son, we have to leave the games for the newest generation. I said the last part with tears rolling down my eyes. You did your part, now is time I do mine, for a better tomorrow. The lowest thing a mother could do, kill her own son, but what other choice did I have? I needed this house to cooperate with Ronard, at least for this war. I needed everyone to be at his service. And Mace was an idiot with the idea of being a king, and once that idea is in someone's head, well, you can't stop it. Put him on his bed, he needs to be found. I ordered the men. I need a few minutes alone. Don't worry Mace, I will soon join whatever hell you ended up. I knew for certain my days were numbered after all. 151, Chapter 148. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths or Twilight, We Are Venom, go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. See ya soon. I talked for hours with Ned about how we had to handle the upcoming situation at hand. We had to debilitate the enemy before clashing with them slowly. They outnumbered us, meaning one mistake could prove to be catastrophic for our cause. We also had to focus on certain objectives first. For one, we had to deal with the dragon the enemy forces had. That monster alone was able to take on my army. Fortunately for everyone, my sons had a plan. They would fight the dragon and lure him into the sea, where the Krakens would destroy the beast. A dragon might be the strongest creature overall, but a Kraken is unmatched on the water, making their idea the best path to destroy that beast. Neltharion, Crow, and Regal will focus on the dragon, I stated once again. Meanwhile, we will use the wildfire to slow them down. we must delay the real fight for as long as we can. I already have all the archers ready with fire posts near them, Rob said, all our arrows are with dragon glass to maximize the damage. Good, I said. We also have some dragon glass bombs, John added, I think it is best if we have your ravens dropping them in their lines. He finished showing me the small bombs that were the size of a baseball ball. How do you ignite them? I inquired with curiosity. The alchemists said that they explode upon impact. I don't know the exact science behind it, John explained, we already try them, and they work as intended. Very well, I nodded, I will have the ravens know about this. Already on it, Nick Fury cawed beside me. We still have more than enough wildfire to make more traps, Ned said. Wildfire quite the useful thing, we will use all of the remaining fire to keep the enemy lines at bay, I sighed, we have to even the playing field for when we clash. Our entire army is armed with dragon glass weapons, or enchanted ones thanks to the Red Witch, Rob said. We have yet to try if they work, I said deep in thought, but I trust her. Sorry if it sounds bad, but what happened to your eye? John asked, looking at my new flashy eye. I died, I answered, without skipping a beat. What? Ned said after a long pause of silence. I fought the Night King one-on-one and lost, I shrugged, I was brought back to life though, so not a big deal. How can you fucking say that? Ned shouted. Ned cursing, well, that's a new one, Ned, while I appreciate your concern, do I need to remind you who is the king here? I asked with a faint smile. You are the king, but for that same reason, you need to stop thinking your life belongs only to you. Ned countered, his resolve unwavered by my previous statement. I suppose, I shrugged, I learned my lesson and know the enemy's strengths, I'm here, so please stop yelling and wasting everyone's time, I sighed. How did you come back to life? Rob asked. The Red Witch prayed to her god, and here I am, I chuckled, I can't die, not until I kill the Night King, I will forever be in a prison of bone and flesh until I finish the mission forced upon me. Was he that strong? John asked with worry. Not really, I hummed, he just outclassed me in one area, in everything else, I was superior. What? Ned inquired, clearly still angry. Battle awareness, I answered, he sees what his minions see, meaning I was fighting someone with more than 1,000 eyes, I chuckled, he had no blind spots and had more than enough visual information to counter my every move. That's why we have to spread them, Ned realized, otherwise, you would lose again. To be honest with you, I smiled, I don't think he would crush me as he did before, now that I know how he fights, I can at least fight on equal ground, but I doubt I will be able to kill him, I hummed, it would be more like an endless battle this time. If he dies, all of his armies die with him, right? John asked. Yes, I answered, wishing that was still the same. Then, we will put our lives in the fire for you, Ned stated, if all you need is to fight him without his minions around, we will make it happen. I looked at Ned with a faint smile, I'm counting on you then. Nelt Harian Mormont Rave Nikus Targaryen POV. Father was different since he woke up, his entire aura was different, he smelled dangerous now as if a wild beast that had lived in chains for all his life was now finally free. I knew he still loved us, I knew he wasn't dangerous for any of us, but the change was troubling. His fire felt like it could burn me, and that was not normal, I wonder if this is the price for being alive once again. No matter what, he's still our dad, Crow stated, with a low hiss. I know, Regal nodded. Whatever he lost, we have to help him take it back, I stated, with determination, we are also creatures of fire, so that God has to hear us. Crow roared in agreement. Maybe we can all share the price? Regal added, we can all pay with father. Yes, perhaps. Daenerys POV. While Ronard was taking care of the army, I was making sure all our army was in the north on time. We had the need for every person able to hold a sword and kill, this was not a war for the throne but for surviving. I can contact all the priests and priestess in Essos, Melisandre offered, all of us together fighting for the same cause would prove to be a force to be reckoned with. It would take them months to arrive, I sighed, but send them a message nonetheless. I already did, Melisandre said, I contacted them a month and a half ago, and if they are as loyal to the Lord as for me, they will be here. A man has its doubts, a woman chuckled behind us, those priests and priestess are pretty selfish, not all of them, but a great part of them. What do you want, Faceless? I rolled my eyes in annoyance. A man is here to help, the Faceless man said as he took his face out, revealing a man around his 40s, a man needs this world as much as you do. Then help, being cryptic is useless, Melisandre scoffed. A man will, the Faceless man smiled, as he pulled a blade from a box behind him, and it wasn't any blade, it was none other than Lightbringer, the sword Melisandre had mistakenly given to Stannis, the sword that belonged to the champion of light, as she described, this blade belonged to your champion, Valyrian steel blessed with the ancestral fire, this is the most lethal thing for the others in this world. It is, Melisandre nodded with an awestruck expression. Will this help Ronard win? I asked. This sword is capable of cutting through steel like butter, the faceless man nodded, it was meant to be wielded by him, but that's no the only sword I have retrieved. What do you mean? Melisandre asked as the man smiled, pulling another blade from the cage. Don, I muttered. A man believes some people will be angry, but a man doesn't care, the faceless chuckled. 152, Chapter 149. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths or Twilight, We Are Venom, go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer, see ya soon. After a few days of preparation, we were almost ready to face the challenge ahead, and I say almost because you can't ever be truly ready for a battle. Things can and possibly always will go wrong. My plan was simple, we had to abandon the north, but not in the absolute sense, after all, I had already evacuated everyone, besides the few stubborn people that refused to go, but that was on them. I was not going to force the little people to obey if they wanted to die. Well, who was I to stop them? Abandoning the north was just part of an elaborated scheme to lead the Night King's troops to where I wanted. In war, the location can win you the battle or destroy you. And with the numbers, the Night King has on his side, well. I had no other choice but to rule the environment in my favor. Which is why I'm gonna be waiting for him close to the bay, that way. My sons will be able to lure the dragon into the water with more ease, having the Krakens finish the monster. Not only that, but the Krakens could also help from underwater, throwing boulders and stuff to the enemies. This was war, and I had to use every asset I had to its utmost potential. Each and every single one of my animals was ready to fight and had a role in this fight. From ravens to hawks, my birds were all going to drop bombs within the enemy lines, though not all my animals had a way to permanently kill one of those things, they had other orders. Like, destroy the legs, arms, and head of the undead without it. They can't move, and while still active, they can't act. We have sent all the traps, we are ready, Ned said. Traps, the holy grail of this war, if anyone thought I was going to fight the Night King without debilitating his forces. Well, if someone did. They were wrong. I had practically covered the north with wildfire mines and bombs, their tasks were simple enough, weaken the undead army. I had small bombs everywhere, but my most lethal trap was on the beach. I had a rather dark plan if things didn't go as planned, which is why I had turned the beach into a possible gate of hell with the amount of wildfire hidden. My plan B was to set the entire beach on fire on a wild explosion of green fire that would not only take my army out but every undead with them in a 3-mile radius. Needless to say, this was my last resort to weaken his army. Though I had to be honest, I was impressed when Ned agreed. It was unexpected, not that I needed his approval, but he still agreed. Saying this was not a war that we could win with honor. Yet, Ned Stark is okay with fighting the undead without honor, I'm proud of him, I am. Good, have all the archers ready, I said, we will depend on them more than ever during this fight. 1 week, we had 1 week before the shit started, 1 week to see if my presence here helped or destroyed this world. Daenerys POV. Dawn and Lightbringer, the two most famous swords in the world. The two swords I was flying to Ronard. These blades should give him an edge, Melisandre stated, beside me, one blade was blessed by the god of light and the other by the stars, even now, both of them are hot, their steel never goes cold. Legends say Dawn was forged from a fallen star, I commented, what about Lightbringer? I inquired. Valyrian steel blessed by my god, Melisandre answered. Ronard Mormont POV. My ravens had recently informed me that Daenerys and Melisandre were coming my way with Crow and, with two legendary blades, Dawn and Lightbringer. And, well, I was a tad surprised, how in the hell did they get their hands on those two blades? Not that I complain, those two babies were leagues above Longclaw, but still, I was surprised. Daenerys will arrive within a few hours, I said, getting Ned, Jon, and Rob's attention. Why is she coming here? This will soon be a war zone, Rob inquired. Well, first of all, she's the queen, and she can come and go as she pleases, I chuckled, and she's bringing me some tools to better improve our chances. What tools? Ned inquired with curiosity. Oh, well, I hummed, Dawn and Lightbringer, as soon as those words left my mouth, the chaos started. How did she manage to get Dawn? Ned asked in shocked. That, I don't know. Oberyn Martell POV. I was finally in the north, and this damn cold was making me regret ever coming here in the first place, it was literally freezing my balls off. I'm literally getting an icicle down there, Tyene said while trembling with cold. Stop thinking of Ronard then. Nymeria hissed. Never. Good God, why couldn't this fight be in a warmer place? The fucking demon had to be a cold one, let's go, girls, we are a few hours away from where the king is. But I suppose things don't always go as one would want. Do you think we will survive? Obara asked, looking at me. I'm just curious. I don't know, I answered honestly, but we do what we must. I know, Obara sighed. My daughters were afraid. Not that I blamed them, I was afraid too, and if there was a God willing to hear I pray up there, all I asked said God was if I were to die, that our lives helped this cause for our lives to mean something. I didn't want to die if my life meant nothing in the end, I wanted to win this war. Let's go, my little snake, we have a king to serve and a war to win, I patted her head with all my fatherly affection. Yes, father. 153, The End of an Era. Game of Thrones Chapter 150. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths or Twilight, We Are Venom, go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer, see ya soon. Jon Targaryen POV. The door in the Winter Hall of Winterfell opened, and I turned to check and see if it was Ronard. Ronner instead, it was Oberyn. Hey. Oberyn gave a chuckle at that. Good to see you too, Johnny. Sighing at that, I deflated back into my chair. With a low chuckle, I smiled. Sorry. I just really need to talk to Ronard. I told Oberyn. Well, I'll do, John, but he has to prepare for this more than any of us, Oberyn sighed. I know, I sighed. Daenerys POV. It was a grim sight looking from the skies while mounting Crow. On a beautiful day like today, nice and bright, it made it impossible to miss the approaching hordes of undead, little by little approaching. The explosion of the wall barely slowed them down, and the traps Ned had set barely lowered their numbers. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Tell Ronard the undead forces are moving towards us. I ordered one of the ravens flying beside me. Watching the enemy get closer made me feel a sense of uneasiness that I couldn't get rid of. Ronard had already lost once to the monster we were facing, and there was no guarantee it wouldn't happen again. But I had to trust in him, on the king I was unequivocally in love with, my husband. From afar, the undead giants and massive winter spiders were easily spotted thanks to the spyglass Ronard had given me to check on the enemy forces. But among them, one stood out the most, the frightening undead dragon. Ronard was right, the one real threat besides the Night King was the massive dragon that dwarfed most of the army in front of it. Skeletal and falling apart, it looked to be more dead than the living, probably incapable of flying, but his size alone was more than enough to wipe armies off the face of the earth, and I couldn't help but watch in horror as it approached and challenged with his size the biggest buildings I had seen in my life. It pained me to see the sigil of my house being used in such a humiliating manner. No dragon should be forced to obey. Yet, for me, that wasn't the worst part. The horde of undead soldiers and undead animals weren't as terrifying as what was mounting the dragon, the children of the forest, hundreds of them, each and every single one of them on the dragon's back. Ronard didn't care much for them, but they were responsible for making the monster we were facing, and for me, they were possibly the most dangerous. From above, the undead army, decaying creatures flew in the air, eagles, ravens, and any other animal I could possibly think of with the ability to fly. Well, I had enough information for now. Let's fly back to Ronard, I ordered Crow, who hissed lowly in approval. A few hours later, I arrived back to where Ronard was. As I landed, I saw my husband, my king, planning strategies. He had barely slept during these last few days, planning, thinking, innovating ways to win this. Honey, Ronard greeted with a tired smile. My son, I greeted back, with a smile of my own. What do you think? Ronard asked me. Our attempts to dwarf his army barely had any effects, I relied with a heavy heart. The wall and the explosion barely did anything to the army. They keep advancing, slowly, maybe to show how futile is everything we do. How many? Ronard asked after a few seconds of silence. Several 100,000, close to 1,000,000, at least. I've never seen an army so large before. I replied. Daenerys. I know you may not like what I'm about to say, but I cannot allow you to stay here if that's the case, Ronard stated. Allow me? I asked back indignantly. I know he wants to protect me, but he isn't the only one with things on the line. Do not forget my titles and position, Ronard. I am the Queen of Essos and Westeros, the Mother of Dragons, CEO ruler of the known world, and the mother of your children. You do not allow me to do anything, not this time. I know. Ronard said after a long moment of silence, giving me a worried look. But this time, I'm afraid this isn't about me being overprotective, or about our titles. This is about me being afraid of losing you in this war, among other things. If the tide becomes hopeless. Should I fall, my burden, the task to save this world will be yours to bear until my children are old enough to fight back. Only you and my children can handle the burden I am asking you to take. Placing his hands on my cheeks, he smiled with tears running down his eyes. I love you. Remember that. Before I could even articulate an answer to that, Ned Stark approached us. Your Highnesses. Ned, any news? Ronard asked. Every man and woman old enough to fight are ready, Ned nodded. Ronard was about to reply something, but stopped throwing a torrent of blue fire, to a seemingly random direction. You're alive. Intriguing a raven, Decada broken flew around, landing on a table close by. What do you want? Ronard asked bitterly. I came here to offer peace, the undead raven possessed by the Night King said. The words left my mouth in disbelief. Peace. I said, almost hissing the words out. What kind of stupid you think we are? Ned growled, holding his Valyrian blade ice ready to strike. The undead raven laughed. As your wife has no doubt seen, I have you outnumbered. Rather drastically, I might add. Not only that, but my forces are drastically more powerful than yours, and just to add the cherry on top of the cake, this winter zone is my territory, all your attempts to stop me have proved to be ineffective, so here is my offer, give up your... The raven didn't manage to complete whatever he was about to offer, for Ronard had burned him to a crisp with a wild torrent of blue fire. The thing I hate the most about that fucker is the bragging, Ronard growled. How did he manage to get here? Don't your ravens have an eye on anything in the skies? Ned inquired with worry. He probably used one of my ravens, he killed a few during a scouting mission, Ronard replied with a frown, as if he was hiding something from me, but what? Night King POV. Ronard was alive, and didn't accept my generous offer of a quick death, and no undead revival I wanted to offer, but it mattered little in the great scheme of things, he was but an ant playing with the unavoidable depths of death. If we continue at this pace we will be on Winterfell in fortnight, one of my free-minded undead spoke. We have no need to hurry, the more we take to approach, the more we take to arrive, the more terror we will inflict upon their fragile hearts, I stated with delight. No, let us. I was cut off as me and all of my generals looked up. Every single one of us feeling the immense surge of heat directly above our heads. Oak, my children of the forest dived towards me and wrapped me in a shield of magic. My other generals tried to run away while some decided to do their best to block the incoming attack. I felt the ground shake. Even from inside Oak's magic protection, I could see the blinding green light that erupted from the sky near the middle of my forces. Not soon after, a loud boom rang. As I felt thousands of my minions vanish from existence. Once the rumbling sound of the explosion died down, Oak broke the magic shield around me, green fire was all around, burning bright. The explosion had left nothing, its wake but smoke, fire, dust, and death. Once again, I felt the same feeling invading the area, but this time targeting another point of my army. An explosion of the same magnitude followed, and hundreds of dragon glass shards flew in every direction, and like before I felt thousands of my minions died for good this time. What was this madness? A weapon so powerful it could be fired multiple times in such a manner. And how did Ronard manage to hide this from me? We have to move fast, if Ronard has more of that dangerous weapon, things could go wrong with me. Just 2 shots of that explosive, and I had already lost close to 200,000 soldiers. And many generals. Ronard POV 2 hours earlier. I knew the Night King was approaching, and that he would not let the opportunity to brag about his mighty undead dick go by. But in case he didn't, I had sent Daenerys to check on his army from afar. I wanted to tempt him. To tempt his overgrown pride. I knew for a fact he was not going to attack Daenerys, not that he could, my plan had in mind having her safe and far away from him, but regardless of that, he was not going to attack, he wanted to delay our suffering, for his own twisted pleasure. With his attention on me and my wife, I would send my ravens, and hawks, carrying my 2 latest inventions, the wildfire nukes. They were so volatile that it was a bet to use them, but they were worth it. With the help of Melisandre that blessed the mix, and a couple of maesters, we made the deadly liquid, using wildfire as a base. This plan was mine alone, and no one but me knew about it, as to avoid people showing overconfidence about it. My ravens and hawks would fly high above the sky, and wait, dropping the bombs just in the right moment. Unfortunately, this explosive weapon was hard to make, and I only had 4 shots with this, 2 for now, and 2 for a very specific situation. Are you ready? I asked Nick Fury. Yes, Nick cawed. 154, The End of A Song of Ice and Fire, Part 1 Game of Thrones 151. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths or Twilight, we are Venom. Go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer, see ya soon. 2 massive explosions of green light had descended from the sky into the enemy forces a few hours ago. Almost like the gods themselves had smitten the unholy creature coming our way, but I knew better than to believe that. The gods were a bunch of assholes. However, the fact remained that whatever it was, it hit the enemy lines hard enough for everyone to hear from this distance, meaning Ronard had done something. The door behind opened. Ronner, I started to see it was Oberyn who was coming. Well, twice in a day. Oberyn chuckled, not quite. Oberyn, I sighed. Oberyn chuckled as he gave a curt nod. The very same, unique and irreplaceable, Oberyn Martell. Is there anything you need? I asked. Not really, trying to keep my mind occupied with the fact we might all die, Oberyn sighed. We will die fighting if that's our destiny, I stated. That's the plan, Oberyn chuckled, though, I like to believe Ronard will win, you know, with his crazy luck. That's what we are all believing. I smiled. Where is Ronard, by the way? Oberyn asked me. I don't know, I answered. I do. Ned Stark stated as he entered the room. The king gave his orders, we are to move now. Move now? What had changed? Any change of plans? I asked Ned Stark. No, he just modified our waiting time. Ned Stark answered with a grim look. He said, it's all or nothing now, and that you have to leave. I won't leave him alone. I half shouted. Ronard Mormont POV. I see you've had your fun with my newest weapon, I stated plainly as I flew above him, with Neltharion holding one of the last 2 bombs on his claws, ready to drop it. While Regal held the last one high above us, flying above the enemy lines. Wanted to take in the sights. Enjoy the walk, before destroying all life. The undead lich replied with a growl and then gestured to me. But you seem to have forgotten about how hopeless you were last time we fought. Did you forget the result? The undead smirked. It's hard to forget. I shrugged, first time I have ever lost, so, that memory will haunt me for a long time. As I talked with him, my attention shifted to his army and how much the explosions had hurt his manpower. Then, you should know you can't defeat me. The Night King proudly stated. My attention shifted from his army back to him as I chuckled bitterly, things have changed. The undead king looked at me, with clear amusement on his face. Oh? How so? I smiled as I pointed Dawn at him. The opportunity for you to be able to defeat me has come and gone. You're no longer capable. I told him. Is that so? The undead king asked, almost hissing in anger. You had your chance to kill me, and you did, but you should have gone for the head, I smiled, devoid of all emotion. You think a month is enough to bypass the wall between you and me? The undead king scoffed, arrogant little brat. I eyed him for a second before I started to chuckle. I did not think of you for a whiner, quite the letdown, I sighed. I surpassed you, because you killed me. I no longer have any stops, any shackles, you will fail, like it has been written, don't blame me for it, blame the gods for fucking us up. The Night King chuckled at that. Have you seen my army? It is the greatest army known to men. I can't be stopped. Well, if you say so. I sighed, deciding it was best to show him later. I was not going to commit the same mistake I did last time, no, I just came here to deliver a package, and as to why I had come personally, well, to select the most problematic targets. You think I'm going to let you go? The Night King growled, moving towards me. No, but, I smiled, as I whistled the signal to let Regal know it was time to drop the tactical medieval nuke on them. I bet that buys me more than enough time to get out. I winked at the undead king. The Night King looked at me, as his general covered him from the explosion, anger in his eyes, to think I once thought he was an emotionless monster. When in reality, he was just a normal monster. I will kill you, the undead growled, as the fire engulfed thousands of his minions and me, but unlike the White Walkers for us, this was like a day on the beach, barely an inconvenience, the perks of being fireproof. As Neltharion flew out of the fire, I pointed to our target, the fairy tale creatures section, where giants, winter spiders and other unknown creatures were. It was the best point to target, almost too good. I wonder why he would do such a thing. This just made my selection process easier. There, I commanded. On it. Neltharion nodded, dropping the bomb on the location I had asked, and soon enough, another explosion engulfed the area in a green fire. Let's go, we have an army to lead. I ordered, for I had completed my mission here. 1. I had enraged the Night King, and 2. I had taken the majority of his giants during this. Why did I want to enrage him? Well, rage is a human emotion that brings the greatest minds in the world to a retarded level. Fighting an angry enemy is easier than to fight a calm and collected one. 1 hour later. Daenerys was not happy with my suicidal idea, nor were any of my generals. Even Oberyn was questioning my sanity, but who the fucks cares right now? How could you do? I stopped her with a long passionate kiss. You will have time to kill me later. For now, I need you to go with Melisandre. She will protect you. I smiled. I won't leave you alone. Daenerys said, stepping her foot down. I'm not alone, besides. You and Melisandre have a role to play. No, they didn't. I had convinced Melisandre to lie to Daenerys if things went south for me. That way, Daenerys would comply, thinking she was helping me. We will use the royal blood to smite the enemies of our king, Melisandre stated, and that part was true. I had given her a lot of my blood, for in her own words, my blood had powers beyond comprehension. Though this power had downsides, for examples, every time she used my blood for something, I would lose some of my lifespan. But considering my lifespan was greater than any human around, it was a good exchange. Even if it meant only living a month after the war, I would be happy to leave my family safe. Besides, with my blood, she would be able to create shadow soldiers, set my enemies on fire from a distance, and bless my army with power. A good trade if you ask me. Why do I have to be with her if she already has that? Daenerys inquired. You need to give her permission every time she uses it. That was a lie, made to keep her out of the danger. You are his soulmate, only you can allow me to use his royal blood to do my magic, Melisandre lied. Thank God she was with me on this one. How long do we have? Ned asked me. A day. The Night King won't take this dance slowly anymore, I answered. Well, if I am to die, then. Oberyn said, kissing a random guard. There, better, I will go down like the horny snake I am. I don't care, Ned sighed, rolling his eyes at him. Hey. Ned is really growing, neat. The final battle was near, life and death. Jon, I turned to my friend/nephew. Yes, my suicidal king. Jon smiled, getting a glare from Dany. Very funny. I chuckled as I tossed Longclaw to him. I already have 2 blades, use that one. I can't, this is the ancestral sword of House Mormont. Jon stammered, holding the sword like it was some kind of baby, fragile and unique. I already have Dawn and Lightbringer, wield Longclaw for me, I chuckled, give it back after the battle, that's an order. As you wish, my king, Jon nodded with a smile. By the way, why are you so cool with me having Dawn? Oberyn. I asked my snake-like friend. If that over-glorified blade gives you an edge to win. I don't care, heck, if you need my brother's wheelchair to win, I will myself kick him out of it, and give it to you. Oberyn laughed. You really think at this point anyone cares about who owns what blade? Fuck that. I want to live to fuck another day. Well, that was a very Oberyn-like response. 155, The End of A Song of Ice and Fire, Part 2 Game of Thrones 152. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths, or Twilight, We Are Venom, go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. See ya soon. With our plan at hand, we marched towards the enemy horde. Neltharion, Crow and Rhaegal would focus on the undead dragon, while we took care of the horde coming our way. Animals and humans alike would fight together. It took us 8 hours to get where I wanted the fight to break free, giving us around 6 hours to rest and wait. Waiting was a torture on its own, but it was one that we couldn't escape, and before we knew it, all the time we had left, vanished in the cold winter winds of the north, meaning he was here. Took you long enough, I smiled as I saw the knight approaching, his horde of soldiers right behind, ready to attack at his unholy command. It's time to end this, once and for all, the Night King stated, hefting his spear up. I suppose we shall see, I rolled my eyes at him as I hoisted up Dawn and Lightbringer. You that look down upon humanity, should see that you show very human-like traits. Pathetic. In the end, my last challenge is a child throwing a tantrum. Taking a deep breath, I allowed the blue flames of my soul, covered both of my blades. Your numbers mean nothing to me. You'll learn the hard way. Perhaps you are right. I was human at one point, but I will not lose against you, child. For I am beyond anything you have ever faced, the Night King stated, as his body started to transform into an even more disfigured appearance, losing any resemblance to a human being. His eyes ignited in power. Beside him, Oak ignited his magic. Fire! The Night King called out to his dragon as he finished his transformation. My eyes drifted off of him to see the massive dragon open its mouth as it looked towards my army. Black flames erupted from its maw, threatening to kill my army, but Crow, Rhaegal and Neltharion stopped the wild torrent of fire with their own, 3 against 1, resulting in a stalemate. My army took this as the call for battle, and rallied themselves towards the enemy, clashing with the horde, Dothrakis, Unsullied, and Westerosi all fighting together against the undead horde. Impressive, it seems. My dragon will have some fun. The Night King stated with a wicked smile, not really caring for the battle. Deal with the dragons. He ordered his dragon, before turning his attention back to me. Now, let's see who has the superior army, you or me. Our champion has. That voice. Melisandre, the hell is she doing here? Daenerys saw through your scheme, and decided to stay behind for now, and ordered me to come and help, Melisandre stated, as she slowly walked towards me. I hid between your soldiers, waiting for the battle to break free. Don't worry, your wife is safe. I made more than enough shadows to ensure I was able to stand by you during all this. I eyed her, and my generals, Jon, Ned, Oberyn, and with a sigh I said. Grab your dance partners. I ordered them. Generals vs Generals. King vs King, truly poetic. The Night King laughed, as his general and him started to walk towards us. Melisandre was facing Oak, the children of the forest, while Jon was facing The young Griff, Ned, and Oberyn were both facing an undead taller than Gregor Clegane himself. My sons were facing the undead dragon, and as for me, well, I was facing the unholy king. In the blink of an eye, the Night King rushed towards me, clashing his ice spear with my swords. As I blocked his attack, the Night King tried to push me back, but I didn't budge. The undead king looked at the battle pairings and smirked. "Looks like your generals will need help soon," he stated. "My dragon will take care of your so-called sons, and then how are you going to stop it from laying waste to your army?" the undead inquired with a smug smile. "You overestimated yourself. You are still the same idiot I killed last time." "Am I?" I questioned back, blocking his attacks with relative ease. As I continued to keep the undead king occupied, my attention drifted to my army. Seeing them facing the horde like warriors, I knew most of them were scared, but it didn't stop them from fighting. My sons were also fighting valiantly, against the massive, clashing against it. "Not to interrupt, but, we will kick your ass," Oberyn shouted playfully as he and Ned struggled against the undead general. "What he said?" I chuckled. "Truly pathetic," the Night King growled, attacking me once more, only to fail as I jumped backwards. "Well, prepare to lose against this pathetic army." "I have," I said, readying my blades once again. The Night King ignored my comment altogether, rushing to attack me, showing more speed and strength he had during our last encounter. The more power he poured into his attacks, the more monstrous his appearance would change. He already did not look like a human, and now he looked more like a mutated demon, about to burst like a water balloon, and yet even with his grotesque appearance he was fighting like a cat, agile and lethal with each strike. "You can't beat me," the Night King said, slamming his deformed fist into my stomach, sending me a few hundred yards again from him. "You're strong, I have to admit that, but..." I paused as I activated the glyph of the left hand of God. Before appearing before him, I saw his eyes widened in horror, as I pierced through his chest with dawn, followed by a roundhouse kick to his head, slamming him into the ground, creating a small crater underneath it. "I'm stronger. Gotta love the super soldier serum plus the runes of the left hand of God, a lethal and explosive combination." For a moment I thought everything was over. I had after all pierced his chest with a flaming sword. And yet, all he had was a wound, that was slowly healing into nothingness. "I can't die by Valyrian steel, or in this case, star essence," the Night King laughed. "I'm impressed you show so much power now. It's like I'm fighting a different person altogether, but even if you are stronger than me, I will win, for all I have to do is wait for you to tire yourself out, and when you do, I'll kill you." Fucking awesome, the asshole is not allergic to Valyrian steel like his minions. Well, at least I can now fight him without having to worry about him and his army sharing eyesight, thanks to my army of course, but that blessing was momentary. I had to win this before his numbers, well, overwhelmed my men. "Well, I'll figure something out." I winked at him, activating my runes once again. Maybe I had to cut him more than once, maybe I had to treat him like a human. "Good luck with that, for now," the undead smiled, stopping mid-sentence, snapping his fingers, which was immediately followed by a horde coming my way. "Let's tire you out." "You bitch," I glared at him. If he thought a bunch of idiots were enough to stop me, well, he had another thing coming his way. Taking a deep breath, I lighted his poor attempt to tire me out in a sea of fire, killing all of the soldiers coming my way. "You will need to try harder than that," I said as we clash our weapons once again. "Ignorant fool. You're going to die by my hands," the Night King said in a promising tone. Kicking the bastard a few meters away, I responded. "Prepare to be disappointed." Our battle continued. The more the monster I was fighting mutated, the more difficult it was to fight him. I looked down at my hand. His cold was slowly getting to me, burning my skin with my hands for example. They were severely burned thanks to the cold he was emanating. True to his word, he was tiring me out. I didn't know how long I was going to be able to keep the upper hand. The more the fight went on, the more difficult it became to cut him, and in the end, it didn't even matter, for any wounds I managed to deliver would soon heal. My clothes were burned off as I had several wounds around my body with frostbite. He was overwhelming my fire. I needed to find a way to end this. Something in my journey had to help me, but what? What can I do to save them all? I began to ask myself as I heard my people scream in pain and agony. A plan came to mind, and I felt my body shake as I made my decision. Perhaps it was time to think like a villain. Well, Vegeta is more of an anti-hero, but I will steal his thunder. I know what to do. Taking a deep breath, recreating my training sessions with Neldharion, I started building up as much fire as I could within myself, as I waited for the perfect moment, and it came. The Night King tried to attack me unaware of the plan. Dodging his attack, I nailed him to the ground with my blades, slamming my knees into his arms. "I think I finally got it. I finally understand this game. None of us was truly meant to win this," I said as I kept the bastard under me. "Are you crazy?" the Night King roared, trying to escape my grasp. "You have no idea if this is going to work. Stop this madness. I told you, hate the gods for this game, not me, I said with a pained laugh. If I am to die, my only regret is not seeing my children grow. A few sobs escaped my lips as I saw my body glowing. But, I rather die, forging them a future, than to have them live in fear. No. The Night King trashed under me. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath and focused what little energy I had into screaming out my last battle cry as I let all the fire I had within myself set the world on fire around me, including me. 156, The End of A Song of Ice and Fire, Part 3 Game of Thrones 153. If you wanna read other novels, like Avatar Cold Paths or Twilight, We Are Venom, go to my Patreon, https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer, see ya soon. I slowly opened my eyes to see. I was alive, but what really mattered was the monster I had set to kill dead? With hesitation, I looked down to see the Night King slowly reforming, grabbing both Dawn and Lightbringer. I tried to cut the reforming body of the beast. Unfortunately, I had no chance to do so. In the split second that took me to take the blades from the burned ground, the undead king reformed his right arm and caught me by the throat. You almost got me there, the Night King muttered as his head reformed. I had to kill thousands of my minions to avoid certain death. For 2 brief and agonizing seconds, I hung imprisoned by the powerful grip of the undead monster as he continued to reform before cutting the hand that had me, prisoner. I share a life with every single one of my soldiers, you can't kill me, not until they are all dead, though I am surprised, that attack you just pulled out, cost me around 200,000 minions in exchange for my life. The Night King stated, fully reformed by this point, so in a way, you even out the playing field for your people, I suppose. Well, now I'm glad I didn't die with my self-destruction fire. Otherwise, he would have won the war already. The monstrosity in front of me yelled, raising his fists above his head, mutating more and more. I don't like having to sacrifice my peons for power. But you proved to be a nuisance. Not only can he exchange them to avoid certain death, but he can also sacrifice them to get more power. I hate my life. Well, let's keep dancing, shall we? I tried to sound cool and collected, but that last suicidal attack had taken a toll on me. I was tired, really tired, but all of a sudden. I wasn't, what the hell? Melisandre. I could feel her with me right now. I could also feel my blood boil. She had probably used blood magic. I felt better, my wounds and burned skin was slowly getting better. That which sure is a nuisance, well, it matters not. Oak will kill her sooner or later, the abomination stated, noticing how I looked more energetic and how my wounds were slowly starting to disappear, faster than my body could heal them. I merely smiled at him. I was now glad I had given her my blood to do magic, it had come quite a hand. Now, let's dance once again. Very well, the Night King smiled, and immediately after, thousands of ice spears like icebergs started to protrude around him in every direction. I melted all of them with my fire, but for some reason, I noticed. The attacks seemed completely random, with the majority of them going towards other directions, instead of me. The undead king rushed towards me like a behemoth trying to strike with all his strength using his spear. While he was faster and considerably stronger, I easily dodged by jumping over the giant who shattered the ground like glass. And I couldn't help but notice, he was lacking something, but what? The Night King turned as quickly as he could to give a violent backtrack elbow attack followed by a spear swing, but once again, I had been able to see through his attack, and since I was faster, I slipped under his arm and cut his leg, making him drop to a knee. The Night King had somehow forsaken technique for power, there was no other explanation, with the raw force and speed he currently had, he should be more than able to push me, or kill me. But his attacks were now, like those of an almost mindless animal. With a violent roar, the already enraged undead reformed his leg and stood up, trying to attack me once again with his massive spear. This time I ducked under the attack and cut his head in a singular motion, followed by a quick cut to his arms. However, before his limbs and head fell to the ground, he reformed once again, attaching what I had just cut. Unfortunately for him, he did this just to receive a storm of cuts that stopped him before he could even attack. There was no doubt now. The Night King basically traded intellectual prowess for physical prowess, giving him more power and me the lead on the battle. This was unfortunate for him, but I wasn't going to let this opportunity go to waste. I would keep on my assault until he stopped reforming. If you can't solve a problem with violence, it means you ain't using enough violence, to begin with. For today, that was my motto. I need more power. The Night King shouted, dropping his weapon to the ground, as he punched the ground with both arms like a gorilla, mutating once again, showing that even his cognitive abilities were starting to disappear. Suddenly, with a roar and blinding speed, the undead colossus managed to grab me by the wrists and delivered a terrible blow with his watermelon-sized knee to my guts, sending me a few hundred meters away, with a trail of blood on my blood. I had been thrown so hard that most of my army stopped for a second to give me a look, to see if I was still alive. Nothing like a concussion to get the blood flowing, I chuckled as I stood up, giving my men the thumbs up while I puked some blood. I will kill you. The Colossus rushed at me like a football player, this time a little bit more accustomed to his speed. I dodged the brute by jumping to the side, cutting the giant with Dawn and Lightbringer. The undead roared, throwing a deadly punch that promised me a painful death. Once again, I dodged, taking a step to the side, grabbing his arm and with all my strength using it as a lever to nail the giant to the ground. M-O-R-E, the giant shouted, struggling to even speak the most simplistic words, and once again he mutated, taking the form of a werewolf-like creature, though I had no hair, just rotting flesh and ice around his body, around 12 foot tall. He is losing thousands every time he does that. If he keeps doing that, we will outnumber him. Nick Fury cawed, flying above me. Do you think you can keep him mutating? Could I? While it was easier to read him, it was also becoming more and more troublesome. A single punch from before broke bones and damaged some organs. I will try, I sighed. It's not like I had another choice. I think he can't die while he has lived to exchange for his, so this way, we will lower the number to 1. Nick offered. I kill you. The undead Colossus shouted as he rushed at me on a straight line. Blinking in realization, I kicked a spear I found on the ground, piercing his skull and stopping his once again. More. I need more. He roared once again, mutating once again, his body now sporting tendrils, and more than 1 month. I'm not gonna. I am scared. I muttered, talking to myself. This shit had gone from 1 to a million really quick. The undead monster lunged forward, quickly sprinting towards me, jumping midway in an attempt to smash me like a bug. But reflex kicked in. I moved the heck away from the impact before dashing forward, piercing his chest. Instinctively I jumped backwards, waiting for the bastard to mutate once again, and like a clock. Me. Need more. With a somehow even more animalistic form, the undead sprinted at me again. This I jumped out of the way at the last second, using the momentum to cut him head off. He was stronger, faster and scarier than me, that much was true. But now it was a battle of mights, or strategies. It was a battle of timing. One mistake on my part, 1 second of hesitation would end me. I knew that, so I had to time all my movements perfectly. Once again, I jumped backwards, waiting for the beast to mutate. And he did, but instead of asking for more power, he just roared, showing he didn't have any brains anymore, mutating his body once again with a simplistic yet terrifying roar. The undead king was now on all fours, looking at me, once again resembling a wolf, like the one I had seen in my visions a long time ago. Holy sh! I was cut short for the moment I blinked. The monster had blasted towards me, trying to attack me, barely dodging. I couldn't help but feel the cold embrace of fear as I saw the damage a single attack did. The monster didn't let me recover and attacked once again, this time biting my arm off like it was fucking cheese. Not resistance, nothing, he just ripped my left arm that was holding Dawn, like nothing, from the elbow down. He just bit my arm like a cake. Shit. I snarled, jumping back to recover. The undead spit my arm to the side and roared in victory. Well. Fuck you, buddy, I am right-handed anyway. I was not going to lose like this. Taking a deep breath, I burned the wound sealing it, and grabbing Lightbringer, I smiled, taunting the beast as I dashed forward, dodging his maw and razor-sharp teeth as I thrusted my sword with just enough power to go through his head. Do you need any help? I heard Fury inquired. I lost an arm, Sherlock. What do you think? I rolled my eyes as I took my distance, waiting for the fucking Pokemon to evolve once again. Our forces are now outnumbering the undead, 1 or 2 more mutations, and we will win, Fury stated. Hooray, I chuckled. Once again, the wolf-looking monster mutated, from a normal wolf to a monstrously with 6 mouths, 2 heads, and 3 legs. God, that is disgusting. I muttered. With a powerful roar, the Lovecraftian abomination darted at me, faster than before because why not? With the utmost care, I proceeded to methodically dodge all the attacks he was throwing at me, not because I was able to see them. Ha! Not at all. His attacks were a blurry of motion now, almost impossible to see them for me, but, thanks to his animalistic minds, his attacks were so one-directional, that it was as easy to predict them, though unfortunately for me, not all of my predictions were accurate, for I failed to dodge newly acquired tail, which resulted on me being smacked with it, followed by me flying across the battlefield like a rag doll, landing close to Oberyn and Ned. Protect the king! Ned shouted, running towards me. Don't be an idiot, I stopped him, struggling to stand up. You lot won't buy me even a second. With a loud crash, the beast landed a few dozen meters away from me, growling like a feral beast. Holy shit, Oberyn muttered, taking a few steps back as the beast stared to walk towards us. However, a sword stopped the monster from moving, piercing his head. The sword was no other than Longclaw, meaning John had thrown the blade at it. We have to buy Melisandre time to heal him. John shouted, with Dawn on his hands, now where the heck he got that, you know what, it doesn't matter, maybe the monster pooped the blade somewhere, and he go it. I need a few minutes to do so, Melisandre confirmed. Well, fuck it, this is a good way to die, Oberyn smirked. Ned smirked back. For the king. My army shouted as Melisandre dragged me out of the danger zone. Ha, fucking lunatics. I stared at Melisandre with a questioning look, how many undead remain? I asked, struggling to speak. God, that tail really messed me up. Only him. Melisandre answered, as she covered my body in the blood I gave her, your sons managed to defeat the giant dragon, with the help of the Krakens, which means he couldn't exchange the dragon for power. When? I asked, feeling proud they managed to do so. At the same moment, you landed close to me. Melisandre replied, they are probably fighting the beast right now. How long before I can go back? I asked. I don't know, we'll see, Melisandre answered, clearly unsure about if she could heal me. I already heal you, this time the damage is worse. Taking a deep breath, Melisandre started to chant in a foreign language, a little by little, I started to feel better, my wounds healing, my energy recovering. I'm feeling bad, I stopped midway, seeing how while I was getting better, Melisandre was slowly getting worse, aging, by the second. I waited, hundreds of years to serve you, and that I will. Melisandre said, giving me a kiss, as her once beautiful crimson red hair went white. Blood magic takes a lot, from the user and from the receiver, but unlike you, I don't have much to give, not anymore. I stood up, blinking in shock as Melisandre smiled with a sad overtone. She was now an old woman, a very old woman, when this war, and this cycle once end, for all, and like a pile of dust that the wind blows, Melisandre was dead, and there was nothing to say she even existed, to begin with, she aged to the point of turning to dust. She gave all her life and magic, to heal me once again, and I was going to use this newfound energy, to end this. I rushed back to the battlefield, seeing the beast laying waste to my army, with my sons struggling to keep the losts at a minimum. Rhaegal was badly hurt, with one of his wings sporting a gaping hole. Neltharion was missing his front right leg and Crow had lost the tip of his tail, being the least damaged of the bunch. I'm back. I shouted at them. You were fighting this thing? Neltharion hissed in disbelief. Yes. I shuddered as I remembered my fight. We can barely contain him. Crow added. How do you guys feel? I asked as I focused on the monster, standing up. I don't know, it feels like there is a hole in me. Rhaegal chuckled, showing his injured wing. Even now? Crow hissed. Don't worry brother, now that we have father here, this will be a hole in one. Rhaegal laughed. I will kill you if that unholy abomination doesn't. Crow muttered. Do you mean, the unholy abomination? Rhaegal offered with a slight grin. Funny but, let's focus on the monster, okay? I chuckled. He also took a bite out of you, hey? Neltharion sighed, showing his left front paw. Hate the motherfucker. Yeah, I said, running towards the beats with my sons behind me. We have to burn him to nothing, so be ready to breathe the biggest fire in history. Got it. They replied in one voice at the same time. Taking a deep breath, I did what I had instructed my sons, and once again I focused on gathering all the fire I could. As the beast ran towards us, killing my men like they were flies on his way. Go to hell. Me and my sons shouted at the same time as a hellish blast of massive proportions set the demon in flames, burning him and everyone around him. I was promised. I was promised this world. The Night King said within, regaining some of his cognitive skills. Well, me too, fucker, I replied, as I lighted Lightbringer before throwing it at him like a makeshift lance, shattering his undead body once and for all. 157, Author Note. The 2 epilogue chapters will come after Christmas. Enjoy the mass release. Any questions, leave them here. 158, Epilogue. I woke up feeling like crap, my body aching in parts they shouldn't be any aching, worn out, tired. Besides me, my wife laid sleeping, the dark circles in her eyes showed she had been worrying sick about me. I slowly stood up from stretching the one arm I had left, as I inwardly chuckled, this was going to make some stuff a living hell. As I stretched up, I noticed I felt different. For a moment I could really understand exactly what was different, but then I realized my fire was gone, the blessing the god of fire had given me was no longer with me, meaning everything was already over. Well, it was a bumpy ride. It has its ups and downs, and now. Well, here I am. Alive but crippled in a way. But in reality I would have given my entire body if it meant saving my children. So losing an arm was a pretty good deal if you ask me. Black Friday shit. Ronard, Daenerys muttered as she woke up, hugging me immediately after. There were no words between us, just a comfortable moment of silence, one that helped us more than any words could right now. With a smile, and my wife on my side, I dozed off back to the world of dreams, holding my little piece of sunshine right. Today I was no king, just a man, wanting some peace. 6 months later. And so time passed. The first few months after the war were hard, especially since some important lords had died, the Tullys among them were wiped out. From father to son, none remained, except for Catelyn, who was now considerably more friendly. In the end, everyone had lost something. Some lost minor things like me, and others lost irreplaceable things like Oberyn, who lost 2 of his daughters. Obara and Tyene, who by what my ravens and Oberyn told me, fought to the very end like true warriors. Needless to say, Oberyn was destroyed with this. I couldn't even imagine my children dying. The idea was, beyond anything I had experienced so far. Ned lost more than 80% of his army, and the battle had left his heir Robb with a bad leg, nothing that would threaten his life or impede him from having heirs of his own, but he would never fight again, limping on the battlefield, would be his end. Jon was, in perfect health, a few cuts here and there, but besides that, new like a Porsche the son of a, it seemed even here the plot armor protects him. The point was, everyone had lost a lot during this war, me included. My once almost unstoppable army was now nothing but the shadow of what it once was. With a few hundred unsullied alive, and the Dothraki, mostly gone. 1 year later. It has been officially 1 year since the war ended, and I have yet to fully recover, but every day I feel better with my strength slowly coming back. As for news, the Tyrells tried to rebel as soon as the matriarch of the family died, aka the only smart person in there. So yet. I wiped them off. I gave them many chances, fuck them. But this made the 7 kingdoms feel more like, the 5 kingdoms, or 4. Hey, I need to do my math. As for the kingdom? It was a work in progress, it was in need of fixing, with so many things to fix after the war, my bills were high, good thing I owned the bank, otherwise, well, I rather not think about it. But things were looking well, for one I had trustworthy people in my council, Oberyn as the master of laws, Ned Stark as the hand of the king, Tyrion who I had personally hunted down, as the master of coin, Daisy Mormont as the master of ships. Some tried to complain because she was a woman and such, well, fuck them, Lanstow as the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard and secretly but officially Nick Fury as my Master of Whispers. I had my reasons why I had chosen every single one of them to those positions. Not only I trusted them, but they were good in the areas I had given them. I can wait to see how things turn out. 10 years later. Everything was perfect, the life I never knew as a young impulsive brat that I wanted, was on my present. My son, training with me. And my daughter obliterating my royal ass in chess, every time. Though that last part is not new. She has been doing that since she was 9. And while Gerald shows more prowess in battle, she wasn't so far behind. Her style was more fluid, and with lethal intentions. How is the training going? Daenerys inquired, coming into the training yard. Dad keeps being the one-arm menace he is, Gerald pouted. Stop crying, and get better, my sarcastic, sour, and adorable teenage daughter commented with a slight smirk. Oh shut it, Gerald rolled his eyes at her, it's not like you can beat him. In combat? Not yet, but in chess and other games. I do, unlike you. I have wins against father. Sibling rivalry, it's so beautiful to see it as a father, and fun, I love seeing them argue, it's sometimes relaxing. Especially because my little princess outwits my poor son, he was by no means stupid. But she is by no means normal, a genius, among genius. They each excelled in something, my son was a social butterfly, while my little princess hated social interactions, saying it was a waste of time, that the only people she cared about were us, and that others only wanted something from us. A very harsh truth she learned by herself making her own conclusions when she was 7. My son on the other hand, wanted to see the good in others, though not in a blind and moronic way, he knew some people were bad and wanted to use us, but he believed everyone deserves a chance. But even with his carefree friendly demeanor, he was no fool, seeing through plots better than most adults. Needless to say, I was proud of them beyond words. As for my other sons, well, after I gave Highgarden to Jon because well, those lands were highly profitable and Jon was trustworthy, my sons claimed the Targaryen homeland for them. As a place to have eggs if they ever found mates. This in turn made all of my animals migrate there, turning the place into an animal kingdom, House Wildfire or House Chimera as some call it. A good use for that place. What are you smiling about? Daenerys asked, kissing my hand. I feel like a lady being courted, I chuckled. A muscular and hairy one. Gerald added with a smirk. It would be educational to see father with a dress, my little princess added with a mischievous smile. Well. I'm happy just because, I chuckled, ignoring my children like a good father, just because, I finished hugging them. 10 years later. I had finally discovered what I had lost during my resurrection. I had lost a massive part of my lifespan. Instead of aging slowly like I would have done, I was aging faster than a normal person. What happened, Dad? Having troubles keeping up? My son smirked, as we continued to spar. Kiddo, you are still too green to best me, I chuckled, as I disarmed him with a single move, all while putting the training sword on his throat. I will eventually best you, Pops, my son smiled. I have doubts about that, my daughter said, rolling her eyes, as while grabbing a training sword, let's have a one-on-one, brother. I assure you, this time I will win. As if, my son snorted, getting into position. In the meantime I Saturday. Watching them fight with a smile on my face. Here I was, a man in his middle age, with his 2 loving kids, and loving wife, living the day by day with no problems. Who would have thought I would be here 30 years ago, who would have thought? We will take care of them, once you are gone, knelt Harrian, who had come to visit today, hissed, we will protect them. Thanks, I smiled, as I watched them fight, feeling somewhat tired. Ronard, Daenerys greeted, giving me a kiss while sitting down beside me. You know I love you, right? I asked with a faint smile slash. I do, Daenerys nodded. Good, I yawned, putting my head in her lap, as I slowly drifted into sleep, feeling my body getting heavier and heavier, all while thinking. I had very eventful life, but I had no regrets. I would have done the same thing all over again just to get this result. I used at one point think my existence here was a curse. What a stupid boy I used to be. The end. Next coming up. Percy Jackson, the God of Magic.